This boy sits on the tower every day looking at the sun without eating or drinking. Everyone thought he was crazy but didn't know he was learning the ultimate martial arts. When the sun sets, the light that shines down to the ground will reveal symbols that at first glance don't make any sense. But that is a mystical language that is only passed down to generations of sect masters. Knowing that his father was the famous leader of the Northern Tianmon sect, Cathlet, he and his teammates wiped out all the demons, making the Northern Tianmon's force increasingly stronger. But today, in the eyes of young Master Tran Vung Nguyen, there is now the image of his illustrious fallen father. The Imperial Army considered him a threat that could not be eliminated. Even the good brothers who had stood side by side for the past 10 years chose to betray him. To protect his son, he did not hesitate to accept a sword in exchange for his life. Just like that, Tran Nguyen Vu, only 10 years old, lost his last relative and was left alone in a lonely world. This is the 10th monitoring group in the past 6 years that the royal court has sent to back Tianmon. They were afraid that Tran Vung Nguyen was secretly practicing martial arts to take revenge, but what they saw was just a skinny boy. Every day he forges iron to support himself and sits and watches the North Tianmon ruin like his own life. Thanks to the fact that from a young age, Tran Vung Nguyen was taught by his father to read texts instead of martial arts. When he used the sword, he took advantage of the opportunity to memorize the texts. After looking around and seeing no one watching, he began to pick up his sword and concentrate his luck. A sword strike is so powerful that it causes no effects at all. I'm also so delusional that I'll practice again tomorrow. Vung Nguyen just walked out without knowing that behind the wall a large area had been destroyed. Luckily, no one found out. Today, Baek Tian wants to welcome a new surveillance group that looks extremely powerful. These leaders are all descendants of Demon Juga, the person who directly plotted to harm Vung Nguyen's father. After greeting the guests with a carefree attitude, he successfully fooled them, but young Master Tam Vien still couldn't believe that Vung Nguyen was just trash. That very night he went to his smithy to explore. A sword rushed straight at Vung Nguyen without any mercy, causing him to extremely suddenly burst out with a powerful aura. Luckily, Vung Nguyen was able to control himself and skillfully redirect the sword away from the dangerous position, successfully fooling everyone again. After a few days of being paralyzed due to loss of blood, Vung Nguyen also woke up. In front of him is still the girl Don Ha-Tuet who has been taking care of him for the past few days. He had previously discovered this girl hiding here with serious internal injuries. After recovering from her injuries, she remained in this place and refused to leave until today. Thank you for taking care of me just like your old uncle. Don Ha-Tuet found it too cheesy and conveniently gave Vung Nguyen a painful blow, then announced that he was about to leave here. Don Tuet's life was not simple when that night, while she was focusing on training, a mysterious person appeared. That was the subordinate who came to report that he had met the leader and confirmed that he had recovered from the previous raid. The day is coming when the army will mobilize, so I need you to come back and support. As for the descendants of Ghost Jia Cat, the woman Tuesday Lin, as soon as she knew that Vung Nguyen had gotten out of bed, took the initiative to visit and ask to bring the spirit medicine. She apologized for her brother's rudeness and affirmed that she was not like her cold-blooded ancestor Ghost Juga. I will use all my abilities to help Tran Song too. This affectionate attitude of hers did not last long when that night, she secretly went to meet the judge who forbade him from touching Vung Nguyen. We need to make good use of his status as a descendant of Baek Tian Muon. Unlike the innocent descendants of Ghost Jia Cat, this newly arrived Ta Hu Fong exuded an intimidating aura, being the son of one of the enemies who harmed Vung Nguyen's father that year. As soon as he met him at the city gate, he felt something unusual. Even though he couldn't feel the aura in Vung Nguyen's body, there was still something very strange. Ta Fong didn't need to know whether he was visible or invisible, but he was certain of one thing. Vung Nguyen has recounted the spirit and strength of Baek Tian Muon. The next morning, Vung Nguyen and Don Tuet were invited to the party of those uninvited guests. Don Tuet seemed very excited because Vung Nguyen always fed her rice and vegetables. Drool gradually flowed when she thought she was about to chew on a big piece of meat. As soon as we arrived at the banquet table, we saw everyone gathered. The purpose of inviting Vung Nguyen here was to invite him to the Thuong Long Association group that was about to be established. Don Tuet, regardless of their chatter, continued to eat the whole table, but she always followed every move. Suddenly a familiar aura approached, causing Don Tuet to startle and tremble in fear. The person who had injured her before appeared. The descendants, who still did not know who the enemy was, immediately took stances to deal with it. Only Don Tuet knew the danger of them and advised Voon Gwyn to run away, but all around them were surrounded by experts dressed in wolf costumes. There was no time to run. Outside, the scar-faced leader was surrounded by soldiers, but with just one wave of his hand, everything turned to ashes. At this moment, Ta Fong was present to stop this scar-faced guy from entering. He guessed that this group was the terrorist organization Tin Di that had drowned countless lives in a pool of blood. Without saying much, Ta Fong immediately rushed forward using a dazzling stream of holy light, a straight kick that sent him flying several meters back, then followed the path with a powerful three-eyed stream, one after another. That's a three-link wheel of light shining brightly in an area. After suffering a series of combos, he was now only a pile of crumpled flesh. On the other side, Ta Fong had lost a lot of internal strength, so he decided to investigate tomorrow. He did not expect that the pile of meat would stand up again, cracking its joints and restoring its original form, no different from a monster. Now it was his turn to counterattack, immediately launching a series of deadly moves that destroyed the entire ground. After being flooded with onions, Ta Fong could only barely survive lying on a pile of rubble. But even though he still had some sense of reason, he still tried to cling to the leader and not let him inside. The crazy monster was busy hitting his opponent a few more times when a voice behind him stopped him. That was the youngest sister who had been standing there ever since, showing off her family tree to him. He was so scared and deaf, he used a fan to blow her away. Tam Veen crazily threw his blood knife at the monster, avenging his sister, and also suffered the same fate. The descendants are now only left with the wisdom spirit and are shocked and frightened. After calming down, she immediately cast a spell to trap the monster in endless space. Then he took his two brothers and quickly left before that guy could escape. Inside, only Voon Gwyn and Don Tuet were left and finally finished off the wolf guards. Just in time, the demon broke through the formation and decided to take Don Tuet's life. She said he was a mixed demon who always had a grudge against his master. Chaos always tries to destroy Don Tuet, only then can the master reveal a loophole, thereby easily destroying him. Sure enough, with just one powerful force, he blew away the entire North Tianmon tower block. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Voon Gwyn did not expect that he was still safe. It turned out that in front there was a white-haired person covering everything. From this divine angle, it looks very similar to the person who scared Voon Gwyn, the witch Bacta, one of the four great demons running the quiet organization that no one dares to mention. Even though Don Tuet is only a descendant of that witch, the aura emitted is still extremely terrifying. After she turned around and advised Voon Gwyn to leave quickly, she rushed and confronted the demon, starting an earth-shattering battle that shook the whole area. Of course, the outcome of failure was inevitable and now Don Tuet only has a few seconds left to remember her lover Voon Gwyn. As soon as the image flashed, he appeared with a sword in his hand, narrowly saving her, but was stunned and lost his wife. If the mixed demon wants to know, I'm ready to answer. I am the third-generation North Tianmon sect master named Tran Voon Gwyn. Don Tuet ignored her pain and couldn't help but be surprised at the young man hiding his profession. It turned out he was going to get a sword to save her. On the other side, the demon was equally surprised when his arm was cut and could not be healed. Even though his body had practiced evil techniques to become immortal. Voon Wen's breath escaped, making him feel threatened and immediately rushed forward to finish off his opponent. However, even though he used all his attack speed, Voon Gwyn dodged everything. Outside, Don Tuet still couldn't feel any breath from Voon Gwyn. I wonder what kind of martial arts he practiced. At this moment, the strongest mixed devil destiny he had, the mixed element destroying heavens, concentrated the black energy, creating a terrifyingly powerful tornado pouring downwards. Voon Gwyn stood in front of a special thick weapon that he couldn't block. Running away was the best policy, so he turned to Don Tuet and took her with him. But the bas-relief behind Don Tuet caught his attention when it flashed with ancient characters. In just a moment, Voon Gwyn realized that it was the technique of destroying heavenly demons and immediately used his luck. Light began to radiate from the sword surrounding his entire body. With just one swing of Voon Wen's sword, he created a shield to block everything. The movements were increasingly perfected by Woon Gwyn to become extremely flexible, and more barriers were created to block all attacks of the Chaos Demon. When he felt the opportunity had come, he rushed straight towards the demon and split him in two. Unexpectedly, his body immediately re-entered and gave Woon Gwyn a blow that he couldn't dodge and fell down, seriously injured and vomiting blood. On the other side, the mixed element monster was certain of victory. He had unexpectedly practiced the mixed element inflammation magic technique, making his body almost immortal, but until now the wound had not healed. After asking again and again, Woon Gwyn still did not reveal his martial arts skills and decided to eliminate the threat. As soon as the powerful foot of the demon descended, it emitted a cold stream of ice that covered the entire area. When he looked back, he was pinned to the pile of rocks with his body covered in ice. He knows that the only person who has this ability is the White Witch. She arrived in time to save the young couple, making her cry tears of joy. Through their short conversation, they learned that this demon was also from the Tin D organization. He had prepared a beautiful soul and killer moves to deal with the ghost girl. I just didn't expect the war with Woon Gwyn to cause the demon to lose so much vitality. Now standing in front of that witch with a strong aura is truly no match. The White Knight Witch immediately launched her double swords and rushed straight towards the Chaos Demon. Unexpectedly, she encountered the brave man who was still stubborn. The Chaos Demon only fought back. Only a blinding light was seen, obscuring the entire area's vision. I don't know how much time passed before Woon Gwyn woke up and saw only the White Knight Witch standing in front of him. Seeing her cold and scary appearance, he couldn't help but be scared. Woon Gwyn suddenly remembered the monster and looked around to see that he had already run away. The White Knight Witch soon realized that he was the last sect master of the Northern Tianmon. His eternal rival forced Tin D to retreat into exile. It was also this kid who moved his disciple Don Tuet, leading to him being unable to use the full power of his silver soul determination and being seriously injured. To avoid disaster, she decided to eliminate this little guy, but immediately had to stop. Don Tuet was right in front of her, begging her master to forgive him. She had never disobeyed his orders before. "This is the first and last time, please." Faced with the harsh sounds of her disciples kowtowing, even a cold-blooded person like the White Knight Witch couldn't help but close her eyes and agree. Clearly she was her entire hope. However, it was possible to forgive, but the witch set a condition that Don Tuet had to endure the ice crystal silver light magic. Hearing this, the guard was also scared. Although this type of method can quickly be practiced into a silver soul heart technique, because it requires risking one's life, the young master always hesitates. But now Don Tuet immediately agreed and turned to Woon Gwyn Tang to give him the last elixir. Then he chopped Woon Gwyn one last time so that he could not see his current ugliness. Since his father passed away, this was the warmest moment he had felt, but it didn't last long before it disappeared. Everyone had left, leaving Woon Gwyn alone in the middle of the Yellow Land. Before going ghost, the woman clearly warned her not to appear in front of Don Tuet from now on, but what he heard was encouragement to become stronger. After the earth-shattering battle, everything had to be destroyed. He and two other loyal servants soon learned that the court would send people here to investigate everything. If he knew that Woon Gwyn was still alive, he would definitely not leave it alone, so the thing that needed to be done now was to leave his ancestral homeland. In order to hide the identity of the master to Vosi, he voluntarily stayed to welcome the court's flood. There must be someone who can testify that Woon Gwyn is dead, and the other person, Hong Tuk, will accompany Tong On. "You must be careful to wait for the day I return," and after saying goodbye to Woon Gwyn and Hong Tuk, we headed straight to the land ahead. After 3 days of wandering without rest, the two of them arrived at DM Mountain, where living things are very difficult to find. This place is very suitable for practicing and avoiding the eyes of people. It was time to say goodbye to Hong Tuk, promising to bring some necessary items and food every 4 months. During that time, he took on the job of escorting goods for the largest White Dragon merchant group in the capital. Because of the raging bandit situation, I heard that soldiers had to come and stop it. But surprisingly, no matter how many times I pass by here, I have never seen a single bandit. Today is his date with Woon Gwyn, so the next place he is going is Tich DM Sun. In this place, after 4 years of hard training, Woon Gwyn finally became a muscular young man. He always tried his best to practice so that one day he could return to re-establish the North Tianman. If this was successful, it would be partly thanks to Hong Tuk's efforts, but today Voon Gwyn felt strange when he didn't come. Just like that, 2 more months passed and still there was no information to be sure that something had happened to Hong Tuk. Voon Gwyn picked up the sword and walked towards the mountain range that was covered with slashes. Now with just a thought he could easily create a powerful whirlwind of light. With just one stroke of the sword, he was able to destroy the ruins of Diem Sun Tan, opening the way for Voon Gwyn to go to the capital to find the whereabouts of Lord Hong. After 10 days of wandering, he finally reached the Bok Long trade union where Hong Tuk worked. According to his information, when asked about it, Hong Tuk had received orders to escort the third young master to the Yunnan area to resolve the trouble. It's been 6 months since Noon returned, so the merchant's boss invited experts to investigate his whereabouts. Voon Gwyn, as Hong Tuk's nephew, immediately asked to go with him. The group leader looked at him and guessed that he could dance a few sword strokes, so he agreed to go with him. The next day, a group of dozens of martial artists set out for Yunnan, including the boy Man Dung, a disciple of Hong Tuk whom he taught every day. He confided that he practiced Hong Tuk's 3 simple formulas very diligently every day but did not make progress. Just looking at Voon Gwyn, he saw that the weapon he used was too light and unsuitable. He needed to find a heavier sword. As soon as they arrived at the stopping point in Sa Cheon province, they began to choose swords. With the experience of forging swords over the past time, Voon Gwyn knows which swords are good, so he chooses Man Dung very carefully. Suddenly he noticed a smithy hidden deep in the market. As soon as the old blacksmith saw Voon Gwyn's sword, he knew it was forged by himself. Moreover, it radiates many colors. Voon Gwyn also honestly answered that it came from a stone that a tribe once worshipped. Then the whole village was massacred, so he thought this sword could contain the souls and desires of those people. At that time, it took him 2 years to forge that stone into the shape of a sword, but it was still very stubborn. No matter how many times he sharpened it, only the stone underneath was worn away. This made Voon Gwyn very excited to see who could last until the end, so he focused on sharpening his sword non-stop. After another year of perseverance, the sword finally yielded and became sharp. When the anger radiated from his body, he realized that it was a covered sword that stood on the boundary between a divine sword and a demon sword. If someone else got hold of that sword, it could become a big problem. But you also have to be careful. One mistake with the sword will make you lose your reason. Having said that, he took them both inside and guessed that the person who needed to buy a sword was the boy next to him. Although he was small but had great temperament, he immediately brought out a heavy long sword. As soon as Voon Gwyn picked it up, he immediately guessed that the red light from it proved that he made it from quality materials. Weight and size are perfect. Although it's a bit overwhelming, this is also part of the practice. With Voon Gwyn's expertise, he does not need to take money. If you want to pay, then next time you can bring wine and meat to discuss. After saying goodbye to the blacksmith, they went to the market and were noticed by a crowd. Inside was a group of scoundrels who were bullying 2 old men and women selling vegetables, making them both unable to stand still. At that moment, there was a loud voice from a tall, muscular man. With just one fist, this guy crushed the bones in a bully's hand. Even though he has a brazen appearance, he sells directly to thugs without any mercy. It's true that you shouldn't judge others based on their appearance. The 2 Voon Gwyn brothers had just returned to their resting place when they saw the warriors of the caravan celebrating their leader. The 2 people were wondering what was going on when behind them there was a giant shadow. It turned out that the brazen guy had acted heroically at the market. This guy is the leader of the military guild named Dong Chong, hired by the Bok Long trade group to investigate the incident in Yunnan. It is known that this place is contested by 2 forces, the Hegemony Guild and the Sword Sect. The tense war situation not only affected our Bok Long trade group, countless other shops also had to temporarily close. We sent a large amount of silver to the Hegemonic Association asking for cooperation but to no avail. Considering the situation of the disappearance of the merchant's 3rd young master and Voon Wen's uncle, we still have to go to the place to investigate and then figure out the next step. Leader Dong Chom had already grasped the situation, so he didn't want to listen anymore, so he went out, not forgetting to call Voon Gwyn to follow him because he felt he emitted a very special aura. After a while, He led him to a dead end but reassured him that he had no intention of harming him, but Voon Gwyn affirmed that he did not have the courage to do that. After the two exchanged a bit of domineering knowledge of each other's strength, Dong Chong immediately negotiated to resolve the matter at Yunnan. He proceeded to open a secret room and asked the old man inside to meet Hat Noyedon to provide more information about the Yunnan region. Just like that, the two walked into the dark space and were greeted by a person with a full face. It is known that Hat Noyedon is a mysterious organization that specializes in hiding behind the dark to gather information. Everything they know is extremely prestigious and valuable. The guild leader said that in addition to the two forces fighting there was the intervention of a third hand. There is still no movement from the royal court, there must be a conspiracy. Having received a little information, Dong Chong put his money in his pocket and was about to leave, but the guild master stopped him. This amount of money was too much, so he revealed a little more side information. There is a person named Gon Pyung who is looking for and intends to harm your sect. As soon as Dong Sung heard that name, he immediately recognized the infected old man. Just come over here and I'll let you know. On the way back to Dong Sung, he said that Gon Pyung was a man of high status in Seishan City. I used to be his subordinate before meeting my current comrades. Just because he knew the truth that he was transporting illegal substances, he probably wanted to take me down to cover up the clues. But don't worry, I guarantee this will not affect the journey to Yunnan. That night, Voon Gwyn watched from upstairs as the boy Man Dung practiced his new sword, and suddenly saw an army gathering on the other side and boldly going out. The next morning, when we set off, we saw them lying on the carriage, clearly not sleeping last night, combined with the rumors everyone was talking about. Last night, Lord Gon Pyung's house was raided by a group of robbers and massacred, leaving no one alive. The Han sect is very mysterious and the culprit is unknown, but Voon Gwyn has guessed everything. He believed that those subordinates were just innocent people who did not deserve to be massacred. Dong Sung doesn't think so because if only one blade of grass were left behind, it would not be able to grow in time. We are in a position where we have to think about the big picture, so if we don't act, someone will act first. Unfortunately, martial arts in the world are like that. After many days of crossing countless mountain ranges, the land of Yunnan appeared before us. This place is extremely dangerous, so Dong Sung reminded everyone to be careful again. As soon as he finished speaking, there was movement on the left. It turned out to be a girl carrying a seriously injured old man and running to call for help. She introduced herself from the Tangjia family and that she was the head uncle of the family. They were suddenly ambushed and seriously injured and asked for help. Dong Sung realized that they were famous in the world of poison and dark magic, led by the head of the poison family Vang Tanghu. Today they have an order for an antidote to the royal court. As a single saint, Tang Mun went to deliver goods, and because he had no martial arts skills, he was escorted by the beautiful Lady Tang Jiai and a group of guards. Unexpectedly, he had not gone far when a group of assassins rushed in to pursue him. They were clearly aiming for the evil Saint Tang Mun, but were quickly stopped by the beautiful Lady Tang Jiai. Although they tried to use poison to defeat and chase away the assassins, they unexpectedly still decided to rush forward. Tang Jiai realized they were suicide troops and who was behind them. Due to the recklessness of the assassins, the last group of Tang that Thursday guards led to Tang Mun being seriously injured. Very lucky to be able to escape here. Dong Sung heard that and immediately realized that the person behind it must have arranged to surround this area. Things became more and more confusing. On the other side, Voon Gwyn did not think much and agreed to help Tang Jia's group, making the deputy team leader extremely angry. Because he is a cautious person, he does not want to take on any more nonsense that affects the military assembly. But this time, Guildmaster Dong Sung came forward to stop him and agreed with Voon Gwyn's actions. Now whether or not to help these two people is no longer the issue. Fighting is definitely inevitable. In that case, helping Tang Jia to quickly control the ambushing people is the best way at present. Voon Gwyn quickly ordered Dong Sung to prepare a place to treat the old man's injuries. He had anticipated this war and immediately told the boy to be alert. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, a group of mysterious people arrived, causing a fierce battle. The leader holding the spear immediately ordered the blood demons to rush forward and slaughter everyone. Searched all this place until I found 2 mice from the Tang family. The Iron Army's side also showed no mercy and rushed into the bloodbath of the demons. They are all experts, so their large numbers cannot cause any harm. Meanwhile, Vu Nguyen was busy dealing with the leader. He soon realized that they were ambushing here but still rushed into this area. I'm sure the tense situation in Yunnan is caused by these people, so I want them to show up and ask for clarification. At this point, the leader did not bother to hide and immediately challenged. If Vu Nguyen wins this match, he will reveal the name of the person behind everything. Despite his strong mouth, even if he used all his strength, he could not touch Vu Nguyen. Even when he counterattacked, he was severely injured and vomited blood. Man Dung's side is also extremely confused. Until now I still can't believe that I encountered such a fierce battle. While praying that the enemy wouldn't come here, a guy was spotted staring at him. Panic spread throughout Man Dung's body, making him unable to move. Recall that from the beginning of the trip, he was trained many times by senior brother Vu Nguyen. There must be results. The assassin was now approaching Man Dung's face with the cold knife. At this moment, he mustered all his courage and tried to wield the blood knife, causing immense power. The power was so terrible that the assassin was surprised. But soon he vomited blood and collapsed on the spot. It turned out that beautiful woman Tang Ji had thrown a knife behind her to assist. Screaming the swallow's soul. Vu Nguyen's side is still continuously suffering from killer moves caused by the crazy leader. He decided to use his ultimate move, Long Phi, to kill Vu Nguyen. Unexpectedly, he couldn't control it with just his bare hands. Then a sword broke his tree, ending the fight. Now tell me who was behind everything in Yunnan. The stubborn bastard still refused to give up and decided not to say a word. It took Vu Nguyen to coerce him into confessing so that he could scream out in fear and confess his crime. They are the ones who made the White Dragon merchants disappear. Before he could reveal the mastermind, an arrow shot at him, forcing Vu Nguyen to step back. It contains a bag of toxic smoke surrounding it. By the time I could look back, the leader had already been taken away, but somehow escaped from Vu Nguyen's hands. He jumped up high and determined that the rats were running away and immediately rushed in pursuit. Sure enough, they carefully prepared a series of poisonous arrows to block Vu Nguyen's footsteps. After gently passing through everything and determining his location, he rushed straight to restrain the archers. He did not expect that this group of soldiers were also suicide soldiers, hugging Vu Nguyen tightly and detonating themselves. Although he was able to escape, he also let the other leader run away. In the end, I haven't been able to find anything yet, so let's go back and see the situation again. The main battlefield is now filled with toxic smoke. All the assassins automatically exploded, so no body remained intact. Luckily, everyone was not injured. The old poison Saint Tang Mun had also partially recovered and thanked everyone for their help. Promise to repay the favor of saving your life today 10 times over. Now is the time to detoxify around here, so he ordered everyone to stay 100 meters away. Very quickly, 4 bottles of mysterious poison were placed around Tang Mun, emitting sweet smoke. All were absorbed into his body to treat internal injuries. It is known that this person can make poison to revive people, so the Wanderers named him the Holy Poison Swelling. The things this family knows are truly invaluable, so they always live in hiding. As soon as he finished treatment, Vu Nguyen returned to be the beauty Tang Ji and old Tang Mun was very happy. This is their true benefactor, so they promised to repay him tenfold. I can even give it to my niece as a gift. Through the recent battle, the army assassins also knew Vu Nguyen's strength. Surely from now on martial arts in the rivers and lakes will start rumors about England. On the way to Yunnan, old Tang Mun saw Vu Nguyen sewing up his torn shirt and offered to give him a new one. But when he learned that this was a commemorative shirt that An's royal uncle had given him and wanted to keep it, he respected Vu Nguyen even more, who was very kind. Realizing that Vu Nguyen had a wound on his left hand, he immediately pulled out 2 glowing pills that not only had the effect of detoxifying, but also increased his potency 10 times without any side effects, prepared by him himself. Before the persuasion, he reluctantly accepted this price. Behind the scenes, the beautiful woman asked Voon Gwyn and learned that in the near future he did not want to go with those rigid groups anymore, so she shyly invited him to go with him to the Hegemonic Association, as well as meet some of Van Trung's masters again. Sky. Hearing these names made Voon Gwen's expression change. They were the very powerful people of the royal court who had previously forced On's father to death. Among these was one who was close to On's father. In terms of position, Voon Gwyn should be called his uncle, but he was also the first to betray on that fateful day. The name Du Round scares me and I will never forget it. It was time to say goodbye. Voon Gwyn thanked Miss Tang Di for the invitation, but he had to refuse. She regretted not being able to go with a handsome man, so she brought out a piece of jade pendant to give to him. Not everyone has this thing, even in the Sangha. It can help On avoid being prosecuted for his identity by Van Trung Tien. Looking at the affectionate attitude of the uncle's niece, he immediately knew that a relationship was blooming. Finally arrived at the gate of the Hegemonic Guild. The old group leader expressed regret that Voon Gwyn did not go with him because he is an outstanding player. However, he knew that the guards felt worried about this person. Even the Iron Army Association must have had their pride hurt quite a bit, so they still had the intention of glaring. Furthermore, this guy likes to act on his own and has no intention of following orders, so it's best to say goodbye now. Suddenly the reluctant boy ran from behind and asked to go with Voon Gwyn. Because Brother Gwyn is the one who lights up the dream in us, we want to test to see how far this dream can push us forward. Here I know some of the roads and can see the map, so I definitely won't become your burden. Only now did the business owner notice that this boy was always following Voon Gwyn closely, which is why this incident happened, but in the end he still agreed. Remember, if you want to return to the Bak Long merchant group, there is always room for you. After saying goodbye, the two of them headed straight to the north to begin a new journey. The monk's monastic side finally met the sect leader of the Bogwin Association. He had a booming voice that made the other person feel cold and promised to investigate the identity of the group of assassins. Even though Dak Tan met him for the second time, the uncomfortable feeling when facing this powerful demon still did not change. His name is Jio Chan Hu. At this time, Voon Gwyn and Man Dung found an inn to rest. Because he had something to do, he advised the boy to stay here for a few days and continue practicing martial arts. I got up, held my sword straight and focused on using my strength. When I get back, I'll check it out and remember to practice hard. After preparing everything, he went down to ask the second person, a scholar named Hazan, and learned that he was once a talented person. But one day, Fat Diane suddenly heard that he was possessed by a ghost, so everyone called him Kung Tien Sin. Having said this, the young man opened his shirt and signaled that he would ask for more information. This is also a normal thing in gangsters, so Voon Gwyn immediately gave him a sum of money and learned that Hazan was in the southern restaurant area. That place is full of thugs who organize gambling, so guests should be careful. Very quickly, Voon Gwyn arrived at the casino and was welcomed by brazen thugs. It seemed that this Hazan had caused a lot of aggression with them, so when he heard someone was coming to find the leader, he was extremely angry and ordered his subordinates to attack Voon Gwyn. Obviously in this situation, a light touch was the best way, so he immediately gave each child a snap of his fingers and threw them back unconscious. At this point, the leader realized that he had provoked the wrong person, so he knelt down in fear and asked to confess everything. This casino has been doing business for a long time, but out of nowhere that guy and Mr. Hazan suddenly appeared. He somehow won an uncountable amount of money in the casino. To get his money back and prevent him from having the opportunity to defraud anyone, we decided to cut off one of his hands. Strangely, he was somehow able to summon a beautiful fairy-like goddess, causing us to lose consciousness, and when we woke up, he and the money were gone. Then Voon Gwyn immediately went to investigate information about this guy and learned that he could create illusions and was very knowledgeable about human personality. Following the direction of the witnesses, he entered a forest in the southern suburbs and saw many strangely shaped rocks. It took a while for Voon Gwyn to realize that this was an extremely complicated type of virtual formation. This name is truly unusual. Immediately he tried to calm down as the illusions of monsters around him suddenly disappeared. Now was the time to strike. He was lucky enough to slash straight forward, breaking for a moment to reveal a figure. He was third brother Jin Hu. At this time, Jin sat drinking tea and talked with Voon Gwyn and learned that he knew her through an old uncle. Until now, he still couldn't believe that this skinny scholar could break his illusion. The more he thought about it, the angrier Jin became, so he slammed down his teacup to see if his algorithm had any flaws. It seems like the quiver is getting weaker, so we have to re-evaluate the quadrilateral. So, the middle level of restraint needs to be tried. Voon Gwyn saw him focusing on calculating like crazy, so he thought to himself that perhaps all geniuses were like that. He explained that he relied on feeling to figure out where to attack. Why did he have to create such complicated art? Maybe you want to control the whole sky? After chatting for a while, Voon Gwyn then got straight to the point and asked Jin about his uncle's disappearance. As soon as he mentioned it, he immediately knew and advised him to leave because the force behind it was extremely great. This is absolutely impossible because he is someone I am willing to sacrifice to save. Faced with Voon Gwyn's determination, Jin finally advised him to go to Nocton. Although he didn't know exactly, there had been a lot of strange things there lately. Now that he had a clue, Voon Gwyn immediately invited Jin to go with him, making him crazy. People still don't know who I am. Moreover, this place is extremely peaceful, which I really like. While Jin was giving countless reasons to refuse, Voon Gwyn stopped him and said he was just a coward. To find this, I asked many people and they all used your nickname. Usually crazy people have strange and unreasonable actions, but he was different. Every action is consistent. I guess he probably wants to understand people's hearts. Want to find people who struggle when pushed to the limit. After pondering for a while, Jin burst out laughing as if he had found Chi Kai and in the end still did not agree to go with Voon Gwyn. Between heaven and earth, humans are completely alone. Only that person can maintain balance, otherwise this time will no longer have a reason to exist. He kept talking nonsense as he walked, but Voon Gwyn still understood everything and thanked him for drinking tea together. If there is fate, we will meet again. The scene changes to the same devil at the Uncle Gwyn assembly. He was discussing with the old commander about choosing someone to manage this place to scout out neighboring lands. Through the conversation, I found out that he is an extremely ambitious person who does not want to settle down in this small power. If he had remained at peace, there would have been no reason to betray Voon Gwyn's father 10 years ago. After defeating the cruel Tin De group, Tran Quang-Ho ignored the devil's suggestion, which made him extremely angry. He believes that to hold supreme power in his hands, there must be great sacrifices in exchange. There will be action from the clouds in the sky soon, so we must end this matter as quickly as possible. The plan to deal with him was left entirely to his son, Jeokyung. Although different from his father, Jeokyung is not as majestic, but he still has some spirit and a quite dignified attitude. The sharp eyes and elegant gestures are worthy of being from a famous family. At this time, Jeokyung was receiving the White Dragon Trade Group and the leader of the Iron Army Association to ask them to investigate the disappearance of their people. In return, if this is successful, the relationship between the Hegemony Guild and the White Dragon Trade Group will become increasingly closer. This is one of the largest commercial corporations today, so in terms of hegemony, the association will benefit more than it harms. Thinking for a while, he thought that this group of white merchants was not needed for the time being. The person who brings the greatest benefit to me right now is the group of people from the Iron Group, so I agreed to help and immediately called my subordinates to discuss the plan. Until now, two things, honor and fairness, no longer exist in the Wanderer. It's all just self-interest. After all, the place Jeokyung has always felt most peaceful is in the far north. Han remembers the peaceful time when he was not imprisoned and played freely with Voon Gwyn. That innocent face of his little brother he will never forget. At the same time, Voon Gwyn was on his way back thinking about the information Hazen provided. His next destination would be Nocton. The Blood Demon commander previously said he would become a tool to help the person behind paint the big picture. After walking for a while, Voon Gwyn noticed the sound of a piano playing a tune that signaled that someone was intentionally trying to hear it, so he quickly went looking for it. Compared to cultivating sword magic or spear magic, controlling the sound law to cultivate the sound method is extremely difficult. Voon Gwyn soon found the source of the sound and guessed that he was a very scary sound magician. As soon as he met Voon Gwyn, he introduced himself as Gi Umzel, a subordinate of the person behind the chaos in Yunnan. Just because he was curious about Vun Wen's strength when defeating the Blood Demon commander, he came to visit. Truly a master when he was the first person to understand the sacred sounds he created. During the conversation, he revealed that the people in Bak Thuong Don and Hong Tuk were still alive, but because they were still in the plan, they could not be released. It seemed like words couldn't solve the problem. Vun Wen immediately pulled out his sword and forced him to reveal his lair. Gi Umzel was also ready to take a defensive stance, but he said he didn't want to fight right now. Sure enough, before coming here, this guy had carefully prepared and easily dodged Vun Wen's fast attacks like before. Then, taking advantage of the rain, he emitted a series of high-pitched sounds and disappeared in front of his opponent, not forgetting to meet again. At this time, Vun Wen returned home to meet Man Dung again. Unexpectedly, just in the past few days, the boy who has been practicing hard according to Vun Wen's method has developed bulging muscles. I heard that young people develop very quickly, but this is really a bit too much. Let's rest today to gain strength to go to Nocton. On the way, Vun Wen saw that Man Dung seemed very excited about this trip, but he thought that he should not have been in danger with him like that. Man Dung reassured him that he was not afraid of anything and was very happy to be with a master like Huin. Not long ago, after my mother left, only I and my father remained to take care of each other. He promised to earn enough money to open a small shop but ended up dying in an accident. From then on, in order to receive his father's good understanding, Uncle Hong was accepted into the Bak Long Thuong Don and was trained very well by him. In the end, I didn't have any talent, so I had to suffer quite a bit. But I heard that the place we are going to is very interesting because Yunnan is a hot and humid area. Once you arrive at the Imperial Citadel, the weather will be extremely cool. In the evening, they decided to set up camp right at Taung Nguyen Beach to rest. Vun Wen did not expect that this little brother's life would not be much different from his own. The time I practiced in Tich Diem Sun was about the same age as the boy is now. On the other side, Man Dung was diligently practicing swinging his sword when he saw Vun Wen holding a chopstick and walking forward, wanting to fight. He felt both excited and tense when being directly taught by his senior brother, but he couldn't move. Facing Vun Wen even though he only held a chopstick made him feel great danger and pressure. Before his panic ended, Vun Wen appeared right behind him and lightly tapped his chopstick on his head, sending him flying several meters away, making him extremely dizzy. His strength is completely different from the blood demon that Man Dung once faced. After blocking that guy's move, I thought my swordsmanship had improved a lot, but in reality it was just luck. Man Dung didn't understand why he tried so hard to practice every day but was still so weak. Unable to accept the truth, Man Dung held the knife tightly and aimed straight at the brother and rushed forward, but Vun Wen only lightly tapped him to correct his posture, causing him to collapse. Once you raise the sword, you have to use more strength with your arms. The movements are too stiff so your reflexes are slow, and your legs have to hold firmly on the ground. Each instruction from the brother was an attack that caused Man Dung to scream in extreme pain, causing the entire area to shake. Finally, the chopsticks in Vun Wen's hand broke, ending the training session. He commented that Man Dung learned very well, so more training sessions like this will be needed. The next morning, on the way, the two of them encountered a 100-person army of carriages passing by. They did not expect that there was a monk named Tangmon in it. He said that the group of powerful people suddenly changed their plans and ordered them to go to Nocton, and this is the number of troops to follow to protect. This fat man is the genius responsible for leading the group to protect us. As soon as he heard that Vun Wen sacrificed his life to save the other two, the fat man was very grateful and admired. It seems he still doesn't recognize Vun Wen, but how could he forget his childhood years? After a day of traveling, they decided to rest at the foot of the mountain to eat and drink. Man Dung realized that this was exactly the same as the dish the monk cooked for him last night, not knowing what their relationship was. From the moment they met, the Tien Bat commander noticed that Vun Wen looked very familiar. If that boy was still alive, he would probably be the same age as this boy, but this is impossible. The fourth generation head of Bak Tien Man never taught the boy martial arts. At that time, he was only allowed to read books and write poetry, but this person exuded a very strange aura that he had never seen before. Han sighed and blamed himself for trying to forget those memories, but now they keep coming back. The poor child abandoned in the harsh north inevitably died. I'm doing something that I know I shouldn't do, but there's no other way. Even the fourth hero close to the sect leader turned his back, so a small person like me had to cowardly endure it. Every day that passes makes me more and more miserable. I thought I could leave everything in the past, but when I looked at this young man, everything came back very clearly. After resting, the army continued on its way and suddenly realized that there were many intact bodies ahead. Looking at it, I saw that the person who acted was extremely cruel when everything was torn to pieces. Woon-won observed closely and did not see any sharp tooth marks or scratches. It must have been someone with extremely strong hands to be able to tear a body into so many pieces like this. Besides, if he had martial arts skills, he would definitely find a cleaner way to kill, so it can be confirmed that the murderer has a bloodthirsty nature like an animal. It's true that if you keep going, you will encounter obstacles, so everyone has to be extra vigilant. Nocton is right in front of you. At this time, the whole group had arrived safely, so Woon-won asked permission to say goodbye to everyone here. He decided to investigate places where the White Dragon Company could rest. They were traveling with a large group of people, so they would have chosen a large inn. Searching until dusk, they discovered that only this shop was the largest small building. I expected there to be a lot of people here, but when I opened the door, I only saw the owner cleaning up. After arranging the room for the two, the owner immediately brought up a sumptuous dinner, introducing this as a specialty braised fish dish, wishing you a delicious meal. The two of them had to admit that this dish was amazing, but after only eating a few pieces, they fainted and must have been drugged. At this time, the shop owner revealed himself to be a member of the Black Moon Shadow organization. This traditional doctor received orders from the guildmaster to follow Woon-won because she soon realized that he was not an ordinary person. After his father felt sorry for him for a while, he did not notice anything unusual on Woon-won's body. But the sword talisman he placed over there caught his attention. As if captivated, he approached to pick up the sword, but it seemed to have a premonition. The black gas on the sword flew to wrap around Woon-won as if to warn him, startling him awake. He didn't expect that just by appearing in the martial arts world, he would begin to let his guard down. In front of him was a man named Han Noyeon, holding a talisman sword in his hand, standing blankly as if captivated. Most importantly, he unconsciously answered Woon-won's questions as if controlled by the sword. He immediately took advantage of this to exploit information and learned that a few days ago, a group of crazy people appeared with many times more power than normal people. They were unable to recognize their relatives and simply rushed in to bite and tear everyone. Van Trung Tien and Ba Quan-hoi determined that the cause was a strange poison, so they called the monks to investigate. Before he could finish listening, two black shadows suddenly appeared rushing towards the two people, intending to attack. Woon-won quickly took back the sword, causing the detective to wake up and see that it was his two pet dogs and his fruit. After sitting there dumbfounded for a while, he remembered that he had been controlled by the sword and revealed a lot of secret information, so the owl rushed towards Woon-won, intending to kill him. This youngin was known to be Hak Noyet's highest level god, but he was stupid and didn't know how much strength he had. Woon-won fed him so much that the two pets were afraid and sat up like puppies. At this time, the boy Man-dung was woken up by the dog licking his face all over. Unexpectedly, in just a blink of an eye, the room was devastated and he also saw his senior brother sitting across from an evil tyrant, making him unable to understand anything. Youngin still did not give up, repeatedly cursing the two dogs in Vuo for betraying their master when they fought with Woon-won like that. Although Hak Noyeon wanted to investigate Woon-won, he didn't want to know anything about them. There's only one thing, the missing people in Yunnan want to know the mastermind behind it. Until we have all the information we need, why don't we try being allies? How do you feel? Scene changed to the Sangha Association's research area. They captured a few people in the same group who looked extremely fierce, and according to the investigation, they were all the leaders of the Iron Army Association. According to Mr. Tangman, this is not a normal form of coagulation and is probably quite similar to rabies. Leader Tien Bat has tried many types of narcotics, but none of them have any effect. His blood contains a very strong antibiotic. In that case, the monk immediately pulled out a bottle of sedatives prepared by Tai Lao himself, which indeed caused the man and his victim to lie on their backs and lose consciousness. Now is the time to research, but after a while, I discovered that these people are poisoned by minerals. Suddenly, Lao felt something was wrong when this guy woke up too early compared to the effects of the medicine. Miss Tang Di immediately grabbed the man and the man to prevent him from harming the medicine man, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not pry his hand away. At this point, Tian Bat had to strike and immediately punched him away, pinning him to the wall in time to save the poison saint. Symptoms of toxic minerals are that they will affect each part of the body, causing the host to gradually die. But I have never seen a case where a poisonous mineral helps the body produce such strong force that it goes crazy. At this time, something unexpected happened when Tian Ba was too strong and forced to death the same person, the only experimental subject that the whole team had worked hard to capture. Old Tang Mon believes that the cause of death was not due to the leader but due to the sudden increase in strength that made the internal organs unable to withstand the pressure. No matter how long it takes, we must find the cause of this. On Voon Wen's side, after walking around, he saw that the market in the Yunnan area was very deserted. Indeed, the impact of the fighting between the two forces had caused considerable damage. Up to now, Trung Yen's secret agent, in his new identity, is still angry when he is controlled by Voon Wen. I didn't expect that a hidden moon-level character like me would lose to this damn guy. It's true, as the head of the association said, this guy is not ordinary. While thinking about a plan, he was startled and turned to Mon Dung to find him looking at him with admiring eyes. With momentum, he used his ability to transform into countless identities, from a bald old monk to a fat rich man. Not only the body but also the clothes can be created, which are both terrible and not terrible. Mon said his ability was not for circus performance, but when he heard Mon Dung's praise, he was extremely excited to perform a few more acts before agreeing. But the problem is that no matter how he disguises himself, Voon Wen still realizes that for some reason, the strange talisman sword with the ability to hypnotize must be stolen. When it was mentioned, it immediately reacted, emitting a bit of aura that alerted Voon Wen. In fact, this sword cannot be used by anyone but On. I admit that Young In is not the type of mentally weak person, but I did not expect that he was also controlled by the magic sword. It proves that this sword is very powerful, but from the moment he arrived at Yunnan City, he clearly felt the instability of the sword because its aura seemed to be more powerful. When it was just a meteorite, Uncle mentioned finding it here in Yunnan. It is said that it was worshipped by a tribe but then was massacred by some force and there was no one left. Maybe I have to spend some time going to that tribe to find out more information. Maybe I can find a way to make it stronger. At that moment, Voon Wen noticed a stall selling weapons and immediately picked up a sharp sword. After being shouted at, the 6 British coins he pretended to leave were actually quickly held back by the shop owner and reduced to 2 dimes. Just opening the store was unlucky and met the god of war in bargaining. But what Voon Wen needs is not the sword but its source. He was willing to pay 6 coins for him to tell him where the sword was placed and know it came from the black market. The 3 people started to go to that black market. Voon Wen thought that this sword was similar in style to Central Plains weapons and must have been imported from the north of Hunan Citadel. This is very strange because it is very difficult for imported weapons to enter Yunnan, but this market has a lot of them. Old Trung Yen listened to the analysis and became even more afraid of Voon Wen when he could find clues just by walking around the market. Mon Dung next to him still didn't understand what the matter had to do with anything, so he was muzzled by Lao Trung Yen. The fact that there were suddenly so many foreign weapons for sale in Yunnan meant that it must have come from a certain location. It can be hypothesized that these weapons belong to the missing merchant companies and guards and that the person responsible for this incident sold those items on the black market. Everything was clear. 3 people and 2 animals immediately went straight there. Only at night does the black market open and not everyone can enter. As expected, this place sells countless strange weapons and the information about their origin is kept strictly confidential by the seller. Even though the law was like that, a masked person among the guests still deliberately asked questions with challenging words. The innkeeper immediately noticed something strange and before he could call his soldiers to attack, the calm guy struck first. It turned out that all the guests here were his people, so he brutally massacred them without sparing anyone. Only then did I realize that this was the force of the immortal soldiers of the hegemonic society. The entire place was surrounded, not allowing any rats to escape. This is the end for those who dare to roam our territory. Let's all kill these scoundrels and bring the leader back here alive for me. According to the order of the leader of the fairies, they must kill all of them, no matter whether they are male or female. At this time, the leader of the fairy soldiers stood on a nearby building and observed many suspicious people. An old man knows how to throw darts, and on the other side is a young woman who fights with a kitchen knife. Since when did these scoundrels dare to disguise themselves and invade Yunam's citadel? And even threaten the hegemonic society? If only a few merchants lost their items, it would be okay, but they would affect our reputation and the people's trust in us. Also, giving the Van Trung Tien group the opportunity to intervene in dealing with this matter in Yunnan is truly unacceptable. When this place was just a battlefield filled with the smell of blood, it was too late for the Vung Nguyen group to rush over. Looking at the scene, everyone had been replaced by blood demons, but there were also bodies of civilians. There were still signs left by the perpetrators, so he immediately rushed to hunt them down, causing Young In to panic and call Deng to quickly chase them. At the same time, the leader of Tien Ba was wiping the blood of the crazy man who doubted his purpose in following his master here. Since starting to build the martial arts school, Yunam, the master that I trusted completely changed and became brutal and cruel. If we continue to follow, we don't know what will happen to the hegemonic association in the future. At this moment, a crazy guard ran in and reported that many experts were slaughtering people. Sure enough, when he ran out, he heard everyone's screams and thick smoke, so he ordered everyone to stay and protect the monks. And I'll go deal with these guys. As soon as Tien Ba ran to the place, he saw a guy and immediately used his 8-2 fist to restrain him. Unexpectedly, when he stepped forward to pick up the murderer's armor, he was stunned to realize that these were the soldiers of the fairies. He confessed that this was his master's order to destroy all those bastards without leaving anyone behind. Because most of them were disguised as people in Noctan, the master ordered them to kill them by mistake rather than miss them. At this point, Tien Ba could no longer endure his cruelty. Now he has made his own decision. On the other side, 3 fairy soldiers were preparing to kill a citizen they suspected was an enemy in disguise when they were blown away by a powerful blast of power. The person with this aura is none other than the blood demon leader. He is back and more powerful than before. Look, when both sides are scum, why do you get to decide who gets to live in a good place and who has to be exiled to a remote and dangerous place? According to the plan that Gi Umzal outlined, he must cause a greater destruction of the hegemony. The more evil he acts, the more beneficial he will be. He was screaming loudly, "Just as you wanted, tonight I will dye this thread red." At the same time, the Vung Nguyen group followed countless people lying around and ran very close to the fighting area. Looking at the extremely tragic scene, Moon Dung couldn't help but feel confused about the actions of the hegemons. At this moment, Vung Nguyen discovered the first 3 names but arrived too late when no one was alive around. Seeing the stranger, the overbearing fairies prepared to destroy everyone. Chinese medicine immediately recognized their bodies and used sound transmission to prevent Vung Nguyen from taking action because this group of hegemony was extremely elite trained and not easy to eat. Vung Nguyen also soon realized that the move they were using was the 100,000 fists of the previous Baek Tianmon. It is this type of punching and kicking that makes the hands stronger and can defeat thousands of soldiers. After defeating the evil spirits, this type of punch was banned because it shortened the user's lifespan and caused countless unnecessary accidents. Vung Nguyen did not expect that the old power demon would trade the lives of his subordinates just to gain power and was extremely angry. But after all, they had already killed many Vung Nguyen people, so they pulled out their swords and took a basic route. Immediately all 3 men exploded like fireworks, their bodies no longer intact. This was the first time Moon Dung saw his brother being so scary when he acted without mercy. His aura now radiated with extremely great oppression. At that moment, 2 other guys panicked and rushed to avenge their teammates, who were also kicked by Vung Nguyen. Trung Yen guessed that this was the first time Vung Nguyen became out of control like this. It's best for us to keep a little distance because approaching will be very dangerous. I hope I'm not controlled by that sword. He then used his signal to tell Earth and Vuyu to stay and watch, but if he felt danger, immediately abort the mission and quickly escape. On the other side, leader Tien Bat also sensed the strange appearance that had just appeared and quickly ran over. At that moment, Tien Bat saw a fairy soldier torturing a woman and shouted loudly to stop him. If that person threatens the reputation of our hegemony, then just kill him, why bother torturing him? As soon as he withdrew his words, the fox fairy suddenly turned around and waved his hand, killing the woman immediately. Then he turned around and blamed him for being too stubborn with his tattered ideals. If he is an upright person, then who is the traitor who turns his back on the North Tianman? That time, why didn't you step forward to protect the reputation of that sect leader and accept to follow us? It's because the sect master felt that you were upset that he assigned you the task of being a guard this time. From now on, when Tien Bat noticed that his surroundings were surrounded by dozens of immortal soldiers, he was definitely the evil mastermind who wanted to kill him a long time ago. Now there is no other choice but to risk your life and fight. At this time, the leader of the fairy soldiers received a report that the hiding place of the person who created the crazy people appeared was in an abandoned foreign hospital. That place is deep in the Rocky Mountains, he must have escaped there. Fortunately, none of the people in the middle of the sky have ever set foot in, otherwise they would definitely take the initiative and our plan in Nocton would soon be revealed. Hearing the reports, he was extremely satisfied and was certain that once they destroyed them all, the reputation of the hegemony on the Jiangho would become even stronger. If we rescue the missing merchant companies, no one will doubt us anymore. The game has only just begun. At the same time, Vu Nguyen's side was frantically searching to destroy all the fairy soldiers when he discovered a familiar aura that was gradually becoming weaker. He rushed forward and was shocked to see that General Tien Bat had been seriously injured and had lost both arms, lying collapsed under the cliff. Only now did he look up and bitterly asked Vu Nguyen if he was the son of the sect master Bak Tien Kai Monk. After pondering for a while, he confirmed that he was right. When I was young, he was the one who taught me my first lessons. It was a bit surprising, but he had already guessed Vu Nguyen's identity. I only regret one thing for not confirming it sooner because I felt too guilty. He apologized very much for cowardly following the wrong path with those people who ruined his life. Before he could finish his thoughts, Tien Bat suddenly passed away from losing too much blood. Witnessing this made Vu Nguyen even angrier and determined to never forgive them. On the other side, the black market merchant is being closely pursued by the fairy soldiers. Fortunately, the Blood Demon team risked their lives to stay and block the way, so he was able to escape here, but he probably would have lost power very quickly. Finally, he returned safely and told his master about being ambushed. Perhaps those hegemons have guessed my whereabouts and they will soon chase me away. The magician Gi Umzul had planned all this in advance but could not leave this place because his mission was to succeed at all costs. Even if it costs his life, he must carry out the plan to reawaken the force of tranquility to become as powerful as before. As predicted, just a moment later, the fairy soldiers surrounded the entire mountain. Inside, the leader who led the army inside was constantly amazed at the number of prisoners being held. All of them were missing letters and soldiers who were forced to experiment and became extremely crazy. The whole group walked for a while until they reached the end of the cave, only to see a figure wearing an instrument on his back standing tall on the thin rock. That was Gi Umzul, who very calmly welcomed the leader of the elven soldiers who deigned to visit. He claimed to be the one who gave all the orders and affirmed that he had no intention of running away. Only then did the old leader of the fairy soldiers realize that this was the leader of the Disdained sect and that he had intentionally exposed this place from the beginning, but now it was too late to run away. Gi Umzul immediately announced that it was time for the crazy people to eat. They had all been starved for days and needed a hearty buffet. As soon as he finished speaking, all the cages opened, making the old leader and the fairies extremely scared. You guys are only worthy of being their snacks, but the main meal I want is that guy who is leisurely at home. I would be very happy if he also appeared tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, all the crazy people rushed madly to tear down the fairy soldiers. No matter how powerful their martial arts skills are, when faced with such a large and aggressive crowd, everyone can only scream in vain and be tortured to death. Compared to the number of people massacred by those damn old men in the middle of the sky, this is not much. Hazan exclaimed amid the frantic screams of the people below, reassuring himself that everything would pass quickly. Suddenly he noticed a strange aura. His close guard was being pierced by a sharp blade, trying to call his master to run away. Because Vu Nguyen appeared, the aura radiated, completely different from the first time the two met. Sure enough, as soon as Vu Nguyen finished speaking, the crazy people stood there stunned. It took a while for the fairies to regain their senses, but they still didn't know they were about to face death. As soon as they opened their mouths, Vu Nguyen swung his sword and turned them into ashes. A random guy rushing to take revenge also lost 2 arms. It took him a while to realize it. The old leader of Tien Bin realized the danger and immediately ordered his subordinates to come forward and solve the problem. Upon receiving the mission, he screamed loudly and threatened that Vu Nguyen had messed with the Ba Nguyen Hoi and would definitely die. Before he could finish speaking, he had to stay silent because he didn't have anything left to say. Now in this mountain no one can be Vu Nguyen's opponent. Anger made him stronger than ever. Gi Umzal also predicted that Vu Nguyen would intervene in this matter, but did not expect it to happen so quickly. Moreover, his actions were very cruel, making the leader extremely scared. He personally massacred many sects in Yunnan, so he guessed that perhaps this person came here to take revenge. Even though he was extremely scared, he still tried his best to shout out the Ba Nguyen Hoi to threaten Vu Nguyen. As expected, these cruel people have always been so complacent. Just to capture a few bastards, you dare to order the massacre of all innocent people and Nocton soldiers. Do you know how many people's blood has been shed today? With that question, the leader realized that this person was not one of the massacred disciples. Now that he noticed it, he felt somewhat familiar as if he had met him before. But now was not the time to consider that, so he blamed the Tinde faction. It's all because they forced us to do it. At this moment, the leader Blood Demon returned and wanted to fight Vu Nguyen again to avenge the previous battle. While he was talking about his new ability, Vu Nguyen kept looking for his uncle but could not find him. As expected, this made Nam Tsang angry and rushed forward with his spear to attack, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not hit him. However, it must be recognized that he had become much stronger, causing many difficulties for Vu Nguyen. The battle broke out so fiercely that the leader of the fairy soldiers was also afraid. At this level, only a master would be able to defeat them. Suddenly he was startled to discover that Gi Umzal had been standing behind him. He quietly bent down and told the leader to listen clearly. Today I come here to announce to everyone in this world that we will return. For a long time, the wanderers have completely forgotten our majestic image. As he spoke, Gi Umzal picked up the instrument and emitted a strong source of murderous aura. Realizing the danger, the leader panicked and ran away, but not far. He and all his accomplices were torn to pieces by the sound of the piano, unable to yawn. Although Vu Nguyen was busy dealing with Nam Tsang, he still recognized this type of sound magic. That Gi Umzal took advantage of the cave to amplify the power of his attack. I need to use thousands of shadows to protect the acupuncture points. Meanwhile, he still has to fight off this annoying Nam Tsang. It seems he has become much stronger than before and is not affected by sound. That soundbender's control had reached a superior level. Now he had to fight both of them. It was really difficult. After a while of fighting, Vu Nguyen was attacked by them at the same time and seriously injured. If this situation persisted, it wouldn't end well, so he decided to speed up the attack. The sword also created countless silhouettes, trapping Nam Tsang in the middle, creating thousands of slashes. Now it was Gi Umzal's turn. He skillfully climbed to avoid all the approaching sound waves. Realizing the danger, he had to stop and was about to retreat, but something was very strange. It turned out that underneath he was being held tightly by the old fairy soldier's hem. Unexpectedly, he still stubbornly refused to die. Even if he was lucky enough to avoid Vu Nguyen's sword, with this unfavorable situation he could not avoid death. The second sword strike shocked Gi Umzal. Nam Tsang's close friend used his body to block the blow and was immediately split into 2 halves. At this moment, he had completely collapsed in extreme pain, but not because of the cut he had just suffered, but because this twisted body was helpless to help Gi Umzal. Remember when he was a child, Gi Umzal was always bullied because of his weak body, but luckily Nam Tsang was always there to protect him. These two children were left in this place of death right from birth, but Gyumzul was still determined to escape from here. Our people gradually died of starvation and illness that could not be cured in time. Wanting to survive until tomorrow is also an extremely difficult task, so why doesn't anyone step forward to change this reality? We don't know what the future will be like, but one thing is certain, we deserve a full life, not only that, but also to be treated like a normal human being. My plan is to bring a few people back to the outside free world to do big things to help the gang. I think this is the reason I still exist until now. No matter how carefully Gyumzul planned, he did not expect that his plan would be ruined. Even his best friend would die right before his eyes, making him extremely angry. It was still so powerful that it crushed the guitar and then broke off with the final sound wave, causing a huge shock. Now, in front of Gyumzul's eyes, he was the only relative who was no longer intact. Nam Tsung only had time to say a few last words and then he left the shroud, causing him great pain. Woongwin stepped out from the dust and smoke, all of which were the retribution they caused. Families were devastated, parents lost children, children were also wiped out, love became pain. Friends forever leaving and never coming back, is the feeling of tens of thousands of innocent people out there. Finally, for what purpose do you create crazy people? After pondering for a moment, he then agreed with Woongwin that he had felt the taste of retribution. But perhaps this is an inevitable trade-off to send them a warning. Woongwin was a bit surprised when he learned that the type of swordsmanship he practiced was compatible with 100,000 images. He remembered what his master had said, when a person witnesses 10,000 images merging with their own eyes, they will feel like darkness is gradually coming to surround their mind. The soul will feel like it has been torn into 100 pieces, the body will become stagnant and unable to move on one foot. That's what we feel right now. As I guessed, you are the last descendant of the North Tianmon 10 years ago. At this time, Woongwin did not bother to hide his identity and soon guessed that the person standing in front of him was a descendant of the four great masters of Tinda, a disciple of Van Tuam. Gyumzul immediately pulled out a flute to prepare for the second battle. Woongwin tried to swing his sword to block the sound waves he continuously emitted. Just questioned about other places where prisoners were kept, but he definitely did not say that Woongwin had to find them himself. At that time, when I heard the news that Woongwin had unfortunately passed away, I truly felt sorry for him. If our biggest enemy is the North Tianmon, if it really disappears, no one will remember us anymore. In fact, the four great masters of Tinda are actually still alive, but they are also facing their own problems. It's funny how all those stupid people out there think that both Baek Tianmon and Tingo have been eliminated. No one expected that today the descendants of both sides would meet. I always hoped that sect leader Woongwin would show me an amazing sword fight against Van Trung Tien, but it seems I've gone a bit overboard this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he released a series of powerful negative energy blasts straight towards Woongwin, making it very difficult for him to avoid. It is known that the Heavenly Ghost Sound is one of the most powerful moves in sound magic. Since the time of Baek Tianmon and Tindao, there have been rumors that someone used this technique to massacre many people. It seems that it is not a rumor. But no matter how strong you are, you will be defeated before my sword. At this time, Gyumzul was extremely surprised by Woongwin's strength when he avoided everything. As soon as he saw Woongwin approaching, he still used all his strength to emit sound waves to block the sword's path, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hold back and was thrown away with an earth-shattering explosion. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, leaving a deep cut on the cliff, and Gyumzul also disappeared. He was still not dead. Woongwin felt the aura Gyumzul emitted, and sure enough, he managed to hide behind. Not knowing how to escape, he even used a challenging voice to praise Woongwin for being very good. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Woongwin flash past him, causing everything to fall apart, a conclusion worthy of a talkative guy. Woongwin was about to turn to look for his uncle when he saw the stubborn Gyumzul trying to get up. He walked with heavy steps towards Woongwin, trembling and trying to give him a soft kiss. Having nothing more to say, he lightly brushed his foot, causing Gyumzul to fall to the ground. At this moment, he was no different from red meat, not knowing what force had forced him to this step. Looking at Woongwin's expression, he knew he meant pity, but this was not necessary. My death was only a small part of the great destiny out there. Most importantly, the end of this poor man can change the fate of Tin De and Van Trung Tien. If Tin De is revived, I will have nothing to regret. Only then did he shed his first tears, silently calling the name of Master Chiu Sun Vong Dong. I hope you can feel this disciple's limit and appear in the world again, please. Gi Umzal kept holding on to that false hope until he couldn't bear it anymore and finally stopped moving completely. Voon Nguyen no longer encountered any obstacles. Unfortunately, he could not know the location of his uncle. Suddenly he knelt down and vomited blood. It was obvious that the battle just now had worn away too much of his strength. The airflow inside was extremely chaotic. Fortunately, there was still the medicinal pill that the old poison saint had given him before, which was truly a miracle medicine. In the end, the names of 10,000 words, the things that make you risk your life. What you always said is your living ideal. The things you strive to achieve, calculating horrible plans only bring you closer to a tragic death. Suddenly, an extremely great pressure weighed down on Voon Nguyen, making him extremely tense, feeling that if he moved just a little bit, he would die instantly. Since when could that hidden black shadow come this close without him even realizing it? Voon Nguyen tried to observe that he was wearing a robe that resembled falling wings, and a silver spear with a ghostly face and cold, deadly eyes. He is the strongest of the 4 demon kings of Tinda, Black Huyen Thuang. Although Voon Nguyen recognized his identity, it was impossible to deal with him. Unexpectedly, that guy's plan to call out this demon was successful at the last minute. Hak Huyen Thuang just walked up to his disciple who was just a pile of meat and thanked him for doing everything for Tinda. Forgive me for being late, you are always the hope of our sect and a child who always shines like a star in the sky. The difference has helped solidify your position. At an extremely young age you saw the nature of the world that longs for a future that helps us revive. But the extreme method you used also made you sacrifice your life. Then he glanced at Voon Nguyen and immediately recognized the 4th generation master of the North Tien Mon, making him extremely surprised. How could he not know Tin Da's biggest enemy, the tiger who always hides behind a disguise? Saying that, the black mysterious spear lightly swung the weapon down, creating a vibration that shook the entire area. Voon Nguyen's speed is too fast, even if he's not careful, he can be hit. I thought I had escaped, but suddenly the demon spear appeared right before my eyes. Immediately rushed straight into his heart, causing him to have no time to turn and crash into the cliff. From one surprise to another, Voon Nguyen still did not die, even he couldn't believe it. When he pulled out the broken piece of jade, he realized that it had taken the fatal blow for him. It was the beauty Tang Di gave him before, although small, it was enough to save his life or else he would have been skewered to death. Although he thought he had reached a certain level, Voon Nguyen was overwhelmed by that old man even when he was angry. He clutched the sword in trembling fear. It was like the whole cave was vibrating damply under his feet. From a distance, one could feel the mountain's violent wobble, then suddenly it collapsed. The shock spread all the way to Young In, causing him to startle in horror. One of Tin Da's demon kings confronts the last sect master of the Northern Heaven's Gate. Parents, isn't this a battle between the most powerful sects? At the same time, the prison area at the Hegemony Association is still being closely guarded. Must maintain absolute silence so that the holy monk can perform acupuncture on the crazy person. Even though he had prepared 3 support potions to remove the toxins from the corpse, he was still sweating and couldn't determine what kind of poison this was. It takes some time to test its reaction to each different type. Just wiped sweat on my nephew's white scarf. Saint Doc has just predicted that this is poison formed from bright matter prepared by humans. Although he knows many strange people, he still cannot determine who is behind them. The tense atmosphere was suddenly broken by the gatekeeper's shout to stop the stranger from approaching. But as soon as he introduced himself as Van Trung Tien's man, they both turned around in surprise. Sure enough, they were all wearing those scary white clothes and came in large numbers. Tang Wan was still not alert, so he asked the leader why he was here and found out. Don Sung personally presided over Van Trung Tien and wrote this letter to send to the saint. That such a big person had time to care about him made him feel very strange. Before he could read it, the commander announced that he wanted to take over the entire place within 10 days. This is too unreasonable because in the first place it was they who invited them here to investigate. And since his team just got here, why the hell would they want to take over? It turns out that these guys have been here for a while and even knew about the Hegemony's massacre. But to maintain cover, I had to hide until now. Now that we have collected enough evidence, we must speed up the process of catching the leader. The reason for not meeting the two from the beginning was also to distract attention and make the investigation more convenient. To put it bluntly, Van Trung Tien's group wanted to use the two monks as bait, making Tang Mon extremely angry. The commander still did not hesitate to admit that he considered it a debt that Van Trung Tien would later repay. Now it is necessary to force two people to leave here. Only the sound of Mr. Tang Mon's scream could be heard and then it stopped. Returning to the shocking battle between the two strongest forces at one time, Voon Nguyen and Kui Thuang. The old man was still stunned and tried to lower the silver spear while holding Gi Umzel with his other hand. That was still enough for Voon Nguyen to have difficulty avoiding. The situation became extremely unfavorable when he was floating without any support. Suddenly, Voon Nguyen's eyes flashed with a flash of aura that caused Ghost Thuang to be alert and immediately wrapped his divine weapon with thousands of rays of aura directed towards his opponent. The whole scene was like a giant beast devouring small prey. This led to a terrible shock that caused the entire mountain to crumble. In the weak glimpse of his eyes, Voon Nguyen only saw the black mysterious spear still standing. He wants you as the last bloodline of the northern heavens. Together with the clouds in the sky, we must witness the world's collapse. Then he turned away just as Voon Nguyen's eyes fell. The former mountain has now become a dead, silent land. Only the talisman sword is still stuck down as a marker to guide Young In. Suddenly, a sinewy arm swung out from the rubble. Voon Nguyen was still alive. Having been unconscious for 3 days, he opened his eyes and found himself lying on a bed with bandages crawling all over his body. The talisman sword is still at the side. Only now did he realize that the words of the captain of the Iron Army Association reminded him that the Wanderers were much bigger and more mysterious than he had imagined. Tinda was once again revived and the 4 great ghosts began to return. Having gone through countless events, he still does not understand what this world is. Resentment will breed more resentment and the smell of blood will increase. Then you will be drowned just like the average people out there. Thinking about his fate, Voon Nguyen glanced at the broken talisman sword. The current goal is still to find the royal uncle, which needs to be deployed soon. At that moment, a clear voice pulled him back to the present. That's the beautiful little lady who saw him fainting on the side of the road, so she brought him here. Without a word of thanks, Voon Nguyen just stared and asked what the hell he was doing. Trung Yen. Her face suddenly changed color and became full of veins and then turned back to her true identity as the ugly Trung Yen. He was very angry and didn't understand why Voon Nguyen could always see him. Then he straightened his face as if waiting for a compliment. Indeed, in that earth-shattering battle, only Trung Yen could come close. He ordered the earth to take care of Mon Dung and he had to go support Voon Nguyen. Based on the area where the umbrella was flying, he was able to determine the position of the sword. He couldn't see anyone and before he could worry, his arm appeared. Thanks to him, Voon Nguyen still kept his life and even received careful treatment. Although Trung Yen was very happy to be thanked, he still offered cheap money under the pretense of needing information from Voon Nguyen, so he reluctantly helped. Thinking back, the boy in front of him was not ordinary. Even if rumors of his death 10 years ago had overwhelmed Vo Lam's suspicions, there must have been a force behind him to support him. At the same time, a messenger eagle appeared in the sky, quickly flying to the vast Van Trung Tien. Then landed where a mysterious person was sitting and waiting. The letter was sent from Yunam Tan reporting that Tin Da's people had reappeared. The 3 powerful guilds massacred everyone in Nak Tan, including civilians. But thanks to an anonymous swordsman who single-handedly solved everything, it was said that he came from the north. As soon as he read this, the mysterious person crushed the letter and whispered with certainty. My master Voon Nguyen has reappeared and started taking action. This mysterious person is none other than Tavo Si. The person behind the rumor about Voon Nguyen's death to protect the owner has not been revealed until now. In another place, a man appeared carrying a spear and a familiar tattered robe. He was holding onto the wound that couldn't stop the bleeding. The Black Hwin spear was still moving forward. Recalling the recent battle, there was a moment when Vun Wen's eyes lit up. The demon spear sensed danger but couldn't avoid it in time. Just like that, he had to drag a long trail of blood and return silently praising that Baek Tian-mon's swordsmanship was not bad. The next morning, a group of soldiers appeared in front of the inn, causing Vun Wen's association to be alert. But then there was a group of people that attracted their attention more than the Iron Army. While the captain cheerfully greeted Vun Wen as if he accidentally met him here. But looking at his attitude, it was clear that he took the initiative to come here and even laughed loudly, making the other members feel embarrassed. Vun Wen still didn't understand his intentions, but he praised him for being very talented and now famous in the world. It turned out that after the recent incident of suppressing the silent group, the gangsters knew about him and gave him the nickname Uncle Keem. This information is too unfavorable for Young In because it will greatly affect the work assigned by the leader of Hak Noyet. He also secretly guessed that Vun Wen, the bloodline of Baek Tian-mon, had also moved away. When Vun Wen asked about it, he found out that this group of iron troops still hadn't gotten what they wanted from the hegemony group. Although the agreement between the two sides had previously been completed, a group of people suddenly appeared. They claimed to be Van Trung Tien's investigation team and came and chased everyone out. Hearing the dissatisfied voice that this leader told made Vun Wen sigh pitifully. Young In next to him also soon guessed our intentions and wanted to rely on Vun Wen for help. With the leader's thick face, if Vun Wen had any problems in the future, he would quickly change sides. To him, nothing is more important than silver achievements. On the hegemony side, the investigation team leader, Hyodong, is acting arrogant. But then he soon realized that he was facing a monster and quickly lowered his voice, not intending to offend him, but just wanted to advise him to rest for a while. The number of innocent people who died in Naktan reached hundreds. The cries of resentment echoed all the way to Van Trung Tien, so the elders sent us here. Even though the purpose was to reveal the truth that the calm people were behind everything and deserved to be rewarded, the 9 heavens above didn't think so. He should not use force to coerce. If he concentrates too much power, the inherent balance can be lost. Realizing their intentions, Gwyn Ma couldn't help but purse his lips to control his anger. He didn't expect that the power and fame he had tried to make up for over the years would go down the drain. It's all because of that useless Pyun who took responsibility for stopping all the rumors and is now nowhere to be seen. The whole bunch of damn 9 heavens has taken for themselves high positions and holds all the power, while I have to spend my whole life trying to fight. Fighting against Tin Tin is now about to be drowned by them. Faced with the devil, the fat captain couldn't help but sweat, and in the end, he still had to hesitate to pass on Van Trung Tien's instructions. Trung wanted Gwyn Ma to shut down for a while, but as soon as he finished speaking, he tried to scream in protest, because that would be like destroying the gang he had worked so hard to build. That terrible pressure made the fat man want to fly out of his chair, so he panicked and persuaded Gwyn Ma to think about the big picture and agreed to do so. The calm side has begun to act. At that time, you can use the merit to expel the criminals. The person who can wipe them out is none other than Uncle Tien Tu Hun like you. Hearing that sweet flattery also made Gwyn Ma calm down a bit. Meanwhile, his son, Jo Kai-ung, kept blaming his father for not discussing with him, thinking to himself that perhaps in his eyes he only considered him a useless person. But if you think you are the strongest person in the world, why do you have to fall into this path? Suddenly Jo Kai-ung heard that the fat guy wanted him to go to Van Trung Tien. Just because the Sting Knights reappeared, they wanted to form a group to ambush them to deal with them. The most outstanding person will have the opportunity to become the leader leading the entire ambush. Gwyn Ma soon realized that they wanted to use people as an excuse to take his son hostage. As the leader of the Hegemonic Association, he is determined not to be bullied easily. Everything that has come to this point is because of the sword-catching brat who dared to interfere. I have to see with my own eyes to see who it is. At this time, the backs of the 3 people, Hoi Vun Gwyn, were still moving forward. Following behind was a group of power-loving people who only dared to follow a short distance away. After walking for a while, Vun Gwyn turned around and still saw them behind him, not knowing how long he wanted to stick around. Hearing him ask, the leader was startled and quickly explained that he just happened to be going in the same direction. But when he invited him to go first, he refused because he wanted to look at that great shoulder. It sounds so strange, but everyone's face turned red as if they'd been told something like that. At this point, the deputy leader hesitated and stepped forward to apologize. It's embarrassing to say this, but now the Iron Army Association doesn't know who to trust other than Voon Win. He must have known something to come to Nocton a few days before them. He hopes for your help. Voon Win listened well, but before he could agree, the leader stood up and put his arm around him to say he understood. Convince Voon Win to cooperate and help him find people for the White Dragon Association. If this case is successful, it will get a large amount of money from them. After hearing the two white dragons, they were also secretly disgusted and disdainful. But there is no other way but to stay silent. Voon Win quickly walked forward and announced that the next route would be Tu Sun Bong Dong, so he had to hurry to get there. The leader implicitly understood that he had accepted and was immediately happy. Then he turned around and saw the beautiful little lady next to him flirting. Secretly blaming that guy for being so lucky to get a beautiful girl. Before he could finish greeting Trung Yen, he pulled down his pants to reveal his cuckoo, making him shocked. It's even bigger than mine, so it turns out a radio host asked for the secret. Elsewhere, the late afternoon sunlight shining through the window of a restaurant revealed a man with the same head rushing up the stairs. There was also a guy wearing a tight hat who had just met and signaled his identity. Having confirmed that they were the right person, they revealed their face and it turned out to be Devo Si, one of Voon Win's two close associates and now holding the position of commander of Van Trung Tien's secret troops. The subordinate reported that he had received information from the investigation team, mentioning that the hegemonic association was currently closed. Devo Si guessed that this was all caused by his master. It seemed that his existence had not been discovered. He remembered 7 years ago, right in the torture room in the Imperial City, the prison warden was in trouble when he was interrogated for a whole month without any results. Meanwhile, Devo Si's body, already emaciated and bruised, resolutely confessed, seeing with his own eyes that Voon Win was dead. The story he told sounded silly, but it was so convincing that the prison warden had to give in. All these sacrifices for his master were worth it because for him, Voon Win, even at such a young age, had to endure many difficulties but still maintained his will. To serve such a great person, he must also prove himself. With his relentless perseverance, Devo Si eliminated the doubts of Van Trung Tien's group. Starting from the lowest position of being a pig herder and doing other things to please the commander, he secretly practiced martial arts at night, and so 3 years passed and gradually he was recognized by him. Finally, the day came when the commander did not hesitate to recommend Devo Si to join the secret elite squad. He quickly rose to become a commander, then tried his best to spread Voon Win's death and other favorable rumors to his master. If you act in secret, Van Trung Tien's old men will never know because they are always busy sleeping soundly in victory. Still believing that the world revolves around you, when the time comes you won't know how to clean up the battlefield you caused. The only thing Devo Si regrets is that Lao Huang's case could not be investigated, hoping that it would still be safe. Returning to the meeting place, Nguyen was looking forward with cold eyes. The place where the mountains rise and fall is Tu Sun Bong Dong, most likely holding the person they are looking for. The commander immediately felt that this majestic place was not a place for ordinary people to set foot in. He contacted the 2 members of the Bok Dragon Association and turned back because the road ahead was very dangerous. I promised to do my best to rescue everyone, so you two should go back and prepare a feast. Starting to penetrate the mountain, the Iron Army quickly deployed vanguard formations, scouting to protect the 2 flanks and remaining to defend behind. At dusk they finally arrived at the center of the cave, when the anger on the other side was very strong, proving that there was an entrance here. The deputy leader observed that the clouds and fog were all concentrated at one point as if there was an illusion formation. According to analysis, it was combined from the night point and the maze formation. If so, we need to arrange people in the northwest and northeast directions and find a symbolic object that functions as a key to solve the problem at the same time. After arranging, everyone stood in the correct position of the deputy leader and began to use their strength to activate the formation. However, this process took longer than Voon Win imagined. If it was a maze, Mr. Hajin would probably be able to overcome it easily. I don't know how he is doing now. At that moment, a loud sound sounded as the giant gate on the cliff was opened. Inside is a large space with countless pillars that are clearly made by human hands. Not knowing what else appears in here, everyone has to be careful with every step. The deeper they went, the more the place expanded, and finally they stopped at a Buddha statue. But the thing next to it made the leaders surprised and couldn't believe their eyes. It was a cage inside which everyone was motionless with horror faces. Voon Nguyen took a look and discovered that they were the missing soldiers who were still alive, and were definitely in the process of transformation, so they had not yet become chaotic. At this moment, a weak eye opened to see the figure of the master of the Northern Heavenly Sect dimly appearing. Looking closely, it was Voon Nguyen reaching out his arm to call Hong Tuk. He was in an exhausted body with half of his face crazed, thinking he was hallucinating. He was hugged by Voon Nguyen. Finally, after many hardships, the two were reunited. Later with joy, Voon Nguyen immediately pulled out the silver marrow soul pill for Hong Tuk. This pill can overcome 10,000 types of toxicity and increase strength. After recovering a bit, Hong Tuk said that while he was escorting the Bak Long Thwang group in Yunnan, he was suddenly attacked by an ambush. Those people locked us in some solution that made all the prisoners crazy. Those who haven't been transformed like me are locked away here. Just because we promptly stop blood circulation causes the poison to spread more slowly than usual. The moment I was about to reach my limit and felt like giving up, I suddenly had the opportunity to meet you. And being given this life-saving medicine, he really had no regrets. As soon as he put the medicine in his mouth, he suddenly remembered more important things. Behind this is the third elder of the Bak Thwang group, who has also tried every way to prevent the spread of poison. His situation is no different than mine, and he is about to be completely controlled. As he spoke, he divided half the pill for him to drink. At this moment, the boy ran forward and was surprised to see old Hong, then quickly called the leader to come support. In his condition, Master Tam was poisoned quite heavily, but he thought he could still recover, then ordered the whole team to distinguish between two groups of people based on their clothes. The guards and people from the caravan lined up to bring it out. Based on their position, they could claim the reward later. Now let's proceed. At this time, Hong Tuk had also recovered and was able to walk, immediately praising this thing as a miracle drug. That's right, because it was prepared from the poisonous saint. If he could meet him directly, Hong Tuk's illness would completely recover. Suddenly, Young and suddenly pulled Voon Nguyen's hand over here for a little help. He wanted him to see a chest that was covered by a forbidden formation but was now broken. There was still a lot of toxic gas in there that seemed to be the cause of everything. It's still just a guess that he carefully took some to bring back to Han Noyet for further research. Then put it in the bag and don't know if it's safe, but be careful and it should be fine. After that, the two of them carried the tree out, not expecting someone to be waiting. That was the Van Chung Tien investigation team that came in large numbers. Proves that they have grasped all the information about this place. Among them, even the Holy Saint and Lady Tang Ji were also brought here. The leader Daosi seemed very pleased to meet the expert that everyone rumored to be Voon Nguyen, but his face was serious and he wanted him to leave everything here for his team to clean up. The Iron Army Guild was suddenly robbed of their credit and refused to give in. However, Voon Nguyen next to him still calmly asked for more information and learned. Van Chung Tien, they knew how to treat the same victims before even seeking the Sangha's help. Those words could not help but poison the saint's heart and make him look contemptuous. The snail goat continued to demand the yang that Voon Nguyen and Trung Yen were holding because he soon realized that it contained toxic gas. Ignoring that guy's urging, Voon Nguyen turned his gaze straight towards the saint as if he wanted to ask, making him think for a long time. In the end, they still have to give up. If they want, just give it away. Voon Nguyen also had to listen to avoid further trouble, but his voice clearly showed hostility. On the other side, the goat snail also pouted, trying to emphasize his power as Van Chung Tien. Suddenly, the deputy leader of the Iron Army Association next to him stepped out to show his sincerity to Van Chung Tien. Agreeing, but everyone only asked to bring the three elders out of the Bak Long trade group. The snail goat didn't think much and immediately refused. He still wants to keep everything to resolve. At this point, the saint couldn't stand it anymore, so he ignored them and stepped forward to take responsibility for taking care of the sick. Because from the beginning, the intention of the monk who entered Naktan and still refused to leave was because he wanted to observe the crazy people more closely for himself. So I will leave immediately and ensure the safety of the third elder on the way home. Finally, faced with that determined attitude, the worm reluctantly accepted. However, he still did not forget to threaten Voon Nguyen that when he passed by, he would definitely investigate his background little by little. At the same time, in a dark place, a familiar figure holding a spear appeared, Hak Huynh Thuang. In his hand, he still held Gi Umzel's ruined body and gave it to the old man in front of him. He looked extremely painful when he saw the situation of his team when Hak Huynh Thuang said that the culprit was the last lifeline of the North Tien Mon. The old man did not appear surprised because he had long known that the thread of fate still connected Tin Di and Bac Tien Mon together. As an elder and known in the Jianghu as the god of death, he asked everyone to gather from the great demon king to prepare to return to Jianghu. On the other side, the bandits were panicking and running for their lives, but all of them couldn't escape this woman's hands and they all vomited blood and collapsed. There were still 2 more guys, even though she begged earnestly, she still did not let them go. In the end, they ended up dyeing the white snow area red. According to information from a dying man, they were from the Hoatan Phi. Accepted the mission to come here to kill Bak Da's disciples on her island. Before he could withdraw his words, his head was ripped off by a blow, and she didn't care who was behind it. Anyone who decides to kill me or runs away in fear must die. At that moment, Sui Tung was present and ordered Master Bak Da to summon her urgently. When she arrived, she saw her waiting under the moonlight. 7 years had passed. She knew she was about to reach an elite level, and the reputation of Bak Da's friends was almost worthy. This is where she has now become a beautiful young woman, but her eyes are much colder than before. Remember back then, when they were on a mission with Elder Van Guam, they found 2 brothers still alive in the ruins. Even though their eyes were blind, the elder still felt that their souls were empty and had only the desire to live. He felt extremely sorry and immediately offered to take the 2 children with him. Bhakti didn't care and just turned away. Suddenly she had to stop. One of the 2 children actively grabbed the hem of her shirt with a cute face but still lifeless eyes. Seeing that it was very interesting, the elder immediately encouraged her to accept her as a disciple to pass on her teachings. As for this kid, he will accept it to teach Bak Tuin. Just like that, Gi Umzel looked at his sister one last time, then turned and walked back with the elder. As for Bakta, she immediately called her close friends to assign her the task of testing her qualities. She had to be trained through the most difficult challenges if she was still alive before accepting her as a disciple. After that, she gave her the name Dan Hatuet and then took off her clothes and left. Until now, ask the female disciple if she hates me because she also hates her own master. The more I practice, the more my hatred for that person increases. There will be many times when you wonder if you are human anymore, but never doubt yourself because without emotions you are still a human being. Speaking of which, she herself announced that she had received a summons from the elder. Perhaps Tin Da's fate is starting to take a new turn. The Central Plains is about to fall into chaos in just 3 months, so we must prepare carefully. Don Hatuat understood what his master meant and immediately affirmed that besides practicing the exercises, there was nothing else to worry about. His memories of when he was a child had also disappeared since he practiced using Mrs. Kwang's mothballs. Even though occasionally a vague image of a man appeared in her mind, she eventually pushed it away. Now she wants to visit Trung Nguyen a little even though she will destroy it herself later. At this time, Voon Nguyen also felt that something bad was about to happen. Inside, everyone was still focusing on the 3 old men. Although the youngest daughter of the Bak Long Thuong Don, Wai Huan Tu Thursday, was extremely happy to find her elder brother, she also quickly fell into fear. However, Tang Jia's white poison friend promised to treat him, so his symptoms would gradually subside. The only thing Lao Ban Koan needed to prepare an antidote to treat the pain was the poison sample, which was the penis that Van Trung Tien took away. Hearing this, Voon Nguyen immediately turned to look at Young In, making him very angry, determined not to give the poison sample he had taken out because it was reserved for his leader at home. Seeing his loving and convincing eyes made him even more nervous and sweaty. In the end, he had to give in and pouted and threatened to punch him while Vu Nguyen gave the poison sample to the poison saint. With this, he will definitely be able to prepare an antidote in a short time. The beautiful lady next to her couldn't hide her joy and thanked him for helping so much. As for Hong Tuk, he has completely recovered thanks to his profound powers, after learning more about the young master recently. He was very curious about the fact that Baek Tian-mon had been destroyed for many years but how he was still able to practice on his own. Vu Nguyen acknowledged that Hong Tuk's question was correct. Baek Tian-mon is a book of martial arts secrets and I have memorized it all myself. During those 3 long years, I memorized all the ancient texts every day even though I didn't really understand them. That's why we lock ourselves in a place separate from the outside world to continue practicing. From then on we always practice the exercises and promote the secrets. For simple moves that we didn't understand at the time, we constantly thought about the lessons we had learned before to make up for our shortcomings. That's how for the past 7 years I've been constantly practicing the moves I remember. Hearing those words could not help but make the royal uncle admire, having to admit that the young master's existence is truly one of the most valuable legacies in Baek Tian-mon. He was silent for a while until Vu Nguyen called him, then he was startled and ran after him. He wanted to ask about the stone he had brought back, which he said was taken from a tribe. This sword was carved from that rock and something compelled me to go there, so I needed you to guide me. The scene changes to the vast and magnificent Van Trung Tien, no less dangerous. A group of 3 people are gathering at a mansion and one of them is the judge who unexpectedly is still alive. The person he was welcoming was Tuesday Lin, the person who had saved him in the previous battle with the barbarian. Listening to the conversation between the two of them, they learned that Ta Fong had also been saved and was currently in seclusion. Before that, Ta Fong was often given the reputation of being the legendary undefeated god of war. After being defeated for the first time at Baek Tian-mon, he made a vow to himself to become strong above all. He sees himself as a key figure in the Green Dragon Society, so he can no longer show any weakness. So everything was left to the two of them and then they turned away. To this day, recalling the damn thing that happened at Baek Tian-mon that year makes Tam Veen extremely painful. It took the life of my beloved sister. At that time, he had just recovered from his mortal wounds when he suffered a fierce anger from his father. He was extremely saddened by the death of his little girl and immediately scolded the judge for being a useless guy pretending to be arrogant. When he was the same age, he climbed to his current position and gained the trust of the 9 heavens, but unexpectedly gave birth to an incompetent child. Not to mention this also happened at Baek Tian-mon, which we single-handedly destroyed. Just like that, Tam Veen could only be dumbfounded and cry, suffering those harsh words like knives cutting into his skin. Not only that, the memories of his sister's death made him so painful that he unconsciously lost one eye. Fortunately, a servant stopped him, otherwise he would have committed suicide. For a long time after that, he lived in suffering and only recently returned to normal. Putting aside the memories of the past, Wisdom Lin came here to discuss the fact that martial arts is about to suffer a new battle. That was the appearance of Tin de Nak Tan, and if they really reappeared, the whole Central Plains would become a chaos. The forces always hidden deep inside Van Trung Tien will begin to act, and this is the destiny we have always been preparing for. This time, there will certainly be many more deaths, but sacrifice is what is necessary to achieve great achievements later. So we must thank those who died in the massacre at Nak Tan. It is said that QTN is planning to form a group called Phuc Doi to gather all young people to deal with Tinde. Surely those old men were afraid of the enemy's strength and tried to reduce the damage by sacrificing others. There's truly nothing easier than shaking down idiots who want to prove themselves. On the contrary, if we take control of this group of people, they will become even stronger than the current 9TN. The first person Tuesday Lin wants to tease is young Master Hazan, the only person who can defeat his mother's brain. That was the first time she met her on the day of Tien's 60th birthday. It is known that Hazan is the son of a poor farmer, but he studied by himself and reached his current level. The two discussed astronomy and the art of military mobilization, but Hazan proved to be much more outstanding. From the outside looking in, everything from his personality to his appearance are extremely opposite. But only Tuesday Lin is intelligent enough to realize that Hazan is a great threat that will definitely cause disaster later. In the end, she used all the knowledge in her hands. The Dharma is truly a battle against all odds. The Dharma that was lost more than 100 years ago was enough to make a prodigy like him admit defeat. It even caused a huge mental loss, causing him to become crazy. After all, he was a prodigy, so he should have completely recovered by now. If we can't recruit him, we have to eliminate him. We can't let anyone have him. Returning to where Voon Guindang and Hong Tuk were walking by the Trut River, they discovered a crazy man struggling under the moonlight. That familiar figure is none other than Hazin Dang, screaming alone in the middle of a tank surrounded by thousands of water jets. Voon Guin immediately jumped on the boat to say hello, but Hazin was not surprised as he already knew about the reunion. The only thing he was curious about was that he knew how to fly from the riverbank to this boat like a fairy. It's truly worthy of the swordsman's name that everyone is talking about. After greeting each other, the two of them sat opposite each other and talked like the first day they met, but the only difference was that they replaced tea with wine. Voon Guin soon realized that he came here not just to float, but to create an illusion to make all the fish in the lake gather in one place. Indeed, underneath the small boat, the fish were gathering like a giant ball, an extremely majestic scene. Even so, Hazin still pretended that he was just playing around. Then he immediately asked Voon Guin directly with a serious face if he was the 5th generation head of the Bactian sect or not. Voon Guin knew that he was facing a genius brain that could not be hidden, but he did not answer and immediately drank the glass of wine in front of him. Hazin doesn't know what he will do next? Take revenge on Bac Tien Tu Hung and Van Trung Tien and rebuild Bac Tien Mon, or do you intend to defeat them all to master the martial arts? Voon Guin continued not to say anything but just finished his glass of wine and sat quietly for a while because he actually didn't know what he wanted. Everyone thinks I'm dreaming big, but actually I don't have any ambition in mind. We all simply want to live happily every day, but one thing is certain, we will never betray our own voice. That is the sound we hear deep inside and will decide to listen to what our heart tells us. If it tells me to take revenge, that will be my path, or to dominate the world, then I will listen. Hearing those seemingly simple words made Hazin freeze. Suddenly he burst out laughing and confirmed that he had his knowledge. If you live completely according to your heart's desires, you are truly a dreamer. He said so on the outside, but in his heart he knew that Voon Guin would really do it because he was a person with unmatched strength and confidence. Taking a sip of wine, he looked up at the sky and noticed a big change since Voon Guin appeared. I don't know if this small change symbolizes a hero leading the young generation in the future or a villain who wants to destroy everyone himself. Hazin raised his hand to tighten his messy hair, revealing a face full of determination, saying that he wanted to go straight to the middle heaven with Voon Guin. He also wanted to live according to what his heart told him, so he affirmed that he would agree to Voon Guin's invitation from before, becoming the 5th generation head of Voon Guin of the North Tien Mon. It is known that the residence of those who contributed to the destruction of Bac Tien Mon was Van Trung Tien. It is like a central piece of jade in the entire martial arts world, containing countless terrifying secrets. With the name Bac Kim gradually spreading, Voon Guin's identity will soon be revealed. That was the fate that would surely come, so he decided to capture the upper wind by proactively finding them first. Voon Guin immediately informed Hazin of the upcoming schedule, but he wanted to postpone it for a few days because he needed to prepare a few things. He still had to deal with some matters with Miss Tuesday Lin. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized he had said something wrong and pretended to cough to avoid it, then turned away. At this time, Bok Longhoi's 3-year-old skin had completely recovered. He was extremely grateful and did not know how to express his gratitude. Of course, a huge part of the credit belongs to the poison saint for preparing the antidote at an incredibly fast speed. Voon Guin couldn't help but be surprised, so he asked my new Tang Di and learned that the two of them had done research before in the Hegemony Association. Just add the antidote needle containing magnetism, and thanks to the toxic mineral fragment that Voon Guin gave me, it helped me and the medicine to prepare the antidote. By two people using Tang Da's special technique to prepare the medicine to restore the soul. This technique requires the medicine to use needles to prick 36 main acupuncture points within one breath. Each needle must penetrate at a certain depth and ultimately transmit internal force to repel toxins in each blood vessel. Tam Lauda felt extremely lucky to have the opportunity to be saved by talented people, so he thanked her profusely. They decided to stay and rest and then return in 3 days. The news that the third master of the Bok Long Trade Company had regained his sanity and completely recovered had reached the snail goat leader. He couldn't believe that they would be able to find the antidote before him. Perhaps he had already underestimated the poison saint. Another thing is that the devil has disappeared and the hegemonic household has completely closed its doors, making it impossible to investigate its whereabouts. That boar actually forced the hegemony to close down, and even his son, Du Cheon, was taken hostage. The leader immediately ordered everyone to search for the devil as quickly as possible. Finally, the departure had come and everyone was preparing to leave when they heard a commotion from behind. From afar, a familiar figure appeared, that of Mr. Hajin, making a face as if everyone was waiting. On the way, Voon Gwyn was also surprised that Hajin and the poison saint could talk together like that. The two of them debated everything from medicine to astronomy that only geniuses could understand. If a normal person tried to listen to them talk, their brains would explode. Hong Tuk ran up from behind and reminded Voon Gwyn about visiting the place where he found the stone 10 miles to the north. The two immediately announced that they would separate to handle work and would return as soon as possible. The old leader of the Iron Army Association realized that Voon Gwyn was the strongest person here, so he felt that something bad was about to happen if he was absent. Hope there won't be any trouble. Voon Gwyn and Hong Tuk took advantage of the time and rushed forward at full speed. In just a few hours, they reached their destination without even breathing hard. Suddenly, Voon Gwyn Dung's talisman sword appeared, and sure enough, this desolate place was where he wanted to return. At this time, Moon Dung was using a stick to mark X's everywhere along the road. Suddenly the boy stopped and looked ahead in surprise. The whole convoy also stopped with extremely tense faces when facing the devil who appeared. On Voon Wen's side, Hong Tuk told him that a few years ago, when he passed by this place, he saw it in a dilapidated state. Besides the fact that it was the fairies who destroyed this place, he didn't know anything else. As he spoke, he led Voon Gwyn to a cave with a tree stump placed right in the middle. That's where he found the rock that fell from the sky. As soon as he got close, the talisman sword began to shake at an increasingly strong speed as if to tell Voon Gwyn something. He understood and immediately put it on his belt and dug in the pile of rocks in front. After a while of cleaning, the cave entrance began to appear in front of them, making both of them extremely tense and unable to believe their eyes. There were thousands of bodies lying horizontally, and in the middle was a large hole containing something. All the bodies here had slits in their necks and arms to suck blood out of their bodies. They were then sealed off at this place, but their bodies did not rot, but instead were embalmed. Most importantly, all the people here are women. What did those fairies do? When Voon Gwyn was young, he heard about a magic technique involving a young woman's body and a giant hole. It can increase the practitioner's potency exponentially, but because the method is too violent and inhumane, it has been completely banned. That is the 100 heavenly powers, and this is proof that it was used. The Iron Army Guild leader's side is very tense when in front of them is the extremely powerful demonic fairy fist. Even though he said Voon Gwyn was gone and not here, he still did not forgive and immediately ordered the fairy soldiers to finish everything. Knowing that a bloodshed could not be avoided, the leader immediately ordered everyone into a fighting position to protect those without martial arts. There is a story about a small village of a tribe that never interacts with outsiders but only lives on nature. Many years ago a star suddenly fell and left a large crater. The female village chief named it the Sacred Rock and decided to worship it to pray for safety for the people. The peace she always wished for was finally broken by brutal people who brutally killed all the villagers and took away the women. Even though she tried her best to stop her, she eventually became their pawn and was dragged by her hair to one place. In pain, the female village chief tried to open her eyes and saw the dim silhouettes of several people standing among countless corpses ahead. Next to it was a lake of blood that was gradually filling up with bodies hanging above, an extremely horrifying scene. She is determined not to forgive them and will curse those bastards until the end of time. Even if she becomes a soul, I will avenge them. Finally, the scene of that evil man floating in the middle of the lake of blood and laughing deceitfully was witnessed by the magic stone, causing it to vibrate every now and then. Even now it has become a sword, but its reaction has not changed at all. These memories were transferred to Voon Gwyn, causing him to cry in pain. That powerful bastard not only betrayed the evil sect out of greed, but he also tried to sacrifice the lives of innocent people. Recklessly slaughtering the people of Nocton City forces his followers to learn a banned martial art that shortens their lifespan. To gain power, he massacred the people of this tribe. What a devil! At this time, Vun Wen's emotions almost mixed with the sword's aura, causing it to flare up violently. He is determined to help it avenge the people here, not letting that devil massacre innocent people again. At the same time, the battle between the leader and the demon was also very tense as he proactively rushed forward to attack first. Bok Long's side did not sit still, so they all pulled out their knives to defend their owner. Meanwhile, Mr. Hazen and Mr. Hazen were quietly calculating if the leader could buy time with that powerful demon. The rest of them had to deal with the fairy soldiers numbering about 20, and each of them had reached their peak level. On our side there are about 8 capable warriors from the Iron Army Association and 15 low-level bodyguards from the Bok Long group. Around us is flat land with dense forests on both sides. The weather looks clear at the moment, but the clouds above are starting to change dramatically. He immediately licked his hand to measure the wind and laughed happily, knowing this was the perfect opportunity to create a match. Ha Daiyin immediately waved and called Meng Dong to come and assign him the task related to the 17 marks he had created along the road. He immediately gave him a piece of charm to attach to it and whispered a few more important things that made him go blind. Although this is very difficult, I believe you can do it. The army's safety is in that kid's hands. In front, the 8 Iron Army warriors were tensely waiting for the movement of the fairy soldiers. All they needed was the deputy leader's signal and they would rush up immediately. Because he hadn't seen his opponent make a move yet, he had to restrain himself and calculate carefully. While not knowing what to do, a sound came and it was Hazen using sound transmission to communicate with him. He wants you to follow the signal, ensuring an attack with full force. On the side, the boy Meng Dong is learning speed, taking advantage of the little time to attach charms to 17 points marked with the speed of the wind. Soon the task was completed, only in time to notify Hazen and run off to carry out the next task. Finally the moment has come and I can only see him smiling contentedly as his shining moment begins. Sure enough, in just a few seconds, behind the armored army, a stream of smoke and dust erupted, surprising the fairy soldiers. They guessed that it was created by armored reinforcements but were still confident that they could destroy it all. Before he could get out, he had to look in horror at the image before his eyes of thousands of arrows suddenly rushing towards a dark area. It was too late to run away. The captain could only shout loudly for everyone to use their demon hands to shield them, making sure they wouldn't be able to penetrate. The golden moment that Hazen mentioned had come. He immediately gave the signal to the deputy leader. He immediately shouted for the all-out armored army to head straight towards the opponent to attack. While Hazen was looking at the mess he was creating in front of him, the saint was sitting guessing that the number of arrows was an illusion that he had created. Indeed, no matter how skilled the Iron Army Guild is, they cannot directly confront the fairies with disproportionate numbers. Our only chance is to let them lose focus and immediately attack relentlessly. This is not a battle of strength but of endurance, trying to maintain enough time until the universe returns. Right now the fairies are letting down their guard, giving us a chance to overwhelm, but very quickly they will recover and turn the tide of battle. Before that happens we will need to create another matrix that requires Meng Dong to be even faster. The leader's central battle with the power demon was at a stalemate as he easily read his movements. With just a few shakes of his body, he blocked the deadly swords with his shiny armor, and even took advantage of the counterattack force to send the leader pinning him to the ground. Thinking that the war was over, he still stubbornly tore through the dust and rushed forward to cut off the devil's head. The attack was so powerful that a dragon-shaped aura escaped him, but in the end he still dodged it without any damage. At this point, the power must recognize that the leader is a tough king who deserves to enjoy this fist. An honor that few people have. The leader immediately spit out the blood in his mouth and decided to adjust the bossy behavior of the devil. In the midst of the fierce battle between Tien Bin and Tien Quan Protector, there appeared the figure of young Dong Moon, who was racing against time to choose the biggest tree trunk to apply the spell. Just as he was about to continue his mission, he saw a giant fairy soldier blocking his way, so he used all his strength to swing his sword to attack. Unexpectedly, he could easily block it with his demonic hands and then use his other hand to swing his fist straight forward, sending Meng Dong flying hundreds of meters away. No matter what, he was still determined to complete the task that Mr. Hazen had assigned him. At this time, Voon Wen's teachings echoed in his head, reminding him not to be hasty. Once you don't have a sword, your right hand will be strong and strong, then you will be able to increase your strength. Your eyes should not waver and your feet should always stand firmly on the ground, and finally, concentrate your energy into your abdomen to attack. Meng Dong slowly stood up and focused his energy on the sword in front of him, fully believing he could do it because he had practiced with it hundreds of times. Facing that sinewy hand, Meng Dong did not hesitate to make a basic cut and indeed cut it. The fairy soldier was extremely scared and quickly used his other hand to kick back, but only saw Meng Dong's image suddenly blur. He was able to dodge that attack and at the same time pinned the heavy stick straight into his stomach and tried his best to concentrate the force to penetrate to finish it off. Very quickly, the earth behind him jumped up and pushed straight into Meng Dong's back, helping him finish him off easily. Finally, he was able to do it. But now is not the time to rest, there are many things to do, so hurry up. Hazen was currently sitting and waiting. Suddenly his eyes lit up when he felt that Meng Dong had completed the task. This was the time to make everything chaotic again. He immediately waved his hand, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding air. The deputy leader immediately recognized Hazen's signal and ordered his team to take 5 steps back, surprising the fairies. They were confused and did not understand what their opponent had just done when a dark shadow covered everything. Everyone looked up at the sky in horror when they saw something huge falling. It was a Buddha's hand, not just one but both sides were rushing straight down, but they absolutely didn't bother to dodge. I originally thought it wasn't real, just an illusion like the initial rain of arrows, but I didn't expect that this feeling of being pressed down was so real that it created a huge shock. It turned out that hidden in that 8-8-long dragon attack were 2 felled ancients who had successfully crushed countless enemies. While the fairies were still confused, Hazen ordered everyone to attack and kill. This was the opportunity to change the outcome of the battle. At the same time, the humidity in the tribe's cave was flowing according to the violent aura of Voon Gwyn and Tan Kim. Suddenly, a nearby object fell to the ground, causing Voon Gwyn to pay attention. That was Trung Yen. He couldn't stand himself. He was sure that this was the resentment he felt before, the same feeling as the first time he touched the talisman sword and was mind-controlled. He came here to inform Voon Gwyn about the magical power that had blocked the carriage and needed Voon Gwyn to return urgently to assist. Sure enough, as soon as he jumped out, he saw a cloud of dust and smoke from afar, proving that the battle was extremely fierce. Without thinking much, he immediately left the 2 people behind and rushed away at the speed of the car. His eyes were filled with hatred. This time, he was determined to pay off all the old debts and new debts with that devil. At this time, the leaders of the clan were using all their martial arts to attack the devil, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not touch the Han people. He was even punched straight to the ground, causing a violent shock. He took the opportunity to swing a giant fist to finish his opponent, but missed. When he turned around and looked back, he saw the leader's sword pinning his cloak to the ground. When the opportunity came, he immediately threw a dragon kick without anger directly at the devil's fist, a powerful blow that would destroy everything. Even though Han was very strong, the leader did not expect that his strongest move could not do anything to that golden assembly. After recognizing that the opponent also had some martial arts skills, he opened a powerful kick towards the leader line, ending the battle. On the Iron Core side, they were still carefully holding up their weapons towards the 2 defenses that had crushed the Libras. They still knew that they could instantly return to their original form, but Hazen thought that those weak things were just trying to make people crazy and distracted. He bit the scratch on his finger and affirmed that if they continued to attack, it would not only damage his strength but also cause panic. Behind him, the poison saint reported that he had completed the medicine that Hazen had requested. Regarding the spread of the drug, he could only control it within an arm's length. Clearly it was too little. At this time, the help of Beauty Tang Gi is needed. She will take on the task of spreading this poison to the Libra people. On the other side, the uncle was finally planted in the ground. Little Moon Young was happy to have completed all the tasks that Hazen asked. He immediately realized that everything was prepared and quickly cast another illusion formation. Sure enough, the Libra group was extremely confused when they were blocked from being able to observe their surroundings. Everyone seemed temporarily blinded by the darkness and confused before the deputy leader's incomprehensible eyes. He realized that this was a blinding illusion that was considered the strongest in the Central Plains. It is known that it normally takes 4 days to perform, but that Hazan can do it so easily. No one knows how clever he is. While the magic is still effective in distracting the Libras, the beautiful girl Tang Jia is risking her life to get into the middle of spreading poison. Even though she was very careful, she couldn't watch everyone accidentally get hit in the face by a guy's hand. Luckily, she was agile enough to dodge the attack and fall to the ground. Instead of any movement, everyone gathered around Tang Jia. The situation was extremely dangerous. Just as I thought I was about to die, a familiar figure appeared and ended it all. Vu Wen finally appeared. He headed straight to where the demon was holding the unconscious leader's neck. Immediately he felt the dangerous aura and immediately left his body and jumped back to avoid it. Finally, after many days of separation, Vu Wen was able to face the enemy who harmed his father. Standing in front of the young man, the martial artist was surprised when before his eyes was the image of his brother holding his child. That is Vu Wen, who did not expect that his little grandchild was still alive. Suddenly Gwyn Ma burst out laughing, realizing that this was the sword-catching guy that everyone was talking about, which was unexpected. He believes that Vu Wen should not appear in martial arts because no one in the world will accept his existence. Vu Wen admitted that he had thought about that, but the evil people did not want to let him live in peace. One of them is that man, Gwyn Ma. After destroying Ba Tianmon, he blatantly took over Yunam's citadel and claimed it as his own. Yunam is just a small land that he can no longer control. Because of his arrogance, he caused thousands of innocent people to die, and not only that, right in the land of one of the 4 heroes, he left his calmness to openly prevail. Before, I admired his talent. In my eyes, he was an extremely strong and trustworthy man, but I soon realized that it was all a mistake. Even when you betrayed me, I hoped you would become better, but in reality, look at yourself and see that you are nothing more than a demon. Unexpectedly, Gwyn Ma still arrogantly asserted that Uncle Tianmon was everything when he was young. His only goal was still to protect the people in the Central Plains from the hands of Calm. But it was my own hand that contributed to the destruction of the once famous Bo Tianmon and also caused me a lot of suffering. At that time, together with your father, I went through thousands of battles against tranquility and finally regained my inherent peace. According to the plan, we will go straight to Van Trung Tien to fight for the glory that should belong to us. What is the end result? We had everything taken over by those same old men, and all of this was because of your father. What was he afraid of that made him want to hide in that far north? Vu Wen heard those insults but still did not get angry because he knew that he was only good at blaming everyone for his own sins. He affirmed that it all arose from his bottomless greed for power. Being said to have been hit in the heart, the devil became extremely angry and tried to strike a king's halberd towards the little boy. The powerful attack caused the entire mountain to fly and scatter rocks. His attack speed became extremely superior, punching Vu Wen straight to the ground. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, only to see Vu Wen still standing firmly in the dent of the attack, but before he could do anything, he saw the demon's fist approaching. Starting to put force into his feet, he shot himself forward at supersonic speed, holding the sword tightly and confronting his fist head-on. Unexpectedly, he was upside down and fell back into the ground. He clearly had no mercy for his beloved nephew. Just when he thought the battle was over, a ray of light flashed from Vu Wen. From that very spot, a swift stream of sword energy shot up into the air, causing the demon to dodge in fear. When he looked back, his proud armor had been slashed and a mark was added between his left eye. His face could not hide his surprise at being suddenly attacked. From now on, those who betrayed us in the past will be returned by Vu Wen's own hands without missing even a single person. Just like that, the battle between the two masters became extremely fierce, with rocks flying up and down. The more he fought, the angrier he got, not knowing why Vu Wen was so strong. He immediately thrust his hand down to the ground and picked up a rock larger than his body, then threw it straight forward and focused his fists on it to add more force towards Vu Wen. The rock is now no different from a madly rushing meteorite that can wipe out everything in its path. But for Voon Nguyen, he was just a piece of dragon seed jelly that was easily broken, but suddenly the fist of the devil was right in front of him. He immediately dodged the attack and at the same time swung out a sudden sword, forcing him to stop attacking and take a defensive stance. This was followed by extremely fierce responses that turned the entire surrounding area into a clearing. Guin-ma was still surprised and wondered when the sect's senior brother had taught this boy martial arts. Perhaps there were still other martial arts secrets left in Baek Tianmon. He then denied this to himself because everything had been taken away and he had done it himself. Among the series of attacks he suffered, there was a sword technique brought by the old man. How could the boy learn it? In the spirit of the devil's fist, he abandoned all thoughts and immediately sent out a circle of air at an extremely fast speed that could be seen as if he had grown 8 more arms. After a while of dancing, he suddenly stopped and then punched straight forward, creating an extinct long fist. This terrifyingly powerful attack group took Voon Nguyen by surprise as it plowed through everything in its path, creating a long streak cutting the ground in half. This was originally a proud move of the devil, so he was extremely confident, but before he could celebrate, his eyes widened in surprise. Voon Nguyen did not know when he was aiming his sword too close, even though his body was suffering from many injuries everywhere. He gently used the sword that had killed all the immortal soldiers to clear the Jade City, but now combined with the resentment from the sword, it became even more powerful. In just a moment, the set of golden trash that had never suffered a scratch from previous enemies was shattered into hundreds of images. Voon Nguyen's attack tore everything apart, making the devil stand in amazement and realize that this feeling was extremely familiar. At that time, the senior brother wanted to defeat him without using a sword and just use his fists, even though he had used the martial arts he had always been proud of for so long. Guin-ma always asked him how he did it, so he expressed respect but also extreme jealousy. No matter how hard I try, I can't overcome him. He must be holding some tragic magic that I haven't heard of. Yet no matter how hard he asked, the brother only explained that it was due to luck. He then advised him that he could become stronger by controlling his cold-blooded instincts. The desire for power and strength is common, but you must know where to stop, and if you can absorb this, your martial arts skills will increase many-fold. Faced with those teachings, Guin-ma could only clasp his hands in gratitude, but in his bitter heart, it was clear that he wanted to hide and not teach him, so he plotted a sinister plot. After the fateful day that led the demons to depose the sect leader, Guin-ma knew his plan was about to be completed and frantically searched through all the martial arts secrets in his room, but then realized there was nothing of value. Although he admitted in his heart that it was not in this heavenly gate, he still stubbornly searched for it. Unexpectedly, all his actions were being caught by someone nearby, and that was Voon Nguyen. The scary eyes of his own nephew staring towards him made him grit his teeth in fear and perhaps never forget it for the rest of his life. Now, to overcome the reputation of Bo Tianmon in the past, we must constantly make our own efforts. The secret that we have compiled to defeat 9 Tianmon, we did not expect to have to use it here today. As he spoke, he concentrated on taking a deep breath, then poured all his blood into his fists, making them glow. At this time, his arms were on fire, filled with terrifying pressure, making Voon Nguyen pay attention. This is the light of heaven that he has gained after so many bloody massacres, enemies and innocent people. Today he wants to destroy everything. Voon Nguyen felt such terrifying pressure that he sweated profusely and unconsciously grasped the talisman sword and at the same time put strength into his feet to stand firmly. At this moment, the devil was like a devil gently throwing his fist with terrible power towards Voon Nguyen, only seeing a blinding light. Unexpectedly, the talisman sword in his hand could stop everything, but the demon fist, which not only had power but was also extremely agile, disappeared right before his eyes. Voon Nguyen immediately read his movements and moved behind. Sure enough, when he turned back, he saw 2 other powerful fists preparing to rush forward. In the end, it successfully pushed the moisture to the ground, creating a shock that destroyed the entire area, causing Voon Nguyen to be unable to stand and fall down. In the end, the demon's fist caught Voon Nguyen and chopped off his head, throwing him into the air. At the same time, he put all his strength into one hand to use the momentum to launch the strongest punch, blowing the opponent back into the dust. Just like that, Voon Nguyen mixed in the pile of rocks and soil, spitting blood, as if he had lost consciousness, while the fist demon still did not let up and rushed forward, determined to destroy the last bloodline of Batianmon. Returning to the Iron Fist Guild's side, they were focusing on fighting the remaining 4 immortal soldiers, extremely drunk. Meanwhile, the two geniuses Hazan and Dokton completed their 2 PIs and sat watching the battle with a very comfortable mind. He also reminded everyone not to leave any names behind but to clean up neatly to avoid disaster. Dokton next to him disagreed because those spirits were just following the orders of the demon. Why don't we forgive those who surrender? As soon as Hazan heard the words, he glanced at him with a judgmental look. Up until now, the most despised people who wander around in the streets are those who are strong but have no humanity. To the experts, they are simply an eyesore. They will constantly attack the weak and the result will be a bunch of predators killing each other. It may not be very fun, but all things must end. In martial arts, if you want to reach a position no one else can reach, you have to take a lot of risks. Just like that, the devil continued to chase Vu Nguyen even though he knew he was unconscious, even using another move to ensure that Vu Tian would destroy Vu Tian, determined to push Vu Nguyen down to the 9 levels of hell. In the blink of an eye, both of them disappeared, leaving only a dim light in the air, followed by a terrible shock followed by dozens of giant cracks appearing on the ground. The tremor lasted until the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, revealing the demon's sinewy arm that was still glowing, pinning Vu Nguyen under the ground. He was tired and panting, but in his heart he was reassured that he wouldn't feel any of Vu Nguyen's breath anymore. Suddenly, Guinma saw that something was wrong and looked down at his stomach, which had been pierced by a sword, while Vu Nguyen's hand was surrounded by resentment, vaguely shaped like a girl. That is the soul of the female village chief. He actually murdered her and kept his promise to return for revenge. Looking more closely, deep in the black rock layer, there was a slight vibration and then a pair of deadly eyes flashed. The devil was extremely surprised and closed his eyes a few times as if not believing in the truth. This kid is truly a monster. Why does his body exude the aura of a woman? He remembers that during the battle he used extremely strange martial arts techniques. It's impossible to predict being someone who was considered a king like him. He was like a ghost that quietly escaped and appeared without a sound. At this time, Vu Nguyen had emerged from the pile of soil and rock, silently thanking the sword. Without it, he would have died. The devil's fist is much stronger than he imagined. But now he feels that his body is not okay when his internal force is sealed by the turtle sword. Without thinking much, Vu Nguyen suppressed the pain from wounds everywhere in his body. He used all his strength to spin around to gain momentum and then punched straight at the sword, helping it penetrate the demon's body. Taking the opportunity to jump up to the hilt of the sword, he used the momentum to lock his head under his knees. The first elbow he tried to lower was to return each hand to the talisman sword. The second elbow is for the unjust souls he murdered. This was followed by hundreds more consecutive contusions, causing the flat-footed devil to only endure the pain and not be able to do anything. He really wanted to stop Vu Nguyen, but his sinewy hands were held tightly by purple resentment. His whole body was now like a lie, unable to move, leaving the opponent free to attack. After a while, he reached his limit and used all his strength to escape control. Vu Nguyen quickly noticed, so he jumped out to dodge his punch and at the same time withdrew his sword. The blood on the devil's abdomen continued to spurt out. After being tortured for a while, he could only hold his head in the wound on his stomach and curse. After spitting out a bunch of blood on his broken nose, he thought he would have some time to rest, but he didn't. Vu Nguyen was approaching with his sword and was suddenly attacked by the terrifying turtle. The devil quickly threw a kick to stop them, but there was still no one. I only saw Vu Nguyen turn the sword around to gain momentum and then stab it straight into his thigh, unable to move. Then use a set of punches and kicks to continuously attack the 36 vital points. If you like to punch with your hands, I will accept it. Next, he grabbed the hem of his shirt and used the momentum to kneel as hard as he could on his stomach, causing the fist to bleed. Unconsciously, he rushed forward with a punch that Vu Nguyen still stubbornly blocked with his hand. He quickly pulled the talisman sword from his opponent's thigh and stabbed it repeatedly into his arm. Next is the thigh and abdomen with an expressionless face without any mercy. Guinma gritted his teeth and frantically fought back in vain. Every blow he made was controlled by Vu Nguyen with his sword, making the wound even more serious. Sword and man seemed to be united. Voon Win continuously transformed his attack techniques, transforming that scary demon into no more and no less. It is very commendable that he has remained stubborn until now, trying to force him to stop, even avoiding a deadly attack and quickly turning the battle into a fighting stance. After an hour, the two finally stepped back to widen the distance. While Voon Win was still burning with the will to fight, his legs were shaking and could not stand. Of course, that little annoyance could not subdue the evil demon who rose up and shouted his name. He became angry and unleashed his full power one last time, determined to end everything in one day. Facing that terrifying pressure, Voon Win only saw him as a crazy man dying. He slowly raised the talisman sword, gracefully sending out a stream of aura around his body. His eyes flashed with death, reminding Gwyn Ma of today's failure. Saying that, he gently lowered his sword with a single stroke, causing everyone to be plunged into darkness. Turning on the light, I saw that Voon Win's sword was finished, but the fist demon was still screaming. Suddenly, a beam of light blurred everything, overwhelming the devil's madness. Looking from a distance, one clearly saw a streak of sword energy splitting the ground in half, pointing straight up into the sky, dividing it into two separate halves. It created a giant crack that could be seen in the distance as the Dungin fell to the bottom. Ha Daiyin also witnessed the aftershocks of the recent attack. As he nibbled on the scratch on his finger, thousands of thoughts arose in his heart. At this time, the twilight had fallen, just like the life of the devil was gradually extinguished. He was still barely alive with the slash that split his body in half and curiously asked Voon Win where he learned the exercises. When he received the answer that it was Bo Tien Man, he immediately laughed and blamed the nine heavens for being stupid. They only take away the outer shell and ignore the important essence. Until now, Voon Win has not taken action yet and is waiting for an apology. Unexpectedly, even though he was about to die, Gwyn Ma still clung stubbornly to his selfish notions. Without saying a word, Voon Win suddenly swung his knife and slashed his opponent, sending a trail of blood. Until the end, the devil's fist still held tightly as if he wanted to embrace the mysterious power. But the time will come when you will have to let go of everything and fall into oblivion just like the ordinary people out there. The war had come to an end and everyone focused on cleaning up enemy remains and bringing wounded soldiers home for treatment. Meanwhile, the elder of the White Trade Group was still surprised and looked towards Hazan, admitting that he was too talented. He used magic to slow down the enemy while constantly initiating combat, while also creating a defensive barrier and constantly reinforcing it. During the chaos, he did not let himself be distracted and focused absolutely on the enemy's progress, but performed such spells as if he could predict all their actions. If that genius cooperates with Voon Win, who knows what big shocks they will create. Hazan now tried to believe it was all over. It had been a long time since he had fought like this, and it couldn't help but make him excited. It looks rough from the outside, but his finger has a few scratches that have been bitten off by him. Hazan told himself that if he stepped on Voon Win's boat, he would face countless other wars in the future. But he doesn't know what's going on. Before he could finish worrying, he heard a smile appear. Because in the distance, straight towards the giant sun, was a small figure but an extremely powerful aura. It made everyone pay attention and wait. The figure gradually appeared to be Voon Gwyn with a bloody face, holding the demon's hair and dragging him back. He slowly walked to the scabbard and then went inside until it was time to rest. Suddenly Voon Gwyn was a little surprised by the image before his eyes. The military assembly team is kneeling down to welcome him. This action is like the most solemn expression of gratitude that is hard to witness on the streets. Night falls and everything becomes quiet and peaceful. Voon Gwyn still had enough strength to sit by the fire and mend the torn shirt that Hong Tuk had given him. For now, everyone agrees to rest for a few days before going to Van Trung Tien to cause trouble. For your health, wasting time is not a concern. What Hazan found most annoying was that Van Trung Tien sent someone to follow him. Suddenly, the sound of a wet foot hitting the ground dismissed the genius's worries. It was Trung Yen. He was still alive and confirmed that he had scouted around and found nothing unusual. He was certain that Hak Noyet would be the first faction to intervene in this clash. Single Saint Monk Tramgam did not expect Hak Noyet to be involved in this case. That Trung Yen name has made his identity public, meaning he is an ally of Voon Gwyn. with the Iron Army Guild currently taking on the task of escorting the White Dragon Spear Corps. Thanks to Voon Nguyen, he was able to complete the task, so it was considered a debt of gratitude. I will definitely do everything I can to repay him. Even the White Dragon commercial group will become the main source of funding later. Next to Hazan was also a little uncomfortable, not knowing what Van Trung Tien meant by not sending someone to follow. Then we immediately brushed it off and told ourselves we were lucky. He said something very mysterious to Voon Nguyen T Tao's ear. I only saw Voon Nguyen gently nod his head a few times as if he had agreed on the point of view. Hazan immediately clapped his hands a few times to call attention and asked everyone to introduce themselves. Having said that, he immediately announced that Voon Nguyen was the head of the 5th generation of Bac Tianmon. This shocking information made everyone as surprised as seeing a dead person come back to life. As for Trung Yen, he was extremely shocked why he publicly disclosed this top-secret information. Doc Tan Tangmon immediately believed it because everything that had just happened was enough to prove everything. He expressed his regret for not being able to help Uncle Tianmon in the past and immediately wanted to invite him to come and join him on a trip. Waiting for everyone to express their surprise, Hazan immediately affirmed that everyone here owed Voon Nguyen a favor. Van Trung Tien is also keeping an eye on the name Uncle Kim, but they still don't know his true identity. If they knew, no matter how strong Voon Nguyen was, he wouldn't be able to resist. I mean, right now is not the time to go public and he needs more strength and support, so this is an opportunity for everyone. We are on the same front line, so we will suffer the same fate. Despite his declaration, he turned to China to give him an important task and stubbornly refused. It took a lot of effort for Hazan to gently persuade him before he agreed to go into the water. What he wants is to create a smokescreen to hide information. Just using the excuse of being alert and plotting to take over Noctan Yunam, the hegemon decided to kill everyone in Noctan to prevent future disasters. For this reason, they were forced by Van Trung Tien to close. This makes Gwyn Ma mad. He decided to kill all the remaining remnants of consciousness, which led to a tragic death. We just need to leave a few traces to prove that this is a war between sanity and hegemony. If Van Trung Tien wants to investigate himself until he finds the truth, it's only a matter of time. But to just postpone, we still need fake rumors to blind outsiders. Because Hak Noyet is the source of the news, I need you all to spread this fake rumor as widely as possible. Even though he didn't want to, he was currently in the middle of the ship's meeting, so he reluctantly obeyed. Then everyone did their own thing, dispersing everywhere to avoid being noticed. Even though I was a little attached, to ensure safety, I had to leave crying. Before his death, Undu said that Van Trung Tien had to recruit many more talented people to confront the enemy and create a group of real people. Many people from large and small martial arts schools on Zhongho gathered to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This time, talent is not important, but mainly where the person comes from and which major martial arts school he belongs to. There will be a big commotion soon. Mua Quan smiled lightly and said that was even more interesting. Then told him to be careful on the road and see him soon. The next morning, while I was confiding with the young monk, I stayed up all night to find the way from Owl Tree to Quat Lan, and I found the way. You guys are probably the only ones using me as a scout. However, the road was a bit far, so the parents quickly gave me a ride, then everyone followed him. After 10 days of wandering, they finally reached a small town. Everyone was excited because they hadn't had a full meal in a long time. While having fun, everyone encountered a scoundrel. They didn't want to cause trouble, so they bought soldiers to spare him. However, when the old man got out and sat in the car, he realized that the bag containing the poison was missing. Unfortunately, the thief had to put it there, revealing his entire whereabouts. Immediately jumped out of the burning car to demand it back, but he was okay. Mua Quan politely stepped forward to ask for it back, but he did not pay and even threatened. I'm the one who has to be afraid of you, then rushes in to attack our male lead. Even though I was injured and didn't want to touch my feet or hands, I couldn't help but encounter this idiot. Mua Quan dodged lightly and then punched the young man in the stomach, making him very angry. I gently reminded him that as long as he returned the items, he would consider it as if nothing had happened. Otherwise, the grave will be dug up. The thief despised him, his butt screamed loudly, his eyebrows did not pay, and his legs ran to help him. As soon as he ran closer, the military buyer fed him a bunch of onions into his muzzle. He was still stubborn and refused to give in to the young man who bought martial arts locusts and attacked the military. Not wanting his head to bleed, he didn't even bother to clean the mirror and just left the scabbard on to fight. Because he was so embarrassed, the thief could only hold his head and be beaten. While pampering the little boy, the old monk came out and ran to the room. That guy had a special talent, people like him were very rare. Although I am naturally immune to poison, my constitution is not suitable for practicing martial arts. Miryu has excellent physical strength to learn martial arts, but unfortunately he is not immune to poison. However, this young man is not only naturally resistant to poison. And even though his opponent is Jin Dainan, he certainly has a talent for practicing martial arts. In the Tang family, people like him who are talented in both of these aspects are extremely rare. His personality may be a problem, but it's still easy to fix. He's definitely worth teaching. Then he encouraged the young man to become his disciple. For the first time, someone respected him like that. The young man bowed to him and said, "Disciple." My young Ryuzan paid his respects to his master. He was so obedient. He had just entered the city and already had a job as an errand boy. However, the country is easy to fall, nature is hard to change. The next day Ryuzan came out of the apartment and teased girls, and even flirted with Mu-Won. All over the street, young people always wanted to hang out with him, but Mu-Won didn't care and just walked away. Then the journey continued like that, day by day. I went to the monk to teach Ryuzan how to mix poison. Only a week has passed and he has already acquired many new poisons. It made everyone very surprised. They couldn't believe that a chilly guy at the end of the street would be so domineering. He also asked Mu-Won to show this young man some defensive martial arts. You're too obedient to be able to hit someone publicly, so Mu-Won gently reminded you to avoid it. If not, your face will be broken and even the young man will pee in his pants. A few days later they finally arrived, Jio-chan, who told everyone to rest for a while at the monk's house, and after getting better, they would proceed to Van Chung Tien Kak. In the report, everyone left first, telling Mu-Won that he would be there when needed. Then the monk led everyone inside. The family warmly welcomed the old man and the legendary monks. Everyone took the opportunity to take a shower, but Mu-Won wanted to go for a walk to clear his head. As soon as he entered the garden, a strong wind appeared and surrounded him. Mu-Won thought to himself that such high magic power must be a great master. Then I started working very seriously. Who do you think it is? It turned out that he was the head of the Sangha. No one had interacted with him for a long time, and now there was a guest coming to the house, so he greeted them with a few lines of authority. After greeting each other, the two went for a walk together. Jio-chan, who lamented, "It's true that he's old, just doing a little exercise makes his whole body hurt, it's so boring I don't even want to say it." Then praised Mu-Won. He was the first person to easily destroy his Bak Deep Hong Jiang, truly a specialist of the Bak Tien Phi, not to be underestimated. Then tell me, 10 years ago, due to my exhaustion, I could not help Bak Tien Phi. I feel very helpless because I can only wait and see. It sounds like we're trying to justify ourselves, but really we're powerless. Above all, I am an elder and carry a great responsibility. We had to protect the safety of the Tang family. There were many storms at that time. Any Tien Phi can easily fall into that spiral of competition. At that time, if we stand up to protect Bak Tien Phi, Tang Jia will become the next victim and the final outcome will be no different from Bak Tien Phi. That is the general thinking. No one wants to be dragged into that cruel war. When you have to carry the responsibility of an entire family, you will have to think about the common good. Therefore, I chose the safer way of standing on the neutral side instead of choosing to help Bak Tien Phi. Although I oppose this cruel war, I can only stand and watch quietly. Although we can stand up and fight, it's for our family, for their safety. I have chosen to stand on the neutral side. I consider myself cowardly, weak, eager to live and afraid of death. When I learned that your father had died, I felt even more guilty and it gnawed at me year after year. It seemed he had no other choice but to take the current path. He will probably become a gentleman who will help many lives. or become a swordsman who accidentally kills countless innocent people? I would like to ask, how will you face the storms of the future? The blind man frankly replied, I don't know what lies ahead for me. But I will never step back and will strongly move forward until the end. Seeing the young man's courage, he added that I was once a monk hero. Those 4 words were the most precious thing to me at that time. After 60 years have passed, it no longer has any meaning to us. But when I saw him, those flashy memories came rushing back. Most of all, you make me feel a bit self-conscious. Once again we have to choose, but this time we will definitely not go wrong again. From now on, the monks will try their best to help leader Jin, and promised to ensure his safety from all dangers, then bowed his head in respect. Then, after getting bored of gossiping, he took him to the steam room. Then he called the masters in the palace to teach internal techniques to Mugen. His internal energy was too much, so in order to fully replenish it, everyone in the palace was exhausted and panting. After taking a bath, the monk personally brought his grandfather's precious robe to give it to him. It was so delicious. Then, after resting and completely recovering his health, he and everyone continued their journey. After waiting through the mountain pass for several days, they finally arrived at a barbecue restaurant. But it was so crowded and I was planning to go eat hot pot, when a girl called me back to sit down. She introduced herself as Suryan, hoping everyone would let her join. The guide who had been sitting with her all this time couldn't invite her, but when he saw his younger sister inviting someone to eat, he stood up and left. As you left, young man was bitter. Instead of agreeing to my invitation, you chose those trash. Who are you to dare to reward him? Let's clear our hearts together. I don't care who you are, remember that face. The humiliation I have to endure today, you will have to pay twice as much. Even though we don't know anything, if a girl invites me, I just eat. Everyone unceremoniously ordered more wine and meat to eat deliciously. When having fun, don't forget to look at Jingen's girls. He glanced at her and recognized her. With the symbol on your shirt, you are probably a disciple of the Mach Sun sect. With a sword at his side and a yellow thread, he must be someone close to the leader. Therefore, you must be the Mach Sun Divine Master, Misnam Surayan, one of the 7 in the world. This lady's troublemaker has 3 inner rings at the tip of the sword. If he came to discuss the affairs of the Tan Long Association, he was definitely a wandering swordsman, out on a date. After hearing this, my younger sister opened her mouth. She didn't expect to see this leprous man, but he was so terrible that he couldn't be underestimated. Then everyone introduced themselves and got to know each other very happily. After eating and drinking, he wanted to go to the bathroom, but unfortunately, 2 big guys fell to the ground. They were about to attack him when his disciple Ryuzen rushed to relieve his master. Having just learned a bit of martial arts, the 2 young men easily dodged his moves. If you can't hit with your hands, you can hit with your mouth. Ryuzen said that these 2 gorillas just did something crazy. Don't you know that the above respects the lower? How dare you push your master? Quickly kneel down and apologize to me, those 2 gorillas. They pretended to humbly apologize, took the opportunity to let Ryuzen off guard and hit the young man twice in the stomach, causing pain all over his body. The young men in the shop saw movement and quickly came out to take a look. Everyone immediately recognized those 2 names as Black and White Songhung, also known as having a bit of a reputation in the gangster world. Ryuzen laughed like crazy, fought like a cripple, but still had a reputation as a gangster, a piece of trash. Because the owl's neck was dirty, 2 young men rushed in and gave Ryuzen a series of punches. Occasionally, I had a few more kicks. Even though Ryuzen's hand hurt, Ryuzen's face still made them start to feel scared. He pointed at the pubic area. What a bunch of sissies, the reason I could endure it was because I didn't get beaten up by that guy every day, then pointed at the pubic area. Getting a sword, compared to him, you guys are just scratching an itch. Regardless of Ryuzen's words, the 2 impermanent black and white young men still rushed in to mercilessly beat Ryuzen. The teacher was tired of being beaten all the time, so the young man learned his master's martial arts posture with an owl. Prepare to end the battle. Knowing that if you use this move, black and white will be impermanent and will cover you, and you will jump into the compartment. Feeling that their internal energy was 100,000 times more powerful than their own, At first they were very aggressive, but after a few seconds they had to bow down. The teacher pulled the two kids off and started to brush their asses off. Looking at Ryuzan, who still wanted to continue fighting, he bitterly shouted, "That guy," he said, "it's okay, no need to get mad. I also didn't expect that you would dare to use the unique move I just taught you to use so carelessly." Not wanting his master to chase him away to become a beggar, Ryuzan humbly admitted his mistake to him. After eating and drinking, everyone said goodbye to Moon-Ho's sister to continue their journey. Miryu chatted and found out that his sister was also going to Van Trung Tien, so he asked everyone for permission to join the party for fun. The teacher had a girl with him and everyone eagerly agreed. According to folklore, the name Truongjiang River means long river. So this is not an ordinary river. It can be said that whoever can control this river will become the hegemon in the Central Plains. That is the reason Van Trung Tien chose this river. With this thing, the heavenly boat, we can cruise on the Truongjiang River without stopping anywhere. So it only takes about half a day to reach Van Trung Tien. While leisurely boarding the ship, Black White Hung River led a tall, dark young man to visit Surion. The 2-meter young man introduced himself as Hyun Gonghai. He walked out and said that he must have heard my name. But I have a little question. If we were in the same world, we wouldn't know what your human level is. I am truly better than everyone here. But people are different. I only respect those above me. So if you want to be respected, prove your strength. Seeing my sister look down on me, she didn't bother to say a word back. Gonghai gently reminded her that she was no different from her mother, only knowing how to run away from humiliation. His mother had to run to the mountains to hide and hide. Because she is afraid that outsiders will discover your sex incompetence and uselessness. That's why I said you're just like her, the current leader of Mok-sun. Surion was furious at the person who had planned to forgive him. But things have come to this point, only Solo Jiesu can satisfy his anger. Then, the two of them teleported to the charming rice fields nearby to settle the matter. Also having free time with nothing to do, Mugen invited everyone to go watch it for fun. Without even saying a word of greeting to each other, Gonghai carried 3 hot items and used his mail cannon to immediately attack Surion's sister. Facing a monster over 2 meters tall, while she herself was 3 meters tall, Surion was not afraid at all but leisurely used her 10,000 swords to fight back. Despite having a physical advantage, Gonghai could not create an advantage. Threw dozens of unconscious people at her sister, but they were all easily avoided. After chatting for a while, fearing that they would miss the train, Surion pulled out a small knife from his pocket and gently stabbed Gonghai. The young man gasped, thinking he was using a sword, so he didn't wait until he was beaten. Surion girl actually uses dual swords. I think if I knew in advance, you wouldn't have turned me into this sword. Okay, I'm starting to get annoyed, now I'm ready to be beaten. Even though he was stabbed, Gonghai still grinned with his giant body. At least it's not a complete fabrication, this is the battle I've been waiting for. Then I'll lend you my sword for a moment, come here kid. Okay, if you like. Surion rushed in and beat the boy like a child, with just a simple sword strike cutting the stick in his mouth in half. Even so, he still had an 80-pound sun and moon staff in his hand, so he wouldn't miss a single shot. Seeing that his power was too strong, Surion flexed all his buttocks muscles to resist. Seeing that the situation was a bit unfavorable, her younger sister remembered what her master had told her in the past. It's best you don't use your left hand anymore. I was born with an abnormal left shoulder, and my level is not average, but I have reached my limit. If you keep trying, you might not be able to use your left hand anymore. It's not too late to change to a new sword technique. It'll be okay, anyone can do it. And you are much stronger and more talented than them, Surion. The younger sister thought to herself, he is also a person of the lower world like me, so it would not be easy to defeat him with just one sword. The left hand, please bear with me just a little longer. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't have gone this far. But, he is the one who dares to insult my mother and the entire sect. No matter what, we must defeat him. Then the two fought another 500 rounds but still could not determine victory or defeat. Instead of wasting time, Surion used his 10,000 swords to attack the mountain to resolve the battle. Knowing that if you get caught by this trick, you will only be able to destroy the grave. Gong Hai also used his strongest move, the 100 Soldiers attack, to defend. Two powerful moves collided, releasing 3 gases, causing the surrounding plants and trees to crumble. A few young men couldn't believe their eyes, thinking that this was just a girl who relied on her sect to achieve a position in the 7th place in the world. Who would have thought she was this strong? After the 2 moves ended, a huge hole appeared on the ground as if it had just fallen from heaven. Surion was seriously injured, his entire hand covered in blood and full of pain. When going to Gong Hai, a whole section of people were lost. Before I could feel the pain, I went to see my grandparents. Taking advantage of his sister's serious injury, Moon-ho intended to take revenge for the crime he had just sent him away. As the sword rushed forward, the swordsman coldly flew to block it. When Black-White Song-hung saw him, he was shy and didn't dare say a word. Moon-ho did not know how to restrain himself and told the 2 young men. He's not from a famous family, he's just a small swordsman with nothing to fear. The current reputation also comes from unverified stories. I am the Moon-ho family, a traveling swordsman of the 3 Veen sect. Then all 3 rushed to his side. The blind soldier only slightly pulled out his sword 5 centimeters, causing the grass and trees behind them along with his bun of hair to disappear into smoke and dust. They gasped and sat on the ground, not daring to cough a single word. The blind soldier quietly walked to Surion and carried her back for treatment. The next day was free and had nothing to do. Jin Gon and the blind soldier stood in front of the boat enjoying the wind. In addition, behind Ryuzan was also diligently practicing under the supervision of Ryan Wu. After a while, Miryu led Ryan out to have a look. The younger sister thanked Ryan Wu and then killed him for treating her so enthusiastically. If it weren't for everyone, she would have become friends with June. While we were gossiping, a fat man with a sword on his hip came to have a look. It's also called having a little blood in the gang. As soon as she looked at the monk, she immediately recognized that it was the great swordsman, the elder of Sun Ho-Aman. One of the 9 great sects, Sun Ho-Aman is an extremely famous sect with more than 100 years of history. They are quite arrogant because Sun Ho-Aman is the only sect that regularly trains the ultimate masters in the world. As soon as he arrived, he yelled at Ryan Gon, thinking he had died a long time ago. It turns out that thanks to hiding, I have been able to survive until now. Wu was no less stubborn and rebellious. It seemed that his hideous face and fat body had not changed at all. Tuet Hoakim saw that Wu's disciple looked bewildered, so he immediately brought candy for his disciple and went out solo with Ryuzan to make the atmosphere more exciting. However, because the owl was being used as entertainment, it was about to rush in when Mugen stopped it in time. Seeing that Ryuzan remained silent and did not dare to come up, he said a few more words and then brushed his ass off and left. Seeing his younger brother sad, Wu encouraged him not to be upset. They are not like you. Even if there are hundreds of thousands of people outside asking to become disciples, I don't need them. That's because they don't have sincerity. Although we cannot defeat experts who have practiced diligently for decades, they are not necessarily the ones who survive to the end. You also have to wear clothes for the group. When you play cold competitions, take off your legs, they say you're crazy, and you say it's right. That night, after having a full meal but being too bored with nothing to do, Mugen climbed up a mud pillar to watch the moon. My heart is filled with thoughts. 3 volumes after the battle with Wu, I hope you will stop crying. But people seem to have become stronger, blending with the snow. It's like you feel like you haven't finished reporting yet. As I guessed, Gyeokyang is definitely him. While admiring the moon move, he discovered a disciple of Tuet Hoa sword drinking alone. He felt suspicious but was already sleepy, so he just let him do whatever he wanted. The next morning, that guy suddenly opened the grave to everyone's surprise. I don't know who was brave enough to dare to attack on this ship filled with experts. As soon as he looked at Mugen, he immediately realized that it was the guy who was drinking alone last night. Also known as having some experience examining the scene, Mugen stood up and analyzed for everyone to listen. This is a wound with a precise attack angle, clearly a one-shot kill. The slash starts from the upper left corner and goes straight down to the lower right corner. Although this type of cut can be made with the right hand, it requires an extremely large force and a deep stab to create it. So it can be said that the person who caused this cut was left-handed. However, among us, there is only one person who was left-handed and points at a disciple of the great sword. The young man whose name was shouted trembled, sweating profusely. Are you guys planning to blame it all on me just because I'm left-handed? You guys are all crazy. You saw him last night, so you're not suspicious. Why don't you tell me what you did last night? Before he could open his mouth, everyone noticed that alcohol vapor was coming from the source. While his master was questioning him, the young man was afraid of appearing, so he tried to run away. In my heart, the owl is damned, I shouldn't let my guard down. I spent 10 years planning, but I shouldn't have left his body on the boat, I obviously should have been more careful. The sutra doesn't seem that smooth, but compared to the source blindness, it's truly an 800-pound person. With just a shrug, he was able to approach the young man and then pressed his head to the ground. Great Flower Sword Owl came to ask his brother, why? Why do you do that, my dear source? Why did you kill Jang-un? Before he knew the answer, he took the poison and committed suicide. He couldn't understand why the disciples he fed and lived in were killing each other like that. It was so boring that I couldn't even talk about it. Then, in a sudden moment of anger, his soul was taken over by the devil, and he unleashed his magic and swords, stabbing and slashing wildly. Fortunately for everyone on the ship, they had a strong internal strategy and could control him with just one basic move, otherwise the consequences would have been unpredictable. Although he used kind words to dissuade him, his animalistic nature took over the body of the great sword, so he immediately escaped and attacked, turning the ship upside down. Knowing that if he was left on the ship, it would be more or less harmed. The strategist approached his ancient books and then flew into the sky. Knowing that if you hit lightly, you won't lose, but if you hit too hard, you will lose your life. My male lead used his sword to cut his sword to pieces. Then used the card to beat the devil inside him out. Because the internal energy is so profound, the sky and ocean vibrate like a bomb exploding. Luckily the battle took place outside, otherwise everyone would have been bait for the fish for their turn. After a while, after taking a wonderful bath, I was able to find a military plan to board the ship for medical treatment. Even though Ryan Wu didn't like him, he was the only doctor on the ship, so even though it was bitter, he still reluctantly cured the great sword. When he recovered, the old man came out and led him to the bodies of his 2 disciples and told him about it. After a long day of testing drugs on my body, I discovered this. Then he poured the medicine on one guy's chest, and a tattoo of a crouching ghost's head appeared in the middle of his chest, making Hokoa sword gape in disbelief. The younger brother who had followed him for so many years couldn't understand why he was so broken. He hoped Ryan Wu would keep this a secret for him. If it got out, nothing good would come of it. Even though he's an adult and an old man, he doesn't like this fat ant. But happily accepted. Mugen was already waiting outside. The beautiful sword inside slowly stepped out and said kindly, as the elder of Sun Hoa Man, I deeply apologize for my rude actions today. Thank you also to my brother who stopped me, I will certainly not forget this favor. In my heart, I was also nervous, because I realized that his strength was much more terrible than rumored. There is a bright star about to rise in this martial arts world. I am sure the future of this wanderer will be greatly affected by this person. Then everyone said goodbye to each other and went to the room to rest and prepare for the upcoming competition. The ship finally arrived, the streets here were flashy and luxurious, making everyone admire the whiteness here. Because each family was allocated a separate manor to rest, immediately after finding her fellow disciples, Suryan's sister said goodbye to everyone to gather with the sisters in the sect. Although they were a bit attached, they promised to meet again one day in the near future. Mugen saw that the streets were bustling and crowded, so he told everyone to go home and rest first. As for myself, I go for a walk around the city to refresh my mind. After walking for a while, I saw a signal from an acquaintance, so I coldly walked in to see how the brothers were doing. Even though he was masked, with his owl eyes, Mugen immediately recognized that the person sitting in front of him was Truong Chi Sichuan, Mekong Ryung. Then the two sat down to talk. He said that currently there are many young masters who want to join Van Trung Tien with the wish of becoming stronger. But the limit has already been set in advance. High positions are only reserved for descendants of the 9 great sects and the 5 great sects. It's a pity, like those young experts will only be used as living neat shields. Needless to say, the opportunity is just a small ray of light, no matter how talented they are. Of course, the leaders of the 9 great sects and the 5 great sects all belong to the Van Trung Tien faction. This is the path that Van Trung Tien himself created for us. Seeing the young man talking too much, he interrupted me. I want to find someone. His name is Seo Musang. 10 years ago he was sent to back Tien Mon with Lin Can Group. I heard that a short time later he returned to Van Trung Tien. Even though he didn't know who he was about to make a bet but saw that he promised to give him more money, so Gon Ryung happily accepted. He also told me some more information that we had also heard about Xian Chan Hoa, that he had just left the mysterious Iron Field and headed straight to Van Trung Tien. He is one of the top experts who have reached the soul world and is also someone who can compare to Jiao Chanhu. The main person behind the betrayal of the North Tien Mon was Xian Chan Hoa. Feeling uninterested in that name, Mugen walked away. Now I know this young man is a girl, I couldn't believe it. Just like Trung Yen said, he is indeed a difficult person to understand. It's not surprising that Trung Yen is very interested in him. The last leader of the North Tien sect, Jin Mu-Won, is a double-edged sword. I can take advantage of him, but at the same time I will be used by him. It's okay if a handsome guy takes advantage of you. Then he ordered his subordinates to hide in the dark and search for Musang immediately. They agreed to listen immediately. There was nothing that made him go up to the city to admire the scenery. While chatting, an old man spoke up. Do you want to be immortal? Or do you want a happy life like an emperor? Thinking back, this body is immortal and also the emperor. After hearing this, the blind soldier was also dumbfounded. I don't understand when he appeared, my skills were so confusing that I didn't feel anything until he spoke. It's true that there are still too many masters in this world, I'm still just a small shrimp. He took off his mask and offered him a sip of wine. Suddenly he was a man, but now he was a woman and he was slightly shocked. She looked so ugly that for a moment the blind man did not dare to drink. Thinking she was beautiful and afraid that she would put poison in the vase, she prepared it for him to see and told him not to be too suspicious. It would be a waste of such a beautiful scene to not make a little yeast. This flavor truly deserves the word excellent. Seeing that she was talking too much, the blind man grabbed a jar of wine and drank it to the brim. Seeing that he drank it all so fast and didn't have anything to get high, I yelled at him to stop drinking slowly. I still have to make a name for myself, do you hear me? While cultivating now, she was asked for it back, the blind soldier returned it to her, and then gently reminded her that 10 was better than 10. Seeing that there was a move, she reminded him not to let his emotions overwhelm his reason, the outcome would not be happy. I hope you understand that sometimes following nature is the best way. Then he disappeared into the dark night. Before leaving he threw him a bottle of wine to warm himself. I thought it was a stranger, but it turned out to be a group of former defeated generals who came here to find Suryan's sister to settle the matter. Gong Hai had one arm broken and a big hole in his side but was still alive. Truly magical. This time they also recruited a young man named Nam Phuong Sword Guest who was very arrogant. As soon as I saw Morgan Hunter, I immediately joked that I am Nam Phuong Sword Guest, Nam Phuong Mang's successor. You've probably heard it before, although I'm not very interested in that kind of fame. But if we stay focused, overcoming the 7 realms of heaven is just a normal thing. Who are you to make those people over there so afraid? Seeing him stay silent, Hunter was about to rush in to attack, but was immediately thrown a jar of wine in his face in pain. His accomplices saw that and immediately rushed forward to eat him. They arrogantly declared that Nam would be crippled if he hit even 1 point. We must be so afraid of you. Talking and doing are 2 completely different things. Without even having to draw a sword, just using basic martial arts makes them dizzy. But because their blood was more dangerous than their brains, they were not afraid and just rushed forward. While drinking wine to watch the moon and being disturbed by the trash, Mugen lightly swiped his sword a few times, causing Gong Hai and the Nam Phuong swordsman to have a few more scars. Seeing this, the black and white 2 heroes were also scared and did not dare to rush forward, but instead ran away. Manhua was so scared that she trembled and could not move. Mu-Won came closer and pulled out his sword to threaten him, causing him to actually pee in his pants. It's true that I'm so bored that I don't want to say it, this gangster is not good at all. Seeing that he had enough of moving his bones and joints at night, Mu-Won brushed it off and left. Before leaving, he gently reminded everyone that you were still in Van Trung Tien's territory. I think you know what the consequences will be if you kill someone. So I'll leave, that's enough fighting for today. I hope you understand and see this as just a small accident. Don't forget to clean up, but if anyone doesn't want to listen and understand what I say, then I don't mind killing everyone, so don't forget about it, okay? The next morning, while watching Ryuzen practice, Mu-Won talked about the mysterious person who gave him wine with Jingin yesterday. He said that even an expert could not feel it. But meeting people like that is just the beginning, later you will meet many people who are much more terrible than that. Don't forget we are currently in enemy territory. We don't know what trouble we'll get into. But I have to say, it's a battle with the extra shrimp. You did a good job, being too soft will make them even more daring. I just thought of an idea, let's prepare to leave, there is a place we have to go. Then he quickly walked away, not forgetting to take Mu-Won with him. I thought it was a cool place, but it turned out to be a bookstore. Staying inside for 2 days without being able to go out and look at girls is really boring. He thought to himself, they didn't look tired at all. The owner of this place is Zhang Jizio. It is said that he is a fellow disciple of the three ninjas. On the way here, Old Man said that Zhang Jizio's ancestors had always collected many ancient texts. Therefore, they stored almost thousands of books, inside they contained at least 200 years of history. This place is considered a paradise of knowledge. A place that all scholars would love to see. That's why he was able to become the excellent scholar he is today. The more Zhang Jizio listened to and talk, the more he felt that this person had profound knowledge, comparable to the three ninjas. Even though he complained a lot, the two of them were still extremely close. Then the two elders finally reached an agreement, everyone said goodbye to each other and left. Before leaving, he found out that the young man accompanying his friend was Uncle Kimoy Tran Lolung. Knowing that, he asked for an autograph early on. He was so bored that he didn't want to say it. After saying goodbye, the old friend left. Jingin and Mu-Won went into the shop to have a few drinks to get the hang of it. While enjoying his delicious food, Mu-Won sensed that there were many assassins and joined forces to fight. Even though I don't know who they are or whether they made a mistake or not, I have to interact for a while to know. So he threw his friend a jacket that could withstand regular weapons, and he unsheathed his sword solo. With sharp hearing, Mu-Won knew for sure that there were about 40 of them inside and out supporting each other. It seemed like he was on a completely different level, so with just one light swing of his sword, he killed 3 or 4 guys. Seeing that their accomplices were unable to yawn in time, the assassins also timidly did not dare to shamelessly report their escape. But because he had already received the money and didn't pay, next time no one would dare to hire him. Even though he was scared to death, they still aggressively attacked him. The result was not unexpected, just a few basic moves to catch the sword alone was enough to defeat all of them. With one light slash, the hands will go all over the body and stay. Jingin stood behind, blaming himself for the storm that could easily have escaped. But because I'm protecting myself, it seems a bit sweeter. It's time to use shadow magic to help him. But to develop our full potential, we must choose a place with appropriate life and energy sources. However, in this critical moment, it will be difficult to achieve those conditions. The only person capable of using shadow magic without any preparation is Shimanjia Zio Manhua. If I remember correctly, Hirayan Shimanjia also has this ability. While working, suddenly a sword stuck out from behind the wall. If you watch anymore, you'll die. Mei Mu-Won discovered it and saved the old man's life. Surrounded from all sides, the two didn't know how to fight when suddenly someone outside the door rushed in to rescue them. Just 2 basic passes can call 3 guys. It's really not average. Who I thought turned out to be the person Mu-Won had saved before, named Muzang. The two people who had not seen each other for a long time exchanged a warm handshake. Because this was Muzang's area of operation, when he saw there was movement, he came immediately. Not only that, he also brought along a few juniors for safety. Confident in his own strength, Mu-Zeng told him to save him first and let me take care of the rest. Okay, delicious. Mu-Gon said goodbye to his friend and then retreated with Jingan. With a nature that did not like to talk much, Mu-Zeng ordered his juniors to kill everyone, leaving only one interrogator. The young men obeyed and immediately fought. Just walking a bit outside, the two suddenly discovered a black-clothed shadow following them. Mu-Gon immediately approached him, intending to let him ascend to heaven, but discovered that he turned out to be an acquaintance. While he was holding his sword to his neck and crying for mercy, he told him that there was an ambush on the road ahead, so he told him to retreat in another direction for safety. Jin Gon had Mu-Gon tell him to show his face without fear and say that no matter how strong those assassins were, they were just a pawn in Van Trung Tien's hands. If caught, they will be sent to prison in Van Trung Tien. After that, there will be a meeting between the pillars in Van Trung Tien. We'll aim for that meeting. I've prepared everything. Regardless, we shouldn't waste any more time here. Then, to avoid entangling his limbs, Jin Gon also quietly retreated to a direction where he would not be ambushed, allowing Mu-Gon to fight comfortably. Facing a large number of enemies, he was not afraid but slowly stepped forward to fight. Even if you don't know, don't let that distract you. Just keep them busy for a while, that's fine. There's no need to protect anyone in battle, now you don't have to worry about anything anymore. Truly, claiming to catch a sword is not something to joke about. With just one basic sword strike, he sent 10 guys back to their grandparents. One more pass and the first 5 guys will leave their bodies. Mu-Gon was in the middle of the siege as if there was no one to hide. Whoever wanted to take his life, that person could not avoid death. They saw their people lying down one after another and began to feel afraid. The number of troops breaking into the guest point was 80 people. Then about 27 more people broke in from this alley. Could it be that he killed all 80 people at the hotel and was waiting for us in this alley? That's absurd. He is evil. A devil who only knows how to swing a sword to kill people. At this rate, the lives of the Soulslayer sect will only exist in the books. But since they already accepted their love, they all rushed in with the hope of cutting him down even just once. It was only after Mu-Gon rushed forward all at once that he used his ultimate magic shadow sword move. Cutting them is no different than a piece of tofu. Of these nearly 100 guys, only one guy, Lathop, asked for forgiveness. Seeing that the boy was seriously injured, it was difficult for him to beg, so Mu-Gon took pity on him and sent him back to the other world to ease his suffering. After the trash was taken care of, the family officials came from afar. Because he had a plan in advance, Mu-Gon obediently surrendered to his brothers and went back to prison together. On this side, after dealing with the mobs in the pub, Mu went to the forest to rest. While waiting for a moment, his subordinates panicked and ran in to report that Mu-Gon had personally destroyed all the assassins, but obediently followed the guards. Blind Sang secretly thought that there was still another group of assassins. There were really a lot of them. But why did the master surrender obediently? Surely the master had deliberately let himself be taken away. Perhaps the day had its own purpose. Then Mu came and gave money to his brother and told him to take his brothers out to party and destroy. The young man happily went away. At the Ryuzan resort, Mu-Gon didn't beat him for a long time, so he felt so sad that he sat and wrestled alone, not bothering to practice. Jingan walked over and joked, he was so hungry for a beating that he was sad. My friend, he told the young man. Do you know what he has been through up to now? The days of being treated as a prisoner and abused by his father helped him become what he is today. Even though he had to live in that harsh environment, he still tried his best just to survive. And that guy spent 7 years hiding in the mountains practicing martial arts and perfecting himself. People think he's lucky to be born into such a famous family. He is the chosen one. Even though he had experienced such things, even though he had nothing in his hands, all he wanted was a normal life. The reason he doesn't practice martial arts is because, for a person with such profound internal strength, the battles he has experienced are his martial arts training process. Every moment of life is a constant practice, even when caught in prison. No one can stop him, he is not a normal person. He will take advantage of everything. To walk on a path full of thorns, but defeat them over and over again. Become strong and become known as Uncle Keem. At first, people can see that being born into a famous family is a very good thing. But he was not rich or had a comfortable life at all. Every day is full of torture and finding a way to survive. Everyone has their own story. I don't know about you, but do you intend to become a dirty thief that everyone will spit on in the future? The teacher kept talking, but the young man didn't ask anything, so he reluctantly left. Sitting in the free time section with nothing to do, I indulged in thinking about the past. I am gradually meeting increasingly stronger opponents. Will this feeling be okay? So why do I gradually feel more and more useless? Even in the battle with the assassins to protect the three-eyed scholar, his performance was disappointing. Must become more calm than ever, one being, one source of energy. Everything exists for a reason, no two things are the same, each thing is unique. But the land is filled with light, only we are left with darkness. While thinking about life, two people came in to chat. Long time no see, maybe 7 years? Unexpectedly, he was still alive, the last sect leader of the Heavenly Sect, Jin Mu-Won. He now lives under the name, Uncle Rare. 7 years ago, the only person who witnessed our humiliating escape that year. Who else wants to participate in the Tan Long festival when they know that in front of the night, all we can do is run away? You annoying bastard, I didn't expect you to be hiding all this time. That's also possible. You've been hiding your true strength for the past 7 years, even though you're actually a master. Seeing that he was silent, he bitterly shouted, "You idiot, my sister died because of that person, you unlucky bastard." Blind Kiss smiled softly, "And I'm sorry about that, but why do you blame me? He is the one who let down his guard and became arrogant and unable to protect his people. What use do you people have? Even my own sister can't protect her. So when the owl screams, should I rip out his mouth? If you were still alive, you would have definitely fled to the north at that time, right? So why did you still come here?" Seeing that his younger brother was a bit impatient, his sister stood beside him to advise him. "Calm down, we must not fall for his trick. Now is not the time yet. I will give you a suitable opportunity, we must calm down first." After the young man left, his sister gently spoke to him. "Mr. Jin, long time no see. I didn't expect it to be 7 years ago. It seems like I have to apologize first for Brother Sim's rudeness. Jin is really a swordmaster, right?" Along with the appearance of greed, people in the Wanderer began to question whether the old action of destroying Bac Tianmon was right. But now that the mayor of Bac Tianmon is right in front of us, what should we do? Do you want to stand up against God's will? Mo Quan gently replied that I just wanted to survive, regardless of whether it was in the past or now. But survival means, if we have to fight against destiny, we have to happily do it. Seeing that Mo Quan was so stubborn, she left sullenly, wishing him success on the path he had chosen. The younger sister had just stepped out when she saw Jean, Gone, and Miss Tang coming together. Everyone knew each other a little from before, so they greeted each other very affectionately. His sister wondered what he was doing here, then Jean and Gone told him that it hadn't been long since he'd been here. "Do you remember the story of me conquering the evil mind that this young lady of the Shiman family gave me 5 years ago? Maybe that problem was too difficult, so at that time we thought we were about to melt. I have lived like a crazy person for many years, maybe thanks to you I have become more mature. Back to the main issue, my friend caused some trouble and was imprisoned. That's why I came here," thought the court lady, Jin Gon. The character I was most wary of, 5 years ago, at the birthday party of great scholar Siekji. The first time I met him, I couldn't help but be surprised, he didn't have any backing at all. Only through his own efforts could he reach that realm. That's really unreasonable, I have to stomp on such scary people. But it's impossible with just my ability. In the end, there was no other way, I had to find my grandfather's formulas drawn from the essence of hundreds of years of the Taemon family. I had to suffer so much to get to where I am today. I hope he doesn't hinder me and just disappear. The unique genius Seo Manhua, who was resurrected. An entire family is on the brink of destruction. in grandfather's small head, contained all the principles in this world. Living as the son, daughter-in-law, or grandson of someone so great. Fill your life with the expectations of those around you and the burden you have to shoulder. Besides those people, I had to live in a way that could please and meet my grandfather's expectations. It was a very hard life, to be able to surpass his grandfather's reputation. No, even if it was just to get a little closer to that reputation, I had to work really hard. And then one day, everyone in the world praised me, saying that Seo Moon-Hoa is the genius descendant of the Shimansher family. Perhaps thanks to that, the burden of father and mother has somewhat eased a bit. I was very determined. That's right, for a normal person, of course I'm an outstanding genius. But I knew one thing, and he probably knew it too. That my abilities can only go so far. I'm not as good a genius as my grandfather expected me to be. Perhaps, the genius who reached the realm that his grandfather had been looking for so long would be this guy Jingen. But in the end that person was on the same side as Jin Mu-Won. Then everyone said goodbye to each other and went their separate ways. Chow Mai's sister ordered her subordinates to convene the Thuong Long assembly immediately, and the young man in prison immediately obeyed. Seeing his younger brother sitting as well as a puppy in prison, Jingen grinned as if he were the father of a baby. Mu-Won asked him about the plan and was told that everything was going very smoothly. The most important thing right now is to enjoy the feeling of living in prison, hee. Miryu felt sorry for the handsome boy who was having trouble eating, so he personally cooked rice and brought it to Mu-Won. Feeling like he was about to be given food, Jingen slyly walked out and left the two young men to confide in each other. Miryu asked him very enthusiastically, "Were you injured anywhere? Did you sleep well? No matter what you say, it's probably not comfortable in this section. You probably feel very uncomfortable, but please try to endure it a little. Both the uncle and the ghost hunter are diligently preparing to save him. Do you need anything? Next time I will bring it to you." Knowing that his sister was planning to kill him, Mu-Won already had the person of his dreams who thanked her for her kindness. In the next life, please be assured. Miryu sounded so sad, but he had to swallow his tears and force a smile so that Mu-Won could finish the rice he made. At night, when I was about to go to bed, someone walked in and introduced himself. "I am Jiam Yu-song, the hall master of the law enforcement hall. You were arrested here for the crime of massacring dozens of people at a diner. According to what people said, if those guys were assassins, of course they wouldn't be able to obediently sit still and die. People just need to have evidence to prove it is true. Now is not the official sentencing time. There is another reason why I came to the prison in the middle of the night like this. I came here because I didn't feel secure. I hope you will answer my question very honestly. Uncle Kim, who exactly is your family?" Seeing that he was silent and did not say anything, he bitterly walked out. He thought he would sleep peacefully, but as soon as he left, someone appeared without saying a word and immediately attacked him. After a few afternoons of communication, he discovered that he was a monk in the sect. Before, when he was still Uncle Tianmon, Win was an extremely attentive person. Someone who always wants to be near. He complimented the blind soldier who had become visibly stronger. He was truly a tough guy. When I heard the rumor about Uncle Kim, I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't predict anything. They sent me an invitation to join the demon extermination team. Because my father was killed by Jing, keeping me as a hostage would no longer be of any use. The guild is now submerged in mud, so I don't want to take over there. We're still thinking right now. Blind Army, I really feel sorry for not being able to help when Ba Tianmon was destroyed along with the death of the sect leader's palace. At that time we really had no other choice. I know you still hate me, but we shouldn't point our swords at each other like this. I wanted to come here to save you." Seeing that this guy seems to be cunning and blind, the military reminded him lightly. "I'm the one who killed him. One of the four heroes, Win Ma, your father, Jio Chan-Hu." He burst out laughing. "So what was the reason?" "I know there's no way he's going to fall at the hands of the impossible calm. Killing quiet people is his job, yes. It doesn't matter how old he is, there's no way that could happen. Blind Army, great job. I still have to thank you. Probably not easy either. That's the first step to revenge, right? I understand, but wanting revenge is normal. He is the rock that blocks our future. No matter how hard he tried, he didn't bother to look even a little bit. He just wanted to torture his child for pleasure. So why should we feel sad because of such a person? Now I know that he was killed by my brother. I am also haunted by the death of your father, the head of the Disdained sect. Is it okay to call it like that? Now he revealed his true nature. The young man came here for nothing good but to assassinate him. Mugo took the opportunity to lightly stroke his cheek without intending to, but with excellent reflexes. Our male lead smoothly blocked the attack, not only that, but also lightly skewered the bratty brother's hair. There was so much fighting that soldiers ran in to check. Not wanting to expose the young man's whereabouts, he ran away. Before leaving, don't forget to kick me straight. I came here just to confirm whether you are a swordsman or not. If so, I want to ask if you want to build a great career with me or not. But it seems the answer is no. One more thing, there are always two sides to a coin. The same goes for everything in the world. This is a place where we can bear to lose our humanity and remember. The blind soldier gently reminded. Because of your pride, you also remember this sentence. You will die by this sword, I swear. The next morning, in the Tanlong Assembly Hall, countless martial arts experts gathered. Seeing that there were quite a large number of people present, Miss Tanlong spoke up. I also thank all the heroes who have joined the Tanlong Association, a martial arts association that will become a shining star in the world. I will explain the reason for gathering you here. Suddenly calling everyone here is because something important has happened. I guess everyone probably knows about a recently emerging character, sword catching, right? He recently massacred countless lives in the territory of Van Trung Tien. Now that he has been arrested, he cannot help but know that this is a serious crime in Van Trung Tien. But he still intentionally committed it. It's very possible that he has someone inside helping him. According to what I heard, someone reported this immediately as soon as the massacre took place to Van Trung Tien. This could be a ruse. But what is the most important thing here? It's catching a sword. Someone who should have died. He is the 5th generation head of the Heavenly Sect, Jin Mu-Won. Absolutely everyone should focus and try to join the demon extermination team this time. As soon as he finished speaking, a brave young man stepped out. This is the leader of the Dragon Guild. Jiam Su-chan, making everyone admire. If you have this person on your team, you'll win. Gong Hai also had to admit, this person really had a terrifying aura. He secretly thought that I had no interest in the Dragon Fruit Association. Just wanted to compete with him because they were both the same subordinate. A person like me who can't do anything about catching a sword, compared to this guy, has no talent at all. Then the next day, the selection ceremony for the demon extermination team also began to take place, in front of the presence of thousands of martyrs throughout the world. The host announced that those who want to join the demon slaying team must receive recognition from the 3 judges above. Or at least known by the experts in the gang. Tun Tep's group heard KCU swear, "What the hell are you doing?" These conditions should have been stated in advance. So what now? Now that I mention it, damn it. The people themselves say they will be fair in the selection process. The conditions proposed today are ridiculous. What we want is fairness. Seeing that everyone was so dissatisfied, the house owner spoke out to reassure us that we had recently arrested a prisoner who had committed a crime in heaven. I'm sure everyone still remembers the Bac Tien Mon incident 10 years ago. Uncle Tien Truong Mon and Jin Kwan-Ho, who should have fought back with a clear mind, instead joined forces with them to cover the eyes of the people in the streets. At that time, we, Van Trung Tien, were extremely merciful and spared his son's life. But now that bastard has appeared again, maybe he's plotting and his sanity has risen. Surely he will come up with a plan and be alert to take revenge on us. He is Uncle Keem, perhaps everyone has heard of him. Uncle Kim is the son of a sinner. We decided to preside over a trial on today's selection day. Hope everyone will attend to witness it. To be a part of the trial is to maintain justice in the gang. Right? If so, you will be approved for the squad, the Demon Extermination Squad. Everyone who heard it was speechless and couldn't say a word. Those with real power did not show any displeasure, but only showed a very suggestive look on their faces, wanting to provoke each other. Among these is Mu-Sang, who just had a solo with our male lead yesterday, and is now starting to feel shy. Always thinking about Mu-Gon in my head, even though he has the foundation of Baek Tien-mon and is also very strong. This time the enemy is Van Trung Tien. Van Trung Tien is strong, I feel like this time he will be much tougher. Then tell the juniors that this is Van Trung Tien, keep to yourself and don't do anything stupid. I don't want to attract attention just by entering, so walking around will be a bit difficult. While wandering around, the government official let Uncle Kim out. It was the first time he stood in front of so many people that he was tickled, shyly standing still not daring to say a word. A young man came out and introduced us as Na Mi-kon, who will preside over today's ceremony, before we get to the selection of the Demon Extermination Team. For those of you who are knowledgeable in the world of Jianghu and have not been afraid to travel far to come here, I'm really grateful that now, as everyone knows, we've been defeated once and for all. But the fate of all people in the Wanderer, now once again depending on the outcome of the battle with consciousness every time they appear, will be a huge loss. After several hundred years, we have all witnessed their cruelty, more than 10,000 people have died. Precious lives have fallen defending justice, our ancestors all died at their hands. For the sake of protecting innocent people, with loyalty to a noble cause, they dared to angrily take away their blood as if it was nothing, but thanks to that, we are here today. Now it is our turn to fight to protect what our ancestors left behind. The Demon Extermination Team will stand up decisively against the same people. We may have to sacrifice a lot of blood and tears, but people will always remember us. Van Trung Tien will trade everything to help the Demon Extermination Team grow stronger. We will be an extremely strong body, and there are also tips to help you strengthen your internal energy. When the war is over, the Demon Slayer team members will be top experts for the next generation. The pre-selection was supposed to take place today, but there's something important that we decided to organize first. It's the trial. I'm sure you all know what a public trial is like. Then, pointing at Mu-Gon, he declared that he was the main character of today's trial. Pham Nan, Baek Kim, Jin Mu-Won, perhaps everyone remembers that there was once a sect called Baek Tien-mon. While everyone was dedicating themselves to the fight against awakening, Baek Tien-mon decided to collude with them to betray us. The debt that Uncle Tien had, Jin Kwan-Ho, owed 10 years ago, it's time to consider it. You understand, am I right? They were the ones who asked for our help, but they were also the ones who sold us out. History has repeated itself, his father has betrayed us. As the son of a criminal, he dared to kill many innocent people in the area of Van Trung Tien. Isn't this even more hateful? Which father is which son? Who knows? Unbeknownst to him, he was still joining forces with Awakening and wanted to reappear with them to cause harm to the human world. The small boys shouted loudly, "Punish the criminal, doesn't he know humiliation? Which father is which son? Go away." The blind face never changed expression in admiration for the father who had to endure so much chili pepper. He spent his whole life fighting to protect them. Now they treat someone like that who has devoted his entire life. To think that he had to face thousands of hostile eyes. That indescribable feeling. It seems we can understand somewhat now. 10 years have passed, and now they treat me the same way they treated my father. I'm so angry that your father is the son of General Jin Kwan-Ho, the hero who protects the North and is the 5th-generation sect chief, Uncle Sword. Feeling bad. Listening to his prophetic words, Ryan Wu also had to sweat because he had never shown such intense emotions before. Even though he was stronger than anyone, yet very humble, that quiet young man finally showed up. Surayan also had to sympathize with Mugen's fate, even though they had only been in contact for a few days. Even if Big Brother failed to kill you, you have to admit, this idiot finally boldly said his name out loud. One guy was very calm even when he found his uncle, the person he treasured as much as his own life. The official spoke up, the fifth-generation head of the Heavenly Sect, Jin Mu-Won. So now the trial will begin for the first of the two crimes you committed, which is the massacre of innocent warriors inside the clouds. I, the head of the Dharma Hall, Jayam Yusong, will handle this matter fairly and impartially, without favoring either side. I hope sect leader Jin will also cooperate with me in the trial and honestly declare. Do not lie even half a word. In the last month of Kui Mui, on a good day, at the inn, we entered the front yard. Do you admit that you massacred a crowd after fighting them? Someone reported that those who died were innocent people. Do you agree with this report? Mu-Won said without fear, I don't agree. Those people are a gang of assassins who have received specialized training. That crowd intended to kill me alone. The official continued that the number of people slaughtered was too great to verify that fact with just a word from him. While determining the crime, Mu-Won brought two wounded assassins into the audience. It turns out that everything was planned by Jin Gon and Mu-Won to resign. The two young men, who were beaten to death, stood in front of the district magistrate, scared and miserable, confessing that they wanted to assassinate Mu-Won first. I received a mandate to kill someone, called a swordsman, and together with my brothers, I assassinated that person. I am the third Imperial Sword Sect Flying Swordsman. Also a member of the Thuong Long Association, my name is Father Manhwa. It was I who gave them the money to assassinate Mu-Won for personal gain. Salman stood above observing the situation, quite tense when looking at Mo Sang. He was the deputy captain of Baek Tian-mon's surveillance team 7 years ago. Surely, he will side with Jin Mu-Won. My guess is not wrong at all, Rua Man-ho is an incompetent son of a bitch. I have given so much love to your family, yet you always cause nonsense. If that's the case, then you just have to bear the brunt of the mistakes you made. I should have personally managed the affairs of the Thuong Long Association. I overrated them. She turned to remind her subordinates to immediately erase all traces of Man-ho and Thuong Long Hoi. He immediately left. As for the one-eyed guy, she saw that she was playing all the time and came out for him. Go and remind the people at Thuong Long Hoi to keep quiet about the name Man-ho. He has nothing to do with us anymore. In other words, we don't know him. Even though I don't want to, I still have to do it reluctantly. Knowing that the culprits were the other two, the government asked the soldiers to put them in prison to await trial. Thinking that was the end, but no, Suchan continued to question him for betraying the Central Highlands. Blind Quan clearly argued that my father had never colluded with Secret Knight. And I'm not the son of a traitor, that's for sure. My father was a strong man who never surrendered to evil. And I also say that he himself was deceived and humiliated by the betrayal of the people of the Central Plains. He added, you foul mouth, listen carefully. Uncle Tian-mon has protected the Central Highlands for many generations. And the people in that snow-covered northernmost place have never had a prosperous life. Even so, we are always there, acting as a citadel to protect the safety of the entire Central Plains. Baek Tian-mon's blood was shed on that land for hundreds of years. It is for the lives of the people of the Central Plains. Thanks to that grace, the people here can live peacefully. But you guys try to divide yourself into factions and fight each other internally. And now, you guys are turning around and saying that I am in collusion with secret fakers? That disjointed story about the betrayal of the former head of the Baek Tian-mon, the truth that Van Trung Tien created himself, makes no sense at all. While having fun, he suddenly stopped because of the appearance of John Chan-hoa. His presence also scared the shrimps to death. Exclaiming, isn't that person the old Baek Tien Tu True, and now the master of the heavy sword treasure, John Chan-hoa? The realm of the sword is the person is the sword, surpassing the unity of the sword. It is said that if you reach that realm, you will no longer be able to distinguish between people. Where is the sword anymore? Every look, gesture, and small action of John Chan-hoa becomes a masterstroke, an extremely powerful sword technique. That is, his body is no different from that of a great sword. That person has appeared now.
The young man declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, that this is a living witness of the history of Bac-Tien-Man.
He is the master John Shanhua, the ancient pillar of Ba-Tien-Man, Ba-Tien-2 four pillars.
Now, surely you have enough status to be able to punish the children of the traitor who dared to conspire with you, right?"
Then the young man stepped aside to let the two monsters talk to each other. Before fighting, he told him a story about the past with his father. "I was once a part of Bac-Tien-Man and respected Dayin Truong-Man more than anyone. But when I learned the truth that he was in cahoots with secret agents, I couldn't hold back my despair. I persuaded him for several days, but Dayin Truong-Man, your father, ultimately did not listen to me. What made the 100 years of heroic history of Bac-Tien-Man become a thing of the past was the stupid decision of father and son. But now I'm repeating the history of my father's mistakes after 10 years. The blood of an immoral person is flowing in your body. Yet you are still proudly walking around the Central Plains, which is something that all Central Plains people do not want. It's all because I want the best for you. It's not too late. You should abandon your martial arts skills and return to the north quietly to live the rest of your life. If so, I will clear your sins." That was the last bit of gratitude this uncle could do. Listening to his uncle's words, Mu-Kwan told him that he already knew. He, along with the power ghost Jiao Chanhu, were the first pioneers to incite people. He is the great god who has the greatest contribution in destroying the sect.
How long do you think you can hide this truth?
As soon as he finished speaking, Ryuzan brought a living witness onto the stage. He was paralyzed in all four limbs and recognized that what Mu-Kwan said was true. Then told Xian how long he thought he could hide this truth.
"Now you can stop using your hands to block the sky."
As soon as he saw the old man, the main man immediately discovered that he was the master of Baingwin Duong, where the books and secrets of Bac-Tien-Man were kept. Baingwin Duong's owner felt sorry for him, but didn't understand why he was in such shabby condition. He told everyone that 10 years ago, 10 years before the day Chief Dayin took his own life at Bac-Tien-Man, someone approached him and began to act. That person gave me a document denouncing the fourth-generation master of Bac-Tien-Man Jin Kwan-Ho for colluding with the secret knight,
Swordmaster John Tran-Hoa. It is a document written in a person's autograph.
People told me to report this matter to Van Trung Tien, to manipulate public opinion in Central Plains to destroy Bac-Tien-Man. He also promised to give me a huge fortune and a very high position. And so we made an irreversible choice. With a document filled with lies and the pioneering work of 4 people in the North Tien-2 pillar.
The 100-year history of Bac-Tien-Man ended too easily. On that sad night, the day Dayin Truong-Man took his own life, Bac-Tien-Man was disbanded. He did not hesitate to destroy all the documents in Baingwin Duong. Killed dozens of people from Baingwin Duong and eliminated me too. And just like that, the person who crossed the bridge withdrew, killing others and destroying their mouths.
He heard the song and burst out laughing, explaining very cleverly, "You bastards dare to stand in front of me and make up stories and talk nonsense like that.
See if anyone believes what you say."
But inside I was also scared. Thinking back, I clearly burned all my documents that day. I also killed Dong Ha-pyong myself, but why is he still alive? Seeing that he still refused to admit his guilt, Pyong vomited a sheet of secret scriptures from his stomach. Xian was afraid of being exposed and was about to kill everyone, but Mugen and Mugon combined their swords to interrupt his attack. The Jianghu martyrs saw Xian react so violently and began to doubt him, shaking his spirit. Jin Gon chuckled because the plan he had set up for so long was on track.
Xian shouted bitterly, "Do you believe in this group's plan now? My action is only to punish their disrespect, hard work and utter unreasonableness.
Now the surrounding eyes are no longer important. Anyway, everything I said sounded like excuses. It would be better to kill this guy to avoid future disasters." With nothing left to lose, he admitted that he was the one who prevented Jin Kwan-Ho from handing over Trung Nguyen to Matde. "I saved the Central Highlands' life.
How dare you blame such a hero?
They are also the children of a traitor." Thinking of the old love and meaning, I felt sorry for being told to waste my martial arts skills. Turned north to live the rest of his life.
But people intend to distort the truth and damage my honor. I cannot punish you evil bandits. Knowing that there was going to be a big fight, I told my friend to take everyone down to a safe place. Leave everything to me to worry about. Blind Sang immediately obeyed the order. The official and the foul-mouthed young man also withdrew from the stage, asking the stage for the two monsters to fight. As soon as Mugo pulled out his sword, he rushed forward like a bolt of lightning, slashing him mercilessly. Although the golfer's sword was tiny, it was of a top quality, so it easily parried Zeon's sword. Because the old swordsman himself had already surpassed his father's level, facing his little nephew, he was filled with confidence that he could easily feed him onions. Faced with the enemy who killed his father, blindly turned on his ultimate attack and fought seriously. The three swords emitted made him scared, not believing that such a powerful sword technique existed in this world. Then the two of them rushed at each other like two bulls. Their swordsmanship had reached an advanced level, with each blade thrown out. If it were a normal person, it would have destroyed a grave in an instant. Seeing that the internal force he injected into the sword was almost limitless, Blind Golf immediately recognized that it was the ancestral demon sword, with no blade. A swordsmanship that contained all his essence. But without showing any fear, the blind golfer still rushed straight and faked without mercy. The old man was fighting and joking. Please try to avoid my sword. Let me see how to stab, attack and apply more power to your sword. It's not too late for me to steal the true secret of the North Tianmon and make it mine. Then the two fought again for another 500 rounds. There was a slight loss of strength. The blind golfer took a cut to the shoulder. Looking over, the fake man was also immediately stabbed with a sword in the thigh. Zeon did not expect that his skin as strong as steel could be torn apart like that. It was a chilling feeling running down my spine. For the first time after more than 55 years of blood, he bled. Then it started to rain. Only now did he admit that catching a sword was not an empty name. If I had fought seriously from the beginning, I wouldn't have been injured like this. That's really reckless. Then he fiercely threw all his strength at the sword in his hand. With a dark aura moving towards. There were thousands of slashes towards the nephew without a single plastic flower. Nor is it average, facing the sky-high source of color and energy. If it were a normal person, it would be suppressed immediately. But with the will and determination to avenge his father, he did not show any fear but blocked the attack very smoothly. He used a light sword to slash down, causing the surrounding bricks and stones to crumble. Even though you are pushed into a difficult position, you can still be in control. Furthermore, he slashed his face with a knife. I thought it was delicious, but I didn't expect that when I looked down at the ground, I was also cut in the ribs. Zeon was satisfied and used Materyi's ultimate technique to slash him thousands of times all over his body. Zeon painfully admitted that a guy with such a weak nose could make him use all his strength like this. He was truly talented. Zeon, Chief Zeon, are you seeing that even your children are outstanding? Left alone on the dead land in the north, I thought he would die soon. Yet now he has become a master, appearing on the streets, fighting an inconclusive bloody battle with me. Someone who was born with a body that doesn't have the same natural talent as me. Always felt jealous of the person who came last, Kwan-Ho, but aren't you dead now? I myself know that I am cowardly because of my inferiority complex and inferiority complex. I have acted brutally up to now, so I have to be brutal until the end, isn't that right, Kwan-Ho? Then, with a little bit of strength remaining, he used all his strength to use the heavenly sword. I hope the situation can be changed. Faced with such a monster move, seriously used the spirit flow to fight back. The two swords collided, causing the surrounding rock to almost crumble. The long sword in the old man's hand was slightly dented. He did not expect that the long sword in his hand, known as the strongest in the world, could be damaged like that. Knowing that if it continues like this it will crumble, Zeon retreats and tries to find a way to destroy it. Taking the opportunity to feel a bit exhausted, he used the demon sword to break the ground and attack his nephew straight in the face. The extremely powerful move caused the sky to shake and the nearby building was also crushed. The wandering swordsman who witnessed it was stunned because of the power that the move radiated. Also absorbed the blow and fell to the ground.
Xian slowly stepped forward to give him kind words.
Jin, you are excellent.
Even with someone like me who was called a sword god, he still managed to hold out for so long. The old teacher came closer and closer, like a snake stalking its prey, leisurely waiting for him to arrive. When the distance was enough, he threw a slash across his flank, then used the heavenly sea to create a spinning tornado and slashed him thousands more times. Even though he has reached the realm of pain that cannot be penetrated, 10,000 swords cannot penetrate. But his swordsmanship was on a completely different level. He was unable to resist and was continuously hit by blows before collapsing to the ground. Only now did Xian know that there was such a powerful sword technique in this world.
It's a pity he didn't know about it sooner. He whispered, I want to become the center of this universe. The desire to be strong and recognized increasingly degenerates into greed. It was also that strong desire that made me immerse myself in the dreaming ambition. The fisherman's father and the mandarins wanted the world to be tied in. Because John Woo wants power comparable to the 9 heavens. Among the 4 heroes, everyone has their own desires. Me too, I want to be stronger, so strong that no one can reach me, so that I can put the whole world at my feet. To achieve their dreams, each person has their own way. Since birth until now, human life has always been an endless road of blood. Can you handle it?
Tell him, Xian Shan-Hoa, one of the 4 heroes of the North that I once respected. I didn't expect to be the type of person who finds every reason to justify himself like this.
You can't even win against yourself. In the end, you are just an evil and cowardly traitor.
The old man put his body out to catch the tip of his sword and whispered. Vo Lam is extremely mysterious now. Your father has known that for a long time, but he has not said a word. Only when we leave the north and enter the central plains do we realize that there is something hidden. Except for Mr. Doosan who disappeared, the remaining people of Uncle Tien 4 heroes did not sit still even though they betrayed him.
I, the traitor of Baek Tianmon, the sword god, have now died under this blade.
I hope you will find out the truth, what is behind the glamour of this world. Then he slowly passed away in her arms. The heads of the 10 great sects were also worried when Xian was defeated. The old men admitted that in just a few years he would be able to become a martial arts master. At that time, the consequences were unpredictable. After dealing with the cunning old man, he clearly stated that I was only defending legitimately. Xian's actions clearly realized his betrayal plot.
My father's association with sanity is nothing more than a lie. Do I still have to abolish martial arts myself? Does it matter that I am a descendant of Baek Tianmon? What is my crime?
If it's proven that I'm innocent, then there shouldn't be any problem with me being here in Vancheng Tien.
Then coldly walked down the stage and reunited with everyone.
All the warriors and the wanderer admired his strength to move aside to open the way for him and his comrades to walk. Since the establishment of martial arts until now, very few precedents like this have existed. And that is also the reason why Jin Mu-Won became an unforgettable impression in the hearts of martial artists.
With the testimony of Secret Hall Master Pyun under Baek Tianmon, Vancheng Tien could no longer keep this matter under wraps.
Because if the wind contributes to it, it will turn into a storm, and rumors that will last for a long time will turn into a disaster.
Many people who previously criticized Baek Tianmon and Jin Mu-Won are now on their side.
The strange story about Baek Tianmon clearly shows signs of a rising.
Ma Dai waterfall is also being urgently repaired. Pyung's health deteriorated day by day.
When I opened the secret book, I discovered it was just a blank page. He admitted that although Tai Fo Dike spiritual magic was one of the most sublime secret arts, it could only be preserved and used for 6 months at most. Documents about Jin's cheating with Pyung have apparently long since disappeared. Jin Gon smiled proudly because the plan was successful beyond all expectations. Pyung then had the bell lifted and opened for worship. In just a few days, Jin became a great figure. A completely different existence. Even in the world today, there is no one who does not know the name Baek Kim. While healing, I reflect on the past. I've also seen too much blood.
At this step, I can't stop anymore. I won't become a monster like them.
Don't be shaken, you must firmly believe in your own beliefs, Jin. Then, sitting in the room was so stuffy, he went out to the yard to talk to everyone to relieve himself.
Ryuzan saw that he was covered in injuries and couldn't help but admit it. Hey back Kim.
Mr. Ryuzan won all the martial arts competitions today.
Everyone admired me and shouted my name loudly. So it's not just you who's famous.
While having fun, the general manager came to ask about something.
Everyone was suspicious and didn't know what purpose he came here for. He said,
I think you were very surprised to see me appear here.
I sincerely apologize if anything was inappropriate.
I think you are also waiting for the appearance of Van Trung Tien.
So I couldn't help but come and convey the words to you. I won't go into too much detail but will get straight to the point.
Van Trung Tien has decided not to impose any punishment on young hero Jin. It's just that 10 years ago, the destruction of Baek Tianmon would have been handled separately. Even with the testimony of John Ha, a former elder of Baek Tianmon, and the suspicious actions of Baek Tian Mastery Ochenhoa, it is still impossible to judge and determine whether the major event of martial arts 10 years ago was true or not.
The biggest evidence also disappeared. So let's take the time to talk about the truth of it. I promise to take a closer look and investigate again.
Sincerely thank you for all the difficulties you have endured over the past time.
On behalf of Young Chan, I would like to send my condolences and apologies. Then he said goodbye to everyone and left.
The next day, the martial arts conference was still very exciting.
Ryuzan had only learned a few moves, so he was beaten until he was black and blue.
The Iron Knight Hall Master Musong once joined forces to defeat this demonic sect and also appeared to meet him again. He praised him as a once-in-a-100-year martial arts talent.
However, he is also afraid that if he reveals his strength too soon, many people will pay attention.
He advised him to be most careful with the general manager.
Don't trust others too much. Always be vigilant and careful.
Then, afraid that his whereabouts would be exposed, he said goodbye and left. At the same time, the host of the martial arts conference spoke up.
Everyone, the final decisive battle has finally come.
This is a day of profound significance. The day to decide who will be the home team of the Fook team. For their own reasons, all the people of the Nine Heavens could not come. However, the Buddha image and spirit monk of Shaolin Temple, extracted from the true man deep of the Vodang sect, from the death warrior Simuoi. Just the participation of these three people, isn't it a blessing and a very great meaning? Instead of those who pushed his father to death right in front of him, Cam still held his anger inside, vowing that when he recovered, he would let them all go see the king of hell. The old lady who brought him wine the other day, didn't know when she was standing behind him. Praise patience very well. She added that even if you say that you will oppose and take revenge on Van Trung Tien, I will not stop you. Even if I have to use substance to endure punishment, I will obediently accept it. Because you have the full qualifications and ability to do so. But now is not the time. Even though he was now on the verge of building the foundation, he was still weak enough to be able to compete with the entire world. A person like me who caused your father's fate and contributed to the destruction of Baek Tianmon. Even though I'm extremely embarrassed and have no face to say these words, it's also possible because I feel sorry for someone like you. So, I hope you can survive at all costs. I hope you will reflect twice or 3 times on what I just said. I hope you remember it carefully. Then she said goodbye and disappeared into nothingness. Finally, the audition has ended. Mu-Won returned home when he suddenly discovered a crow in the house. Knowing that something was wrong with his brother, he quickly followed it to see what was going on. Luckily, as soon as I got there, I was able to block the attacks of the 2 assassins. It turned out that the person he wanted to kill in print was his senior brother. Knowing that Mu-Won was on a completely different level, it was difficult for him to eat, so he had to use martial arts to solve the problem. By the way, you should quickly heal your friend. He's been stung by them, he's probably in so much pain right now that he wants to die. The first time I met someone, they had to use a soul needle to hold on and then run away like that. Then he left first. Knowing that if my brother is not treated promptly, he will be immediately exhumed. Mu-Won immediately took the young man back to Gion for treatment. It turns out that he wanted to find the whereabouts of his troubled brother, but Mu-Won had pushed him into such a life-or-death situation, and he was feeling very regretful. While Gi-on was encouraging, two people walked up to ask about the room.
That was the leader of Black Moon. He wanted to see what his disciple was like but was stopped by Mu-Won.
Because the young man is seriously injured, even if we meet him, nothing can be resolved. Knowing that the young man was being treated by the monks, she confidently said goodbye to everyone and left. The next morning, the young monk was changing Mu-Won's bandages. She knew that the shirt she had given her in the fight the day before had been crushed. She promised to make another set for him the next day, making Mu-Won very grateful. While chatting and flirting with girls, Mu-Sang panicked and ran to tell the news. While I was looking at the information that had just been brought to the station, I discovered something.
The witch appeared near Zhaoyang in Hubei province.
All the experts of the Kunlun sect and Tongnan sect were massacred. White skin, white hair, and creepy.
No matter what you say, this person doesn't seem like your type.
Having just heard those characteristics, Mu-Won immediately recognized that it was Han Seo. Knowing that the girl was in trouble, he immediately used his invisible step to run quickly to rescue the beauty. The younger sister was beaten to death by Su Chan. Seeing that the young swordsman was very respectful, he let go of his sister's hand. Moreover, he also performed a very solemn ceremony, went to the head of the sect, and had not seen him for a long time. It must have been 7 years since we faced each other directly like this again. Not long ago, at the trial, you shouted righteously. Along with the competition with the four-pillar Jontron Hoa, it burned my heart and soul.
I have seen everything. 7 years ago, the first time I met the sect leader, I knew that. He is a man with the strong will of Baek Tian-mon.
He finally drew his sword and turned towards the world.
I'm very impressed by that.
However, thanks to the young lady who was with the sect head Din at Baek Tian-mon at that time.
Why did you appear before me in the appearance of a white night witch? Tell the young people, 7 years ago at Baek Tian-mon, I introduced Han Seo as my relative.
But the truth is, she is just a woman who suddenly appeared one day. And it has brought great strength to me, who only knows how to endure alone day after day.
In a collapsed North Tianmon, only ruins remained.
At that time, I did not know her identity clearly.
And then she left after the ghost's attack.
Now is the first time I see her again after 7 years. However, let me tell you more, we are also looking for him very fiercely, but it is not easy. In short, since you don't know her true identity, it's probably very awkward for you. I believe sect leader Jin, because you are a person who would never lie.
But, that woman's identity is the White Night Witch of the Secret Night.
Not only is she the common enemy of the entire Central Cloud, but she has killed countless people. Please leave this matter to me, Headmaster Jin. I will risk my life to ensure your life, young lady. His teacher kept quiet and detained the sect master, Jin, the sect master. He just resolved the misunderstanding and injustice of Baek Tianmon not long ago.
Even if you have your own suffering, if you leave it like this, everything will fall to the bottom, you know that well.
Headmaster Jin, if you refuse to cooperate, I will have no choice but to use force against you. Then the two athletes prepared to rush into each other.
Although very respectful, the two young men had opposite opinions. So we can only use martial arts to solve it.
The two monsters rushed into each other, causing the sky to collapse. Han Seo was seriously injured but also tried to attract attention, but felt distracted because of his sister. The sect leader also respected him and stopped attacking him. Then I thought to myself, asking what is love in the world? I got tired. Even on my own day, I was still shouting loudly about the distinction between public and private, but seriously.
I want to have an epic battle with him, but maybe it's not the right time.
Then the young man turned around and left, not forgetting to remind him that prison Su Chan Ta had accepted the task of suppressing the White Witch. I had a duel with the White Night Witch, but in the end she escaped. Although I immediately chased her, her movements were so mysterious that I couldn't find her and had to return. However, if anything happens in the future, no matter how big or small, related to the White Knight Ghost Girl, no matter what Dain Truongmon asks and no matter what, I will deal with it harshly. I hope Dain Truong-mon will not use disappointment to repay the trust one have in you. Hurry up and stop her, don't let her get carried away. Thank the brother who lied and killed and then went to rescue the beautiful girl. Even though she knew that stepping into the whirlpool was dangerous, because she was so beautiful, she rushed in to save Han Seo regardless. The younger sister had not felt love for a long time, but now she bravely rushed into danger to save her. Feeling the warm love, Han Seo hugged him and cried. Having such a delicious lover, no wonder she would refuse the dark-eyed monk. Just as they were about to exchange the fatty pieces of copper, out of nowhere a man dressed in black appeared and used a hidden weapon to attack the two of them. Ngu Sang, waiting in ambush, rushed from behind and easily overpowered him. It turned out that the young man was her subordinate. He bitterly said that since he was a white fairy, he couldn't have feelings. To her enemies, she must be a witch filled with the desire to kill. To her troops, she must be a tough fairy. How much have you suffered during the past 7 years, erasing all memories with silver soul magic, and even using ice crystal silver light magic to erase all emotions? Then use the moonlight wheel to nurture strong will. Are you planning on making everything fall apart? This is a failure, young master, no. Han Seo, you are a failure, a useless thing. You bastard is the source of everything, Jin. After all, why do people keep appearing and hindering us? 7 years ago, I should have killed you back then. Seeing her lover being scolded, her sister bitterly scolded him. In the end, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with having a little emotion? Even so, we can still do it all. If it were for my master, I would do everything as I have done up to now. He also shouted loudly, developing feelings for the descendants of the gods and enemies of his heart. So what else do you want to do? She must be a witch who can attract the attention of Trung Nguyen, making the whole Trung Nguyen terrified. Do you think a witch like that can develop a feeling called love? That kind of overnight personal feelings can later ruin the whole situation. She is absolutely not allowed to develop any feelings at all. The army leader could not completely trust her, so that day he had already predicted the situation that would happen today. So I have received orders that if this happens, you must be eliminated immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the assassin used a hidden weapon to attack Mu Sang, then quickly escaped. Before leaving, he did not forget to yell at the respected young master, who dared to leave the wind behind to follow the bottle. As soon as he left, Nguyen immediately took his sister back home to heal. Tang Tu Thursday had been sewing a pair of clothes waiting for him since the afternoon. In Nguyen's arms, the teacher carried his younger sister who was older than him, whiter than him, with bigger breasts than him, so she was the same age and couldn't say a word. The young man brought the witch home. Jin Gon screamed in fear, although I don't know what happened between you and that woman, because I have never heard any specific story from you. But even so, now do you know what you've done? If you do that, where will all the hardships we went through to exonerate Baek Tianmon go? We know clearly that you are not the person who would collude with Matte, but Trung Nguyen absolutely does not think so. It's unbelievable, just think about it, this will be an indisputable piece of evidence so they can get a hold of you. Furthermore, this will drag out a famous man like Tang. The party that publicly supported him may have to fall into an extremely awkward situation. How could a cautious person like you act so rudely? Mo Gon scratched his head and explained that she had suddenly become helpless, and her health condition was still the same. So we didn't know what else to do. Whatever happened between me and her, I will slowly tell everyone later. The next day, his health recovered a bit while saying goodbye to Mo Gon and returning to report to the leader. Even though I wanted him to stay and recuperate for a few more days, I saw that he was so determined to go. I wished my friend luck on his journey. At the same time, Miss Tang and Ryuzhen went to the street to buy medicine for the white-haired girl, when they encountered a group of strangers. They praised him for fighting and laughing even though he went to make a few bottles. The young man, who had not had any alcohol in his system for a long time, clearly craved it, immediately following the group of strangers, leaving Tang Tu Thursday to buy medicine alone. While he was happily drinking his cup, when did Ryung appear, Ryuzhen was surprised, not understanding why she came to find him. It turned out that it was all just a show created by the younger sister to lure him here to talk, but who would admit that this young man was a good fighter? She complimented him that he was very handsome. Although his martial arts skills were not high, if he practiced for a while longer, he would definitely be so powerful that the young man's face would turn red with joy. His sister poured him wine while flattering him. Yes, she was the blood dog martial artist Myung-Fu Heap. Anyone who has an outstanding talent like Myung-Fu Heap in their hands must feel very secure. Our side is also in dire need of a talent like you. I'll get straight to the point, Myung-Fu Heap. Often our association needs a talented person like Myung-Fu Heap. But now you're supporting Jin. As we see it, without fire, how can there be smoke? I mean, there's no way people would suddenly say that Jin colluded with that secret society. I'm still doubting that. So up until now, Jin has not had any suspicious actions related to the secret society. This is also partly because of the way out, the side that is publicly supporting Jin too. So our aristocrats will also help everyone. Although he was high, Ryuzan still did not forget Jin Gon's words to keep things in the palace absolutely secret, so the young man still knew how to keep his mouth shut and not reveal anything. Instead, she bitterly deflected to another topic. Not long ago, Fu Heap received a request from the sect to help in the case of dozens of people being murdered, right? At the time the secret society started to attack, the person with silver hair and using the silver white wool could definitely only be a white society woman. But I heard that when the guild master appeared, she disappeared. Perhaps it was due to fear of the prestigious position of the ancient citadel. Even if you are the fourth chief devil of the secret society, you will have to run away if you meet our guild master. Young Fu Heap can also become such a hero. It's a pity that Fu Heap has to bury his talent in this desolate place. While he was high, Ryuzan absent-mindedly blurted out that he has gray hair. Jin took her away not long ago. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man realized he was playing stupid. Looking up, I saw her leaving with her subordinates. On this side, Lady Tang is having a hard time bringing medicine back to the palace. When I arrived in front of the house, I saw many people gathered around. Ryung-ong and General Manager Han Ham came in to inspect. Being stopped by everyone, Ryung-ong stood up and said, Ryuzan himself said that not long ago Jin took the witch away, so Su-chan lost the opportunity to capture the witch. Meanwhile, Jin took her away. Even if it wasn't the White Night Witch, the person who personally made Jin take her away is enough of a reason to search. If necessary, I think Ryuzan himself would have confessed that Jin and secretly colluded to corner him. Su-chan is currently not in Van Trung Tien, the uniform team has also deployed troops. There are currently no martial artists outside. This is the best opportunity for martial arts to focus attention on the team and the secret. I can't back out, no matter what, I have to seize this opportunity. While denying the push, his sister let someone lead Ryuzan in. Knowing that it was all a trap set by her, Ryan-woo pulled him straight into her son and came out to talk. General Manager, this is the Tangmon's manor, and I am the master of the Sangha. Don't you know that by coming here like this, you're looking down on Tangmon? Standing in a corner thinking to himself, Yang, the master of the hall, was worried if he had revealed his fangs too soon and told him to be careful with the general manager. I understand this sentence now, because I'm on the same side as the people chasing after me in print. Sure enough, the person behind the double-faced Azura was the general manager, even though this incident did not happen. Then they will gradually target each person, one by one, around them. And finally, find every way to eliminate yourself. He turned around and told his friend to take everyone out of here, so he could handle everything alone. So he obeyed, and after everyone left, he coldly drew his sword and prepared to fight. He gently reminded the general manager, I don't want to say too much, because I know full well how you will plan to eliminate me. No matter what happens, you people will blow it up and demand that I take responsibility. Therefore, this is inevitable. Seeing that he was giving too much headache, he ordered his subordinates to attack. Okay, if you like, Dad will please you. With just a few basic moves, you can kill 20 people. Seeing his comrades lying all over, they did not tremble and just cowered, rushing to attack him. Don't want to waste time, remember Master Jiasu's great technique, one shot can kill 100 people. Even though he was more skilled than others, after fighting for a long time he was tired and out of breath. Knowing that when fighting a snake, you have to hit the head, so he rushed straight to the general manager to relieve his itchy eyes. Standing in front of such an angry monster, he did not show any fear but gently reminded him that you are an arrogant bastard. Of course, you won't be able to reveal anything about double-faced Tula to the outside. Because you and everyone related to you will be killed by me. It seems like you are so eager to kill others that you dare to utter the double-faced word Tula like that? When it was time to rush in, he was stopped by the traitorous brother. The old man smiled evilly and told him that this was just a trap to make you reveal your strength. Bastard Jin, you don't need to rush. The net of heaven and earth of Van Trung is layer upon layer, much deeper and more unpredictable than you think. Luckily, I didn't know where to find this guy to take revenge and now he brought his own body. The 3 energy buds hit the sword, creating bright purple halos and then rushed to attack him. This young man is not the average guy, even with nothing, he confidently competes with our male lead. While beating the young man, he preached morality to them. Someone like me who knows so many things has only one ending, death. So what have you done up to now? Is it any different from me? Look back at what you've done. What about those martial artists who were brutally slashed by me? When you first appeared, didn't you brutally murder countless martial artists? Countered, those were the ones who attacked us first. I'm just defending legitimately. But those people are simply carrying out their assigned tasks. As for relatives, lovers and teammates, they are all children in the family, a respected father or a trustworthy friend. As he continued to smirk, so were the people I killed innocent? No problem. Depending on the situation, they also hold or stare at my neck just for their own desires. I'm sure you understand that well, right? Like Trung Nguyen, who stabbed a knife into the back of Baek Tien Mon, which has protected the Central Plains for hundreds of years. No matter how much time passes, this world cannot change. It's still just a place where the big one swallows the little one. There is no such thing as complete evil, nor is there such a thing as complete good. Look at you, don't you now hold the position of a high-class hunter? Every time he swung his sword 1 or 2 times, dozens of people died as if falling asleep. One by one, the strongest masters also fell in front of me. Isn't that interesting? Sometimes you enjoy and immerse yourself in that feeling without even realizing it. Are you any different from me? So I'm the only one who's the devil? Even though I try to deny it, I'm also one of those ghosts who knows how to enjoy the taste of blood. Instead of talking too much, the two of them rushed to fight each other. On this side, the retreating side was not at all successful. Musang's subordinates were having to flex all their gluteal muscles to fight back against the henchmen. Jin Gon thought bitterly, even though he had prepared for the big war with Van Trung Tien that would take place one day, 3 more variables happened. Mugon's lover, the stupid alcoholic bastard Ryuzan, and their counterattack was faster than expected. My life is still long. I will not make similar mistakes like this in the next preparations. This was already an eradication that could transform the entire Van Trung Tien. It seemed like it was not the time to consider tricks and methods anymore. However, currently everyone is within the range of possible effects of the poison. Now, if we use poison, everyone will definitely be in danger. Seeing that everything was caused by him, Ryuzan took 2 large jars of poison and prepared to commit suicide to show his sincerity to everyone. Although I regretted his stubborn disciple, seeing that he was so determined, the monk also let him make his own decisions and do whatever he wanted. Then, when everyone gradually disappeared, Ryuzan removed all the poison gas, then assisted a group of poisonous wolves to attack the soldiers chasing everyone. Indeed, this move is not average, just one hit or being run over by a poisonous wolf will result in your life being ruined. While beating the young man, he regretted his mistake and just remained silent. I can't do anything like keeping my chattering mouth shut. That alone can't do it, you're such a useless bastard. Because of me, not anyone else. Everything happens because of me. Returning to the battle between Yang and Yang, both of them still view each other very fiercely. The general manager and the swordsman did not dare to intervene, but just stood outside and gossiped. Instead of fighting for a while, Yang saw quite a lot of blood on the ground. Lin used the magic trick of 10 dead blood to beat our male protagonist. Knowing that if he didn't fight seriously, he would die immediately, so he used the Wind Spirit Sword to fight back very fiercely. Fighting for another 500 rounds, Yang was finally slashed in the arm, making him very bitter. Just as he was about to counterattack, out of nowhere a tall, dark young man appeared to visit and fight with him. Solo and Yang were already struggling, but now with his presence, the situation completely changed. Was beaten by 2 guys until his face was crushed and he flew into the distance, collapsing several houses. Knowing that if you're not careful with these 2 brats, you'll only meet your ancestors soon. Turned into a serious fighting style and rushed at the 2 idiots. Knowing that normal techniques will not work, used the sword and demon sword very seriously. This tall, dark-colored guy is not an ordinary person. Seeing this kind of attack, he also used the mixed element magic skill and was very enthusiastic. Yang, standing right there, also used the 10 purple blood magic to join in the fun. The 3 of them were rushing at each other when, out of nowhere, Suchan appeared and punched the black guy in the mouth, making everyone gasp, not understanding why our army was attacking our army. General Manager 1 bitterly snapped, even if he was a Vo Lam hero and the son of one of the 9 heavens, going against Van Trung Tien's wishes was still a big crime. Jaeon shouted bitterly, I know Vo Lam's true face very well. That is the nature of you Van Trung Tien, pretending to be righteous but actually being evil, vile and rotten. It's time for us to create a completely new martial arts order. After talking for a while, a tall young man also stepped out from the pile of rocks. As soon as Jaeon saw him, he said it's been a long time since I've seen him, Ghost. Since I was brutally trampled on by you, do you know how long I've been looking for you after 7 years of continuous training? After exchanging a few words with each other, the match finally seemed more balanced. Solo with Kyung, while the black guy interacts with Jaeon. No matter how strong he was, as soon as he touched Jaeon, he was beaten to a bloody pulp by the demon. After being kicked so hard, the young man bitterly rushed in and beat the demon mercilessly. On this side, the fight between the 2 brothers was also very tense, and after just a moment of inattention, Kyung gently stroked his cheek. Angry at having his avatar ruined, he rushed in and plunged the sword into his shoulder, and at the same time had one side of his rib torn open. While he was proud of losing his weapon and was about to approach and finish off his brother, for some reason a soul escaped from the sword and tightly held Kyung, making him unable to move. While he didn't understand what was going on, he used his powers and the martial spirit observed and attacked him. Even though the move was very strong, causing his shirt to crumble, Kyung was no beginner so that move was still able to stand. When the older brother used a new move, it was as fast as a lightning bolt and lightly skewered one of his arms. Seriously injured and losing too much blood, he fainted. Back to our 2 MMA fighters. The battle is still balanced until it comes to peace. Chaos demons have long been famous for their arrogance and disregard for others. The first time I faced 2 real monsters, I started to feel scared. Lin used the magic weapon to hit the 2 young men. When the 2 sides collided, the surrounding rock and soil crumbled, and nearby buildings also collapsed completely without leaving a single one. After finishing the move, Jaeon was exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Looking over at the demon, he saw him lying motionless, unable to move. Knowing that he has an immortal body, Jaeon told him to leave first. Let me worry about the rest. Okay, that's delicious. Our male lead promised to invite me for a drink one day to thank him and then quickly leave. As soon as our male lead left, the demon also woke up, angry with Jaeon like his son. The crime of cheating on him. Because it was on the weight class schedule, the young man was beaten so he didn't miss a single shot. Then when he was caught off guard, he grabbed his hand and used mixed element demon magic to drain Jaeon's vitality. The restrained young man did not show the slightest fear, using his vital energy to grow 4 arms and threw thousands of punches at the demon, causing him to almost lose all his internal organs and let him go. Taking the opportunity to liberate Jaeon's entire body, he used a powerful metatarsal to smash his body. With terrifying power, the chaos demon's indestructible body gradually disintegrated into nothingness. Only now did he realize that he was just a shrimp. It was too late, his body had decomposed too much to recover, then slowly disappeared into the air. After dealing with almost all the shrimp, the Guardian General received orders from Seo Moon Lao's sister to chase down the people who had just run away. When he arrived at the palace gate, he was blocked by Ryuzan. The two of them rushed into each other without a word, even though they had lost a lot of strength and poison. But because he regretted that he accidentally said something that affected the lives of everyone in the group, Ryuzan still stubbornly fought. Even though he only used his bare hands, he could still fight on par with the General Guard. Having to block and avoid poison, the General Guard bitterly knocked away Ryuzan's 2 gourds containing poison. Embarrassed by the loss of all his toys, the unarmed young man rushed in to attack the Dam Guard. Because he was not fighting the enemy with his bare hands, he quickly lost his position and was punched painfully straight in the chest. Ryuzan, who was still a little out of breath, tightly grasped the guard's snake spear and then, regardless, rushed in and punched him in the neck. The young man was bitter when he was bitten, his face filled with anger, wanting to eat the rest of our Ryuzan's life. But with a very strong bite, only a few seconds later the young man's head was separated from his neck. Because he had lost a lot of blood and was completely exhausted, Ryuzan fainted. Right at that moment, he ran to pick me up and go with him. While carrying his brother straight on his shoulders, he thought to himself, after entering the martial arts world, everything went smoothly. I don't know when I lost my inherent caution and vigilance. I was drowning in a sense of complacency. That's the only result I can think of. Just because I thought I could solve everything, everyone was in danger. I'm just an idiot. It's all because of me. It's all because of me. He was so attentive that the print ran through a section of screaming and calling his name without seeing an answer. He shouted to wake up. I've called you countless times, but you don't even know I'm coming. He's gone before, just leave him here. Not wanting to believe what he said, he put Ryuzan on the ground to see what the situation was like. He kept shaking but didn't see any reaction. Yell loudly in print, wake up. Feeling. What will happen when you continue to be unstable like that? Although one can mourn and grieve. But he took responsibility for his mistakes and tried his best for his teammates through his own will and choice. You want his sacrifice to be in vain. Come back to your senses. Jin is not like this kid. You have to support yourself and endure, but there will be times when you are exhausted. In the past time, from the hegemony incident, the 4 great devils, Mat De, rescuing Bok Long Thuong Don, Chao Tien Xiu, Tik Kok, Xian Chan Hoa, Bok De Witch, Ghost, many things have happened. Just for a short time. Just what I know is enough. Whether it's mentally or physically, it will definitely be very tiring. Moreover, the quality of the blood dog Martial Wolf. No matter how cold he is still only human. Being pressured like that, he had no choice but to become exhausted. But according to the information we have, the Seo MANHUA heavenly body has stopped So Musang's group. Everyone is resisting, but the opponent is Seo MANHUA. We don't know what's going on anymore. Please come quickly and help them. Furthermore, a large number of Azura patriarchs are chasing after you. Spend less time mourning. We don't have any more time. Then he went out to help young Ryuzan, urging him to quickly rescue everyone. The young man nodded and followed immediately. Just as they changed tactics, the fighters also rushed to the spot. Without the slightest bit of compromise, he slashed everyone with just one blow, almost crushing their flesh and bones. No one is alive anymore. After dealing with the shrimp, he met familiar people, Hong Tuk and Now Dung. His uncle explained. Initially, when I heard the news that there was a public trial about the young man and the appearance of one of the heroic princes of the past, John Tron Hoa, I told myself to come early. However, due to the work of the Bok Long commercial group, it was so late. Sorry, sir. Before he could ask Han further, Kyung, having lost one arm, led his subordinates to chase him there. As soon as he saw the young man, he immediately recognized the son of the powerful demon Jiao Chanyu. People who don't like to live in their father's shadow. With the ambition to become famous all over the world, to hold the power of life and death, and the right to rule the entire world. That's life, ah. That's so pathetic, isn't it? And the funny thing is that while being beaten by you, my martial arts seem to have developed to a new level.
Really funny, right?
Thanks to that, I have realized a new way to use my martial arts. Indeed, the greatest enemy is the best master. Seeing that guy talking so much gave me a headache, so I rushed at him with my sword. Before they could collide, the great sword came from somewhere to take responsibility for destroying Kyung. As soon as the young man saw him, he immediately confessed.
There's a Chinese character embedded in the Flower Mountain, isn't it? The guy was found out for no reason, so he killed himself, right?
I can't tell the secret, but our side has spent at least 5 years training Shinzi, then brought it into the sect and nurtured it for more than 10 years. 10 years since I died, it seems a bit early. It should have been more than 15 years.
We are heartbroken at such a great loss. Great Flower Sword is bitter and angry. Don't confuse your argument anymore, answer my question. What are you guys plotting anyway?
I am the master of the Hoa Sun Song Dain Tu La sect, the one who caused chaos in our sect like that.
Then we will remove both the root and the tip.
Then he turned back to gently remind the blind golfer at the back door of Van Trung Tien.
Vo Sun sent and did not move to help.
You should go there quickly and send my message to the museum.
My disciples will arrive shortly. This is the enemy of the Hoa Sun sect and is something we must resolve.
Please leave it to me.
Please, swordsman.
Even though I was worried about him, there were many weak people behind who needed protection. He said goodbye to him and then went with Hong Tuk and Now Dung to rescue everyone. On this side, Elder Tang and Jin Gon were running away and were constantly worried about Blind Golf and Ryuzan. While I was excited because I was about to leave Van Trung Tien, suddenly one of the 9 heavens rear formations appeared in front of me. Knowing that this fruit is more or less good and bad, everyone is so scared that they pee their pants. Without wasting much time, he rushed forward and used a tiger-shaped envelope to imprison everyone in a dark space. Because there are still many things that haven't flowed yet, Jin Gon has been wasteful since the beginning until now. Replacing Musang and old Jia Tang also performed martial arts, using everything they had to attack the shabby old man. But because he was so classy and polite, he only had to blow a light fan to make everyone collapse and retreat.
Jin Gon was also beaten bloody.
He declared, "You guys are thousands of years old, you think you've prepared everything, so you must be very tired right now, right? You are very excellent, but this is the first time you have shown this formation, right?
The difference between you and me is the difference in experience and experience.
Both have reasonable planning and preparation, however, practical experience is something that absolutely cannot be underestimated." While playing, suddenly from afar 2 powerful moves came at the same time, Suryan and Muang's Heavenly Sword and Moon breaking heaven, simultaneously attacking to relieve everyone. Everyone greeted each other hastily and then prepared to face the enemy. I thought there were only 2 people, but no, they brought many disciples along for fun. Despite the young men having a very exciting time together, Jinggan still sat behind the scenes in order to completely control the ridiculous old man. You just need to be able to tie up all the flowers, even for just 10 minutes.
Everyone, please save some time, just a little.
Even though he had white hair and beard, he was still very resilient, alone, without any fear on his face.
He only needs to move 3 fingers to block Mua Sang's sharp blade.
The disciples of the unmoved sect desperately rushing in to eat the stink were also lightly waved by the old man with a fan. It also killed the gravediggers immediately. It's true that the older the ginger, the spicier it becomes.
If this continues, our army will evaporate without a single person remaining.
Jin Gon, after thinking for a while about countermeasures, finally found a solution and immediately implemented it. The old man was bitter because the opponent could use such a powerful formation. It's truly unpredictable, it has become quite solid and strong, but it's still not enough for me. Bastards, the more I use my internal energy, the more my poison will spread.
Poison is my best and strongest.
Jin Gon was pleased. Thanks to that, our practical experience and age difference were filled.
Why so many flowers?
Then he took the opportunity to be temporarily sealed in the formation.
Everyone quickly crossed their legs and ran as fast as they could. Then they also left Van Trung Tien's territory, feeling that going east would easily reveal their whereabouts. Everyone divided into 3 groups, following different paths to disperse the enemy's search. The Sungda and Jeongan group decided to go south to seek refuge. When they arrived at the river, there was a scholar already there. Jeongan saw his old friend and happily rushed over to hug and kiss him passionately, making him tickle and cause trouble. Then everyone quickly got on the boat and left. Returning to Mu-Won, the young man walked a long way without seeing his comrades and suddenly thought to himself, maybe it's boring for everyone to lose their color all the time. While thinking, a group of assassins rushed out from the bushes to block his path. I thought it was someone from the Musk group. They saw how much he was injured while running, so they blocked the way and gave him some horses to go quickly. Impressed by this act of chivalry, Mu-Won thanked them profusely and promised to come home to drink someday. Then got on the horse and headed south. I thought it was over, but just after walking a short distance, suddenly the ground shook, the shrimp crushed like wild tofu, and everyone we loved immediately collapsed to the ground. Luckily, Mu-Won quickly performed martial arts to help them a bit. Before they could decide, an old man wielding about a dozen swords slowly walked towards the 3 people. As he walked, he used his energy to make a few bars fly up. Seeing him, Mu-Won immediately recognized that it was Disdained, one of the heavenly bodies. Knowing that his opponent was not the average type, Mu-Won reminded the 2 guys to step back so he could deal with it himself. Because they were also scared to death, the 2 young men immediately obeyed. His internal attack is truly terrible. Just standing still can use his 8 swords to attack everyone. As soon as the sword reached the place, without even touching the body, the 2 young men almost died. Fortunately, Mu-Won's skills were so extraordinary that he was able to save the 2 children's lives. Then he rushed in and attacked him. With his youthful strength, Mu-Won launched a series of slashes at Disdained, but was blocked by him in a very simple way. He praised him, indeed Baek Tian-mon's potential is still outstanding. Children are already like this. Then how much more will it be when I grow up? Just imagining it is already extremely outstanding. This light singing sword sometimes seems strangely strong, but it seems like it hasn't been maintained at all until now. While blabbing about the young lady, suddenly the old woman from the day before appeared to stop the battle. She spoke up, "Old man Mui Chao, do you know what rumors are going on right now?" The destruction of Baek Tian-mon was due to Van Trung Tian's ambition for power. Like this time, they intend to eliminate the last descendants of Baek Tian-mon. There are rumors that they are trying to cover up the fatal blow that damaged their reputation, raising doubts about Q Tian's morality and Van Trung Tian's perfection. With an all-out war against bile, the first step is to persuade the team to go into battle. After finishing the jar of wine, she threw the bag on the ground and slowly walked over to ask about her nephew Mu-Won. "I really like your little guy, so I feel extremely regretful. Now that things have come to this, you should know the truth. From now on, listen carefully to what I say. The current ruling force in the world is not Van Trung Tian. Behind Van Trung Tian is still champion Tushi Mo Yang Yulchin. Although he belongs to 9 heavens, he is actually the one who occupies the first position of 9 heavens. The world believes that his martial position is on par with other 9 heavens. But I and the other UTN boys were not only defeated by him, but also had to share some of our strength with him. Mo Yang Yulchin also knew very clearly that in order to dominate Vo Lam, it was necessary to gradually gain the attention of Vo Lam people. He uses 9 TN to distract attention from himself and silently stands behind to control and dominate the entire Vo Lam. And when he felt politically necessary, Matdu was born. By letting his dark side appear, he will take advantage of the chaos, insecurity, and fear and use it to dominate the world, but starting from a certain point. Matdi became out of control and began to act independently and not obey his orders. And that is Matta, the gang that has become his true enemy. However, we do not know exactly whether this is just a move by Moe in Yulchan or not. Therefore, the North Tianmon was created. However, Baek Tianmon became stronger than expected. The Central Plains people also began to express their love and respect for Baek Tianmon. The position and wisdom of Baek Tianmon has far surpassed that of the 9 heavenly princes. Furthermore, unlike the previous sect masters of Baek Tianmon, the sect master of the 3rd generation was Jin Kwan-Ho. It seemed like he was close to the truth, it seemed like he knew everything to a certain extent. Moen thought that Jin Kwan-Ho was a big threat, so in the end he took action to eliminate the North Tianmon. Like this time, Jin Moen has emerged as a new threat. I could no longer bear the feeling of shame and guilt over the destruction of Baek Tianmon, so today I decided to speak out. But we cannot do anything alone. I can only be ashamed of my ugly appearance. Tik Deep Chan Nan heard her nonsense and had a headache. He attacked Moen Yule. The young man quickly blocked the attack and then ran away, leaving the two of them pretending to fight. Finally, after a night of non-stop running, he finally reached the place where his teammates were stopping. Everyone was in a state of exhaustion, unable to breathe. Only Ryuzan could not survive, the body was taken care of by Gion Ryon. Thousands of soldiers sadly looked up at their lovers and pondered. Even if the woman I love is left here, she can only slowly die. I should have judged more calmly and wisely to bring the best outcome for everyone. Everything is because of me that it turned out like this. It's because of my arrogance. I was too careless, so I ended up like this. Since my childhood, my goal has been to survive and take revenge. I only know how to survive and protect myself. The truth is that I can't even protect my own people. I used to think that just being strong was enough. What a shame. Move further forward. I realize more and more that the people around me will be more and more at risk. Father, I'm very angry at myself for not being able to protect everyone. Hurt everyone because of his weakness. I don't know if that's the whole story or not, but I'm extremely angry at what people assume is the truth. To protect everyone from that truth, you had to endure so much suffering yourself. How tired and lonely are you? Some people have said. Revenge over and over again is just revenge, and the end point of revenge is nothingness. Maybe they're right, but only because of one person, us. Oh no, the whole world is making fun of us like that. I can't stop anymore. I promise you this one more time. From now on, I will protect everyone. Protect everyone and keep moving forward. I will protect everyone just like you did. Sword hunting will never end, we will go together to the end. Then he walked over and bowed his head to apologize to the monks. He promised to rebuild Baek Tianmon, making everyone marvel and not believe in his hands. Everyone immediately worshipped the new sect leader, strategist Ha Jin Gon. Officially bow to the monarch, the true sect master of Baek Tianmon. The warrior Song Mu Sang, as the first swordsman, swore to devote his life to his master. Lieutenant Hong Cheon vowed to use both his mind and his heart to follow all the wishes and will of the monarch. All lords of Zhongkaimon, please ask for advice from the 5th generation master of Baek Tianmon, Jin Mu-Won Dai Heap. Everyone please join me in supporting him. 3 years after leaving Bantrung Tien, Mu-Won has now reached the ultimate realm, a martial art that has never been seen before. On a cool, moonlit night with nothing to do, our male lead quietly climbed the boat to Thiat Hu Yet Tan. A place was built on a deserted island in Shandong province to find Emperor Iron Blood. One of the Tien-Tu Hung uncles asked for some blood to fight the blood pudding. As soon as he arrived, he didn't want to open a massacre, so Mu-Won gently reminded the shrimp to quickly step aside so he could talk to the owner. Because they didn't know Mu-Won's strength, the shrimp rushed to attack him mercilessly. Bored with life because the children spoke softly and refused to listen, Mu-Won lightly bought 2 basic sword strokes that brought them back to meet their ancestors immediately. The teacher encouraged the soldiers upstairs to run down to fight immediately. When we arrived, we saw blood flowing into a river. Everyone responded without missing a single person. The teacher has a new person who doesn't know the rules of the game, Mu-Won gently reminded him again. I don't want to kill people unnecessarily. So please quietly step back, don't get in my way anymore. Even though he spoke loudly and clearly, they still deliberately did not listen and simultaneously rushed to attack him. Mu-Won shook his head and quietly finished everything. In just 3 sword strikes, nearly 1,000 soldiers had dug up the grave without missing a single one. Then he coldly went up to the next floor. Knowing that they won't even listen, Mu-Won will take care of them wherever he goes. Let them reunite as one for fun.
Finally, he climbed to the top floor, where Emperor Iron Bloodvu was drinking his fill. When he saw Mu-Gon, he knew it would be his turn, but he didn't expect that he would still find him after hiding on a deserted island like that. Looking at how fat he looked, Mu-Gon didn't recognize him at first. But after observing the tattoos around his body, he was sure this was the man he was looking for. As soon as he saw Mu-Gon, he immediately said that he was a heartless, meaningless person who always had evil ambitions and tried to reform. In the end, did fate collapse on itself and become like this? I should have trusted the feeling that I wasn't in the mood for 13 years ago. Of course we shouldn't do what we feel is not right. And now I have become a pitiful person. The story about extracting Deep Tran Nan and Nungon Hai is also due to her. It's also up to you to deal with John Woo's unconsciousness, right? John Hoa was also executed in front of many people. The beat is also high, but that will attract Van Trung Tien's attention and destroy it. It's been 3 years since you disappeared. Yet someone appeared before me, someone who should have stayed at Baek Tianmon. I know my sins, I also understand your anger. However, I do not have enough courage to accept death. As he spoke, he used his internal energy to turn the 2 snakes on his body into 2 extremely long whips, attacking all of our troops. Because he was not yet fully awakened, plus he was still full of energy, all his troops temporarily glided back to avoid the afternoon. Then, taking the opportunity to take advantage of the smoke and dust, he slid behind the fat man, pulled out his magic sword wrapped in cloth, and hit him straight on the head. With absolutely overwhelming strength, the fat man immediately took the blow and sat on the ground, his whole body trembling. However, Baek Tien Tu Han was not a symbol. As soon as he approached, he used Iron Blood Crazy Dragon to attack him. Knowing that receiving this attack will only destroy the grave, thousands of soldiers will immediately avoid it. He saw you running and shouted bitterly, "Get out of my castle now. All my life I will be quiet and live in this place, let's go out. Come out for me and take revenge on all the enemies in the world." I also thought so, but it would all be in vain. As he spoke, he whipped his whip wildly, causing everything to almost fall into pieces. Seeing all the soldiers just dodge and not fight him when he moves is great. That's right, just get out of my castle. Let's continue to hide our whereabouts again and run away like we're dead. Why do people appear in the world again? You have to run away quickly. That is the way we can continue to live. Feeling that he was exhausted, the army no longer dodged but directly blocked the fat man's attack. A basic sword strike caused the dragon's head to dissolve into the air. Then, feeling that the opportunity had come, he lightly approached his face and asked for a little blood. Even though it's possible to cut him with one sword, that would take all the fun out of it. He pretended to be caught in a rope and then acted like he was being pulled. When they saw that the target was close enough, they swung their swords lightly to ask for some fat on his belly. Angry because he was beaten in his beloved beer belly, the fat man used a rope to grab the sword of thousands of soldiers and then wrestled him to the ground. After that, he continued to use Iron Blood Crazy Dragon to slash my male lead's face. The bricks and stones as well as the building almost evaporated after that powerful attack. Looking back and forth, we still saw thousands of soldiers still alive. He cried and begged you to win, I will leave here. If there is an end to the world, I will go there and live in seclusion until I die, so you will never hear my name again. Please, stop, that heartless devil, please spare my life. You must take my life to be satisfied. Such a request was not heard by all the soldiers, they unleashed thousands of slashes on his buttoned-up body. Then, feeling like that was enough, the army launched a decisive blow to finish him off and at the same time destroy his citadel on a deserted island. The battle ended, everything was completely destroyed, thousands of soldiers sat proudly on the fat man's body full of excitement. So another enemy was destroyed, he quietly left to find another enemy. Going back in memory 3 years ago, thousands of armies confronted Van Trung Tien. Tien La Diao Vong is spread out in Van Trung Tien. Just to confront a martial artist made the people of Zhang Ho extremely surprised. Even more shocking was the rumor that 2 of the 9 heavens had gone into battle themselves. It was an event that left people amazed. After that day, all soldiers disappeared without a trace. He seemed to completely evaporate from Jong-ho, leaving no trace. Also because of the denunciation and death of Elder Hoa-sun that Tan. That a group of gangs with a double-faced image of Samtula was exposed to light. They have penetrated every corner without a certain range. Each sect tried its best to search for insiders with Samtula's double face. The sects that found insiders had to go through a time of betrayal, chaos, and being surrounded by nameless fear. The woman's ancestor seemed to be the best in the world, one of the 9 heavens, Manhua. But more than that, Shiman Tuesday Lin discovered the existence of the most powerful person and knew that his ancestor was also on that person's side. This woman decided to follow the advice of the previous Mahayana official. Will adapt and cooperate like his ancestor Manhua, and on the other hand, the one who publicly condemns. Against Van Trung Tien's orders, he then helped capture the sword. Kill the chaotic demonic psychopath Vu Zhong. Now I'm slowly accepting my punishment, but it's only temporary. Dam Thursday Tian's father is one of the 9 heavens, Dam Tich Tam. With Dam Tich Tam's influence, Dam Thursday Tian's release is a matter of sooner or later. But with one condition: in the battle with Mat De, Dam Thursday Tian will be appointed as a vanguard general. The conditions and orders given were to team with Sigma to the front lines to wipe out Mat De. Dam Thursday Tian believed very much and gave all his credit to the commander of the Sigma team, the prosecutor. But any time Team Sigma is pushed back by Mat De, Dam Thursday Tian will immediately rush into battle. Shiman Tuesday Lin's heart carries many confusing emotions. She was very surprised when she saw that angry expression on Dam Thursday Tian's face for the first time in her life. Afraid that he will be disappointed in her. Furthermore, Shiman Tuesday Lin once complained of how arrogant he was, but now feels extremely helpless when he realizes how small his existence is. Dream big with Su Chan to rebuild the martial arts world. Increasingly distant, she gave up her old life and lived with a new identity as a member of the Mahayana Mandarin. Becoming that person's fake messenger, the battle with Mat De is not over yet. The war lasted 3 years. Both Van Trung Tien and Mat De fought fiercely for 3 years in a vortex of the same spirit. People began to call this war the 3 Years' War. During the 3-year period, tens of thousands of heroes died. Dozens of sects were destroyed on that road that smelled of death. Everyone lost all vitality. This was truly a terrible nightmare for Bakhtin. That's called disaster. This makes people increasingly have a negative view towards Van Trung Tien. There were even many people who began to deeply feel the absence of Baek Tien Mon. They remember the time when Baek Tien Mon still existed. They gradually felt the importance and realized how much Baek Tien Mon had to sacrifice to protect the Central Plains. But in that world filled with only darkness, there is still a small hope, as thin as a curtain thread. Team Sigma. Thanks to Team Sigma, everyone tries to survive each day. There are many people who are grateful and crazy about their presence. Sigma team has been surrounded by hysteria for the past 3 years. They had to stop a force that was stronger than expected. Their existence is like a monument in the hearts of the people. Sigma team resides in the original meaning and stands shoulder to shoulder with Sigma team, who has outstanding achievements and positions. Now QTN has become that TN and has from some time been ranked on par with the hero of the era. Thuan Tien Vo Emperor Sutron, after dealing with Fat Brother, Emogon, returned to Baek Tien Mon to gather with everyone, voting to see who would be the lucky person to meet the next king of hell. Seeing everyone gathered, Jin Gon began to speak. As Elder Lang said, QTN True Deep Tran Nan is now dead. Coming to the style of Fo Chu Lang, Quan Hui also disappeared. So 9 Tien now only has that Tien left. In addition, the 3-year battle with Gallbladder is still not over. So Van Trung Tien is in a very critical condition. And a few days ago Tran Mon Master went to deal with the traitor to Baek Tien Tu True, Lai Q Tan. The news of the deaths of a series of great masters of the martial arts world has caused chaos in the world with the case of someone with a mental crisis like Tai Q Tan of Thiat Hu Yet Tan. Then we created everything in danger, so he committed suicide because he was dissatisfied with the leaders and bosses. First, let's look at the overall situation of the past 3 years. War broke out due to the invasion of Bile. It was also the time when Sigma Team appeared. After that, we had to struggle to escape from Van Trung Tien's heavenly net. During that process, we had to face many sacrifices.
It's extremely unfortunate, we will never forget Ryuzen's sacrifice. After receiving aid from the Baklong Trade Union, Tan Bac Tianmon was built. In the process of restoring Bac Tianmon, we must always be vigilant against other enemies to strengthen the Master's sword and enhance the full strength of Bac Tianmon, which is still not stable. The sect master disregarded the danger and went to find the master to pound the Vietnamese eagle statue to make the big iron statue of Tan Bac Tianmon, also to strengthen the sect master's demon sword. And on the path to seek and destroy, Bac Tian 4 pillars Khan Gutang. The sect master also discovered Elder Khan and the forces of the ancient Bac Tianmon. He had been waiting for the master for a long time and immediately returned to join forces with Tan Bac Tianmon. That's why Tan Bac Tianmon is abundant in force, can quickly recover and has the ultimate hidden power of Bac Tianmon. Ma Dao Quang Dai Heap's flying squad also joined forces, making the full strength of Bac Tianmon even stronger. The force of Bac Tianmon, which is gradually growing stronger day by day, agreed to come to the aid of Black Moon Master Dang Mat Ket and Vo Dang's son during the rescue process, sending heaven to extract the true man. Also defeated and died at the hands of the master. Out on the front lines, Su Chan was nervously dealing with his secret concubine sister from afar who missed him so much that she drove a horse and carriage to visit him. Even though seeing Su Chan's lover was very happy, he didn't want her here at all. In this place of bombs and bullets, everything is lacking and miserable. Seeing my beloved suffering makes me feel uneasy. My subject happily said it was okay, as long as I could bake potatoes with you, I would be happy anywhere hee. The younger sister also said that the death of Cu Tien Trideep Chan Nan was caused by the 4 great demons Tan Fong and Phantom. In addition, the unknown whereabouts of Fo Van Chu Chu Lang Quan Hui made the martial order even more shaky. The general manager of Thua knew that the entire martial arts world was falling into a spiral of extreme chaos. The general manager is trying to regain the position and trust of Van Trung Tien, which has collapsed in the hearts of the people. All the general manager could say was that he wanted to end the war as soon as possible. Furthermore, a few days ago there was another shocking news. Have you heard the news that Uncle Tien Tu Chu, formerly an Iron Blood Vu, took his own life in order to reapply? Previously, he wholeheartedly, and with his disciples retreated to Iron Blood City. There have been rumors for a long time that Lai Keen Tan's body and mind are no longer normal. Maybe he committed suicide for that reason. But we can't rule out other suspicious cases, right, Thursday Tien? I myself suspect that someone is taking advantage of this chaos to end the renewal. If this is true, should we reconsider the case of the 2 people who died in 9 heavens? What if someone really wants to cause this chaos? And why does that person want to incite more chaos that has been going on for several years? Causing excitement to the hands and eyes of Tien Ha to achieve his own goals? What force would act so secretly and cunningly like this? It's also possible that someone is cultivating a group like the general manager's Son La Two Face. That's the person Thursday Tien is thinking about, Uncle Keem. The young man turned to look at the 3 seriously injured soldiers screaming in pain. He was very upset with the commander-in-chief's way of directing troops. So I told my sister to rest first, I'll go ask for a postponement order and come back right away. Then Su Chan walked into the audience of the commander-in-chief. He is one of the 9 heavenly dragon emperor Phi Tu Vien. Hearing his request to delay the troops, he bitterly chased Su Chan out. There is no war without sacrifice. So stop looking at trivial things, but think about the big things in the future. Su Chan walked out of the village very bitter, then he thought to himself that now in the world, there is probably only the swordsman left who shares his ideals. Then he planned to deal with that dark old man that night. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of people may die in the near future. Having said that, right at night Su Chan coldly walked towards 9 Tien's bed, startling him. He took out his knife and prepared to fight. I remind you once more, please resign as commander-in-chief and return to Van Trung Tien. From now on I will take on the role of commander-in-chief. The old man was bitter and immediately took out his knife and slashed him. Nuong kept cursing Su Chan, that damn bastard. Are you sure you want to make me angry? You've been subjected to so much abuse that you want to rebel, huh? Let's see if we can leave people alone or not. Then looked at the subordinates and shouted loudly, "Why are these names so unpopular? Why don't you hurry up and stop this crazy guy? You crazy guy is not only a hero of the people, but also has our 9 heavens backing him, giving him all the power. Yet you do things like this? Your actions this time, including your father, are deep in the 9 heavens. Can't save you either."
Damn, so the position of 9 heavens has declined a lot since becoming 7 heavens.
To the extent that you dare to directly provoke me like this?
Before he could get angry because none of his subordinates would listen to him, Su-chan rushed into the attack, causing him to have to flex all his buttocks muscles to resist. The 2 moves, 1 slash and 1 touch, caused a radius of 100 meters to explode and shatter. Luckily, there were preparations in advance, and the soldiers were out of danger.
Otherwise, no one would have been safe.
The 2 fought very intensely, although they were famous as one of the 9 heavens. But he was already weak and had just interacted with Su-chan, and he had already beaten him to the point of failure.
I was beaten in the stomach, then in the back, then in the head. He was also very bitter and tried to attack without getting any hits.
Although he used his strongest attack to attack, it was easily neutralized by Su-chan. Not wanting to waste time, he rushed over and gave the old man a few punches in the stomach. The old man was helpless and bitterly called Su-chan a dog. Before he could catch the fish, a young man rushed over and gently punched him in the stomach.
So another old man in the 9 heavens passed away.
He announced to the 3 generals and soldiers that from now on, the position of general commander will be taken by me, the commander of the army. There is nothing to fear and no need to worry, we will be worth everything with our own lives. You will never be forced to accept any sin, and I will not let you suffer any loss.
I, damn Thursday Tien, promise to take responsibility for everything. Do not worry.
There will be no departure tomorrow. Everyone should immediately go back to rest, take care of themselves and replenish their strength to carry out the rebuilding process.
And then, we will end this 3-year war with a resounding victory.
The death of Emperor Dao caused the 9 heavens to gather again to find a solution. In just 3 years, 3 people have passed away from the famous Tran Badger. One person followed and caught the sword, making them restless and had to meet to report to the new generation, otherwise no one would consider them anymore. After 20 minutes of meeting, one man declared that daring to defy orders from the 9 heavens was a great crime. Even the fact that Phi Tu Vien could not control Damn Thursday Tien was considered a great crime because it reduced the authority of 9 Tien. The strong swallow the weak, that is the rule of hiding from the gangsters. Seeing the outstanding growth of Damn Thursday Tien and the way people welcomed and supported him so enthusiastically. As expected, in this chessboard called Wanderer, there is no more effective chess piece than Damn Thursday Tien, so the punishment will be temporarily postponed.
But at the present time, 9 Tien's reputation has seriously declined.
To affirm and consolidate its position and strength, someone needs to step up. So they assigned ants to quell the riot. Even though he was having fun and didn't want to go anywhere, the other guys kept pressing him, forcing him to reluctantly follow. In Baek Tianmon, I have nothing to do in my free time, so I rush to see my lover. Thanks to the monk's enthusiastic treatment, the younger sister became healthy,
filled with life.
Seeing him, his sister was vigorously dancing and suddenly appeared weak, resting her head on her shoulder. Hanseol whispered into his hand. Thanks to everyone, I recovered quickly both physically and mentally. I always feel grateful to everyone thanks to the Iron Statue boss who personally forged the Silver Soul weapon for me. But now I have the feeling of completely mastering the power of the Silver Soul. Although it is extremely difficult for me to go out into the other world and face reality now. But one day I will definitely repay the favor to the martial artists and everyone who helped me in the past. Then he held his hand and petted it, which was very cute. Sichuan province has a fortress-like terrain, where the representative sects are Duanmon, Ame sect and Tantan sect. Instead of expanding their territories, the above sects have strengthened their internal cohesion with each other. Therefore, no outside force can penetrate. Therefore, Sichuan Vo Lam originated from Sichuan province. However, Tu Shuyan Vo Lam was penetrated, Phi Tan Tan was in danger. The Nami faction was also sent a messenger to relay the news, but there was no response.
It's definitely fake, honey.
While pondering about life, his niece returned, making Qian Vu very happy because it had been a long time since she came home to play. Worried about being harassed by Van Trung Tien, his sister asked him to lie and kill him. The hall master told me as soon as we publicly supported Uncle Keem.
Secretly exerted political pressure on them.
They did not believe in the two people's disguise plan and remained suspicious until the end. As the war dragged on, it seemed that they were also weakened.
So what about the new Baek Tianmon? Well, sit down and tell me. My grandson must have had a hard time getting up there, right? My Lu, is there something you're hiding in your heart?
Your forefathers only needed to take a glance and he would know right away. His sister shyly told him that Tran Mon Chu had someone he loved.
So the thing between you and Tran Mon Master is clearly that you have to give up. But it seems that it's not very easy for me. I don't know.
Clearly my mind is at peace and I have accepted this.
But sometimes when I'm upside down, my heart just keeps sobbing. Nothing.
The old man encouraged his granddaughter. That Mu Golf guy really has no eyes for people.
My niece My Lu is both beautiful and gentle.
Actually, from the first time I met that guy, I saw that he was not a big man. My Lu, quickly forget him. There are many real men better than him in this world.
My Lu must have suffered a lot. In front of love, how can you act indifferent? You can do it with your mind, but your heart doesn't listen. That's what love is.
Chi Qian helped him, left Tangmen and lived somewhere else.
My La has worked hard and a lot. My father here feels very sorry for you.
While having a happy conversation, a subordinate ran in to report that someone had declared war on the Tang sect.
He massacred many disciples.
Angry because so many of his disciples died, the master of the hall threw a stick and almost killed his son. The young man who escaped first praised the old man. He was indeed more qualified than Tan Tan and Namai. As expected of being the leader of Si Shuyan Vo Lam, the master of the Tang sect. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the four great demon lords of Tan Fong Demon Shadow.
Famous male. Then the two started fighting. Milo also wanted to help him.
But knowing that this person's strength was not average, he used a strong wind to blow her out of danger.
Once out of danger, her sister immediately ran to Baek Tianmon to ask for help from Mugen.
Without any delay, he led his strongest people to rescue the master of the hall. When he arrived, the main gate was seriously injured, and the situation was hanging on a thread of vermicelli. Mugen bitterly rushed to relieve him, then directly confronted him. Just looking at it, he realized that this was one of the four great demons of Matda.
Photo of a ghost.
He burst out laughing, because it's been a while since he's faced such a worthy person. Although he also wanted to join hands with Mat D to reduce Van Trung Tien's strength. However, he touched the people of the sect, so now there is no fish alliance at all. You can only pay the price with quality.
I have nothing but the mark of being the son of a traitor.
But they were the only ones who believed in us and braved all dangers to help us, even openly supporting Tan Baek Tianmon. No one other than their family, who has touched those who are extremely precious to me.
Showing kindness to others and promptly repaying resentment is what we have learned.
I accept the favor of the gate, anyone who dares to touch the gate.
We will definitely make them pay a heavy price. From now on, I will let you know how wrong you were.
Then the two young men rushed into each other with great excitement. Just a few basic sword strokes of the famous man already had a small amount of blood on his forehead. Only now did he realize that the name Baek Keen was not the name Hao Huin. 3 years ago, it was crazy, but now it's even more unacceptable. So the young man started fighting seriously. He used 2 sickles to dance very professionally, forcing him to flex all his buttocks and ass muscles to support him. The teacher often got tired of fighting, and the heavenly name made a sound that blew a ghostly shadow into our male protagonist, causing smoke and dust to fill the ground and the ground to shake. Luckily, thanks to my extremely quick reflexes, I was able to dodge it easily. Knowing that he was not an amateur and that if he were careless he could lose his life, he took a more serious stance. The two of them rushed at each other again like two bulls. Their strength burst out so powerfully that it made the ground tremble, and the sect's path almost completely collapsed. Although it was a bit slower at first, after his muscles and tendons were warmed up, he began to catch up with his speed. The heavenly name saw his smooth movements and began to feel shy. This brat is truly very interesting, he brings me one surprise after another. If so, then we ourselves must speed up. Now I don't know if my worn-out joints will still be able to stand. But let's burn just a little bit more, my fake joints. Then he performed the Nam Guk style, speeding up the speed a few more points, making him gasp, not expecting someone to attack that fast in this world. Knowing that if he received this blow, he would only have to meet the king of hell and that things would change course, so he concentrated all his strength and used all the martial arts he had to defend. I didn't expect that this was just one of the 4 great demon lords of MANHWA who had done such a thing. I don't know how dominant their leader is. I guess I'll have to stay anonymous for another 30 years for good measure. After straining all my butt muscles to support myself, I gradually felt nervous. Knowing that a direct confrontation would likely result in a grave at any moment, he quickly ran to nearby houses that had not collapsed yet to take cover. Seeing the boy running away, the famous man began to say bad words. "How long are you planning to turn your tail and run away? I think you will continue to surprise me even more." Oh, descendants of Baek Tianmon. After a while, there were no intact houses left, so they turned tail and ran straight into the forest. Knowing that this place would greatly hinder the side's damage range, he was still not afraid and calmly walked in. Even though he was in the dark, he didn't dare to be rash and proactively attack first. Quietly hiding in the tree, observing the opponent carefully. A moment later, when he felt the opportunity was ripe, he immediately used Jin Kwan-Ho to rush down and attack him. Although he had the advantage of striking first, Nam Tien Dan was not a novice and immediately used 2 sickles to fiercely resist. The sharp sickle only lightly touches a tree and that tree is almost split into pieces. Feeling that he was still very energetic and could only run away to avoid attacks. Sometimes I just come back and take a bite. No matter how smooth the plan was as he planned, Nam Tien Dan used his shadowless approach and made sure our male lead didn't miss a beat. I know that I can't fight him right now, so I can only brace myself to fight him. Seeing that the young man did not dare to attack him, Nam Tien Dan, holding the piano, still summoned lightning and a fire, threw it straight to the ground, clearing away a lot of tears blocking his sight. Seeing that he still didn't have enough light to use a scythe, he landed and used light wind slash, killing all the stings around him as easily as eating candy. While he was excited because the bough was neatly cut, suddenly it fell, and at first Mu-Won even ran away. I don't know when he approached from behind and stabbed him through the stomach. He was stunned, thinking that Mu-Won was using this great form to block the maximum power of the sickle, but that wasn't the ultimate goal, was it? From the beginning, we intended to sweep the entire surrounding area and launch a large-scale attack. It turned out that he had been intently observing my large, struggling body. Damn it, I let my guard down. Angered by being bitten so painfully, Nam Tien Dan frantically protested. However, the wound was quite severe so he could not control it like before. As soon as he attacked, blood spurted out like rain from the wound. Knowing that the opportunity to end this battle has come, use the sword to destroy the demon's shadow and hit him straight in the face. Because he was injured, his reaction speed was reduced too much. Nam Tien Dan could not resist and could only use his body to take the blow. With just a few basic sword strokes, his body was cut into thin shafts. So the war has ended, another monster has been destroyed. The day when the Taiban world is not far away. Returning to the northern battle line, after completing one of the 9 heavens, Su Chan stood in front of 3 soldiers and declared, "I have seen the end of this 3-year war. In 2 days, our army will go into battle to destroy Matda, Tadam Thursday Tien and Zichmadoi. We will take the first line, our troops do not need to fear anything ahead. This departure will definitely end the war. Victory definitely belongs to our army." The soldiers enthusiastically agreed and shouted in praise of their leader. The soldiers' morale increased greatly and their physical strength also recovered a lot after the return war.
Damn Thursday Tien taking command finally brought about the perfect ending.
Compared to the original plan, progress was accelerated and also unexpectedly, but the Thuan Long Association, which was originally hiding, has now begun to rampage. The Thuan Long Association is also gradually becoming physically hostile to the Nine Heavens. Because Van Trung Tien was the one who should have ended this war quickly, but because of that, the punishment was postponed. And it is clear that Damn Thursday Tien will be considered in the ranks of the New Order. Must build a separate force to fight against the Nine Heavens.
This is the right time to take advantage of this 3-year war. As long as it's Damn Thursday Tien, everything is possible.
Only this man can put an end to the current chaotic times, and only this man can restore order to the world. That person can only be Damn Thursday Tien. We need to come up with a solid plan for him. Quan Dai Thua, also because of this matter, assign all responsibility to me to handle everything.
It's not just the main part. What will happen from now on? The general manager.
While talking with 3 good generals, suddenly there was news that another 9 Tien was waiting in the camp.
Su Chan let everyone rest and then went in to talk to him.
As soon as he saw him, he adjusted and was born with the name of being the son of 9 heavens, and even had to sacrifice his life for you. Yet you still don't know how to repay the favor, causing all kinds of trouble.
You brat, you cruel bastard, I came here as an individual. Now I just want to tear everyone's heads off immediately.
So you guys calm down and end the war. When you gather all your strength, I will ambush and destroy the secret man's base. Su Chan listened to the song and thought to himself, he did not come as a commander, nor to punish, but came as a savior to directly attack Mat Jiayu. Is this because of the desire to quickly develop the position of Damn Thursday Tien and bring the war to a quick end? The war has been going on for 3 years, so that Van Trung Tien can restore his position in Vo Lam Trung Nguyen.
The war needs to end quickly, but with an incompetent and easily agitated commander like you, wouldn't it be quicker to end the war with me helping? How good? Do you want to do it yourself? You take care of attracting the attention of the 4 great demon lords, and I will quietly burn down their entire base. If the Night Master was there then, well, the battle would become even more interesting. Sutron spoke up, Taiha is clear, fighting with the Ma Lin Emperor is a great honor for Taiha. Perhaps in this battle, Mat Di has no choice but to fail and retreat. Atha hoped for a clear ending right in Mat Da's camp. In the middle of a good debate, the daughter of the world champion appeared, very blurry. When they saw her appearance, everyone gasped, someone we had only heard about, but had never seen with our own eyes. Is that the strength and flesh of a world champion? It turns out the rumors were true. The participation of a world champion in world affairs is an unprecedented event. The tomb shakes the law of heaven, the person behind controls the world. Absolutely never wanted to show up like that, but can you let your daughter show up in this battle? Not only does Ma Lin Emperor have power on par with Sutron, but he also has a vibrating tomb. Standing in front of Sutron, she started to complain, it was disappointing, far from what I thought, nothing special at all. Then the next day, the great war between Van Trung Tien and Mat Di also took place very tensely. The left and right wings are all experts from the 9 great sects. Behind and in the center is the Sigma team led by Tam Nguyen Nia, a battle with maximum strength. All because of Sutron, this battle is gradually coming to an end. The reason Taemon Tuesday Lin directly went to war and commanded was to win. Even though Mo Dung Nguyen is the blind blood and flesh of a champion in the world, he was raised and nurtured in an outstanding foundation, but in the end, he is just a flower covered in a glass cage. On the other hand, my man and everything in my life, the legendary martial emperor Sutron, has become alone to endure the storms and storms from his days of wandering everywhere. He is a sharpweed that easily rots on barren land. Confronting them this time is one of the 4 great demon masters with a divine spear. Confronted with Van Trung Tien's towering aura, he still showed no fear but calmly commanded his troops to attack as normally as possible. The earth-shattering battle was extremely tense, with human corpses piling up into mountains. Feeling that there was nothing interesting about destroying shrimp and shrimp, the 2 sides began to rush into each other, creating extremely satisfying battles.
At the same time, one of the sentient beings led his army into the lair to destroy the enemy's military supplies, thinking that everything would go smoothly. The secret musketeers were still on high alert and sent one of the 4 great demon masters to destroy the mountain demon mansion at home to prevent being attacked. He was accompanied by hundreds of soldiers appearing to surround the 3 people. Surian and a Shaolin disciple solved the flood of dragons, and also recommended Tian solo and destroy the mountain demon palace. Even though it was just shrimp, it still made the 2 of them smell bad. I had to strain all my butt muscles to be able to withstand it. While beating them, we declared that we only want to live. We are just a group of people who want to survive on this dead, barren land. No one can live a prosperous life in this secret land. We don't even have the right to dream. We are also human, we are also a race with hot blood flowing inside us like you. Because we had to live like animals, we turned into animals without realizing it. Do you understand? Monk's name. Return to the earth-shattering battle between the 2 monsters. Even though I know that the 4 great demons are called life's calamities, until now I have not been able to feel anything because I have not had to confront the 4 great demons. Are the 4 great demon lords that powerful? Confronting the 9 heavens is not an easy matter, far different from my expectations. This will certainly not be an easy fight. QTN launched a move while declaring that you are the age of a young geese. Do you know why my nickname is Devil Spirit? Because I am proficient in all types of magic in this world. In particular, my famous secret skill is Manhwa Angel Magic Technique, the pinnacle of magical skills in the world without any mercy or softness. Among my magic is of course the most powerful attack method. Tao, one government destroys mountains and forests, it is not by chance that I have this nickname. I didn't expect that I would ignore this devil. Turns out there's still a powerful expert like this hidden in the stars. How long has it been since I felt such terrible power? Really excited. It's been a long time since I've collapsed like this. It's getting hot. Then, after being beaten until all their weapons were gone, the 2 old men rushed at each other with their bare hands? Even though they were fake, the 2 old men could still unleash dozens, hundreds of powerful punches at each other's faces. After dozens of minutes of fighting, causing the surrounding rock to almost crumble, both were finally exhausted and retreated. Just as he was about to postpone the village, everyone went home when he didn't understand where Uncle Kim came from and came up with a trick to send the 2 old men down to meet the King of Hell. Angry because they were robbed, the 2 old men still wanted to know who did it before they died. Okay, if you want to know, let me know. Then he took off his mask and announced, I'm Uncle Kim. As soon as I saw your face for 2 seconds, I was stupidly sent back to my hometown. Having finished with the 2 old men, he rushed over to knock the other master unconscious and then talked to Surian. He told her to do as he said. After fierce fighting, Qtien Wen Kin Tu and the 4 great demons who destroyed Sun Mafu all died. Tian Kong Ti Tang also fought to the end with the remaining troops. Along with the incident, Sun Then Nu is still alive and can return with great difficulty. This is the information transmitted by Baek Tianmon's intelligence organization. It will be very difficult for them to shed light on Qtien's death. But because of the impending chaos, they probably don't have the heart to pay any attention. Perhaps this confrontation will decide victory or defeat. And a bigger war will be unleashed. So from now until then, let's nurture a powerful force. His sister nodded and agreed with him immediately. Then the 2 of them said goodbye to each other. Returning to the fierce battle in the field, despite being surrounded by many soldiers from Ban Trung Tien, Phia Thuang Mat Xa was still able to fight back bravely without showing any fear. After a while of fighting, Mo was exhausted and retreated backwards. I know this is not the type that fits my head, so I need to be very careful. After looking at it for a few seconds, the younger sister used her peacock magic kick to attack Hak Thuang. A powerful move that causes the rocky mountain behind to be cut in half. Luckily, thanks to his extremely sharp reflexes, Hak Thuang was able to bounce easily. Then the 2 fought another 500 rounds without winning or losing. The ground around them clashed with water as if 2 continents were about to separate. The younger sister continued to launch a series of new moves at Phia Thuang, but he was able to neutralize them all too easily. Dozens of his sister's guards also rushed in to help, but they were also beaten until their faces were blackened. Even so, if he didn't rush in, he wouldn't be able to go home alive. They still rushed in to surround and attack him. Standing in the middle of the enemy encirclement, his face didn't change at all. He swung his spear lightly, causing countless people to leave without returning. Mo-Vin-Huin, who stood behind and observed, was also scared to death and recognized that as long as he was determined, he could be on par with the Night Master. Truly one of the strongest of the four great demons, possessing martial power worthy of the highest level. I became thirsty for him, I craved that monster's head. I yearned for the head of the person who possessed that formidable power, so much so that my whole body felt like it wanted to convulse. Parents, please watch over your children. I will show you how much stronger I am than that fugitive. I will show you that I am the one who is qualified to carry on your family name. Then, after resting and recuperating for a while, the younger sister rushed in to use Lu Lai's sword to attack directly at the other spears that her subordinates were also nearby. Even though he had not yet had a powerful awakening that sent Lola and her group flying tens of meters away, he still stood firm without showing any signs of fear before that attack. Then she ordered the soldiers to hold him tightly and use their magic swords and kicks to attack. Seeing that that wasn't enough, the younger sister also used the Xian Tian Q Long Gong to attack the injured person. When she saw that he was a bit exhausted, the younger sister used her legs to clamp down on his head. The terrifying strength combined with the strong smell of shrimp paste made him almost exhausted, almost suffocating. With a little bit left, he took the spear from afar and gently asked for a hand from his sister. The grave trembled in pain, falling to the ground screaming in despair. Hearing the screams of Su Chan's sister who was fighting the shrimps, she ran to the rescue. Because since the beginning of the battle, he has not had to face anyone too strong, so his strength is still preserved almost intact. As soon as he saw the young man crowing, he wouldn't know how happy he would be to not have to face that worldly grave. He also rebelled right away. My father was probably afraid of a mean boy like you. Taking advantage of the injury and not paying attention, the younger sister quickly bandaged the wound and then stood and observed the two monsters arguing with each other. Despite having the advantage of physical strength and youth, Su Chan still cannot show absolute dominance over the Black Spear. Fighting each other for 20 rounds, he finally recognized that he was not average. 9 heavens here can't beat him easily. Seeing that the young man was opposing him, he used his spear to create a whirlwind to attack Su Chan. I thought that if I finished this move, he would destroy the grave, but no one would have thought that Mo Donghuin had regained a little strength and rushed out to save the young man's life. She declared that she would finish him off herself, telling Su Chan to step aside. Then bitterly rushed to attack him and damn him. Su Chan did not listen but ran behind him and joined forces to attack him. One person punched the other and kicked, the wound was worn away, almost exhausted, and quickly exhausted and backed away. 2 young men rushed to eat the old man mercilessly. Even though he was tired, it seemed that his level was on a completely different level. For almost the same time, the 2 young men still didn't complain about being eaten. The fierce battle took place, causing the land and rocks in an area to almost crumble, and smoke and dust covering a large area. After a few rounds, age was not on his side, and his heart was full of bitterness. Taking the opportunity, 2 young men rushed to attack him. I thought it would be easy to cut off his head and bring him back, but as soon as I got close, the spear used its remaining breath to resist very strongly. The earthquake created by the 3 people blew away 5 nearby mountains. After the smoke and dust dissipated, Su Chan was painfully stabbed in the thigh by his spear. He also fed his sister a piece of onion into her muzzle. Even though he no longer had an iron spear in his hand, with his profound internal skills he was able to use the hem of his shirt to pierce her bones. Even though her sister was covered in injuries, she still stubbornly attacked him. At last the sword was at his neck. While he was swinging to kill him, he punched the ground so hard that his son lost his balance and fell to the ground. Taking the opportunity, he flew up and used singing to stimulate the children without missing a beat. After finishing the attack, he had to admit that he had reached his limit. If he continued like this, he would die soon. Just as he was about to retreat, Su Chan rushed forward, pulled out the spear from his thigh and stabbed him with a fatal shot. Even though the spear had pierced his chest, somehow he was still able to stand. Seeing that this was indeed a monster, not a human, Su-chan used all his strength to rush at him and punch him in the face.
After the old man was destroyed, he also had to admit that Mo Yan-hyung had contributed significantly to injuring him.
So that I can deal a fatal blow and finish him off, using the magic spear.
Stronger than the 9 heavens, if he had ambition, what would the world be like? His strength is enough to rebel against the situation, but why does he only focus on being a protector to keep his sanity?
I didn't expect him to scare me like that. This was truly an unforgettable match.
The master has not appeared yet.
We must create a team of soldiers to investigate his whereabouts and kill him.
This war has gone on for too long. The final victory belongs to us.
While thinking in a daze, Hai Ryong's younger sister ran over to ask. He turned around and saw the spear piercing his lover's body.
It turns out he's not dead yet. Mo Dong-hwing quickly cut off his head. But everything was too late.
Hai Ryong received a fatal injury. The snake had lost its head and the soldiers under its shield were scared and ran away quickly. One-Eyed was following someone when he saw a familiar shadow in the bushes. Who I thought turned out to be Mu-Won, who had been in hiding for 3 years and then appeared. Seeing him go, he was alone and sent his subordinates to Mu-Won's raft. The Thak Ma group is famous among martial artists due to its active activities on the front lines during the 3 Years' War. The war went on for a relatively long period of time. The fear of war also gradually disappeared. However, vigilance is still their top priority. Standing in front of hundreds, thousands of male opponents, we are not afraid at all. Calmly use smoke to disorient them and then slowly call out to each of them. Because the class is so different, Mu-Won bleeds wherever he goes, and many people still don't understand why they died.
In less than a minute, Mu-Won finished everything.
Gong-hai sought his comrades being beaten up like him and also brought someone to rescue them. Accompanying him was Hao Bok-song-hung. After fighting tomorrow, I just met a few guys who say they know how to fight a little.
Mu-Won enjoyed provoking everyone at once for fun.
Exchanging martial arts for less than 10 seconds, with just a flash of blood, he sent the whole group back to the 9 springs. With one eye, I saw my juniors taking away the waste. Angrily helping the newly purchased product on, the young man bitterly exclaims, "The magic group that I have been passionately building for the past 3 years. Along with the charity association that Su Chong and Hai Dung worked hard to build. They were all sabotaged by someone else. It was you who made my dream disappear. That place is like hiding from someone else's cursed turtle.
Why are you so determined to oppose me? It seems that this time I will only kill you and break the curse."
While talking with one eye, he danced his sword with great skill. The blade was as graceful as a dancing phoenix.
Each crime did not hit the Mu-Won people at all.
Seeing how dizzy Tan Tan bought so much, our male lead suddenly approached the acupuncture point and tore his shirt. Han did not expect that he would practice like crazy out of guilt after not being able to protect his parents and suffering from his father's neglect. Along with 3 years of training on the battlefield. Yet the gap in strength is still too different with Mu-Won. Then, he used his strongest technique to mix it up with snake magic and hit the male lead directly in the face to see if he could get away with anything. Faced with such a powerful move, Mu-Won's face did not change color at all. Without even bothering to dodge, he rushed straight into the divine snake, crushing it as easily as candy. "Even if one eye is stuck, the other eye will be blinded, so bitterly you'll just make excuses." Feeling that was enough fun, Mu-Won dusted his ass and went home. Wandering in the forest for a while, Mu-Won met Kyung. It had been a long time since the two had met and talked for an hour. Song Sui-on announced that he would deal with the person who destroyed Baek Tianmon and then ordered the search party to draw his sword and prepare for silver battle. It wasn't until we had one piece of candy that our male lead got serious. Despite having one arm amputated and using his bare hands, Kyung still sews very professionally. Fighting for a while and seeing that he smelled so bad, Mu-Won bitterly used a 10,000 sword to cut Kyung into hundreds of pieces. Thinking that was the end, An was turning around to leave when the demon inside Kyung rose up and helped him revive, and also grew a bloody arm, rushing to beat An mercilessly. Faced with the new power of the devil, Mu-Won was a bit confused and didn't know how to handle it, so he immediately took a blow and fell back. Seeing Mu-Won sitting on the ground, Kyung slowly walked over to tease his younger brother.
Okay, if you can turn into a demon, I can also turn into a demon. Mu-Won absorbed the magic power from the sword and rushed to attack Kyung.
Even though he was very strong, he used a bloodbath to chop him and then used a blood ball to smash his male lead. After finishing the move, the young man was excited because he had destroyed the swordsman. I was very happy to see your growth and hardship over the past time.
My mood is so miserable right now.
It would be great if I could be by Mu-Won's side, but if I can't. As soon as he broke the sentence, Kyung's head rolled to the ground. It turned out that Mu-Won had dealt with him from the first sword strike. Everything that happened was just what Kyung imagined. Just as he was about to take hundreds of pictures of him, the boss came running over. Your teacher did not listen to him, so he used all his strength to hold the main man's hand tightly and tried to dissuade him.
Looking at his appearance, he's not okay at all. What happened? In the end, what kind of pressure is weighing on your shoulders and making you so emaciated?
Although I don't know what happened to you, now is the time for you to rest more than anything. To use a sword like this, the first thing you need to do is ensure your health.